The Dragon and the Wolf. Part 1. The Secret in the Tower. Prologue. The Tower of Joy. Sir Arthur Dayne was waiting at the base of the tower. He stood alone in the pale Dornish morning with a sword in each hand and the absolute stillness of someone who has made his peace with how the day will end. He wore the white cloak of the Kingsguard. He looked at Ned and he looked at the 6 men behind him, Howland Reed and 5 others, and he said nothing, because there was nothing that needed saying. He had his orders. He intended to keep them. Sir Arthur, Ned stepped forward, his greatsword raised. It's over. Surrender your blades and let me pass. The math seemed simple enough. There was Arthur Dayne alone and there were 7 of them. He would either surrender or he would die. Dayne looked at him. The prince left his family in my protection, he said. His voice was quiet. Dayne's expression did not change. I'm sorry, Ned, he said, and he meant it, which made it worse. I can't. He moved first. Not a warning, not a breath of preparation. One moment he was still, and the next both blades were in motion, and the world became a different place entirely. Dayne came left, then cut across right with the offhand blade in the same motion, a combination so fast it registered as a single thing. The man on Ned's right, who had ridden with him since Riverrun, caught the first blade on his shield by instinct, and the second across the neck before he understood what had happened to the first. He went down without a sound. The whole exchange had taken less time than it took to draw a breath. 7, now 6. Hold your ground. Ned got the words out and stepped forward, his sword coming up in a 2-handed guard, and the other 3 moved with him, spreading wide to flank. This was how you fought a superior swordsman. You surrounded him. You took away his angles, you made him choose which of you to kill next, and you tried to make sure the choice cost him something. Dayne let them come. He pivoted left away from Ned's reach, putting one of the flanking men between himself and the others for a single half-second. That was all he needed. His right blade knocked the man's guard aside, not a killing blow but a redirect, efficient as machinery, and his left came through the gap it opened and found the throat. The man crumpled. Dayne was already turning, already finding the geometry of the next exchange. The 2 blades describing small, patient circles in the air as he faced down 3 men with the composure of someone doing mathematics. 6, now 5. Ned felt the shift in the air and threw himself sideways. The blade that would have taken him across the ribs instead cut a line along his left arm, shallow but burning, and he rolled and came up with his large blade between himself and Dayne, and for 1 second they were close enough that he could see the exact quality of the man's attention, total, unhurried, a craftsman at work. There was no cruelty in it. There was no fear. It was simply what he was, distilled to its purest form. Willem Dustin came in hard from Dayne's blind side, sword driving at the gap between shoulder plate and gorget. Dayne didn't turn. He sidestepped 3 inches, let the blade skate off his pauldron and brought his elbow back hard into Dustin's jaw with a sound like a branch breaking. Dustin staggered. Dayne put him down with Dawn, deliberate and almost gentle, and turned back to Ned before Dustin had finished falling. 5, now 4. The next man, Theo Wall, the youngest of the party, barely 20 years old and the fastest on his feet, saw the opening before Ned did and took it. He came in low, driving at Dayne's right knee with a short-bladed thrust that would have crippled a lesser man. Dayne read it. He let his knee go where Wall expected it to go, and when Wall committed his weight forward into the thrust, Dayne was already moving, half a step to the right, slipping clear of the blow as if he had seen it coming before it was ever thrown. He caught the strike on his forearm guard and turned it aside with effortless precision. In the same breath, his left-hand blade flashed inward, biting deep into Wall's exposed inner thigh. Wall buckled, dropping to one knee with a strangled sound he could not quite contain, his strength fleeing him in an instant. He tried to rise, but there was nothing left to rise with. Dayne did not hesitate. There was no cruelty in it, no flourish, only the clean finality of a man who understood what mercy looked like in a moment like this. His blade fell once more, swift and certain, and it was done. Now 3. Ethan Glover had been hanging back, watching, doing what a sensible man did when faced with something that killed faster than he could react, waiting for the gap, the moment of overextension, the single instant of vulnerability that any fighter had to have eventually. He had been waiting for it through every exchange. When Dane stepped past Wall, Glover saw his back exposed for the first time, and he moved, both hands on his sword, driving the point toward the back of Dane's neck. Dane turned. He had not seen Glover. He had heard him. He turned, and the thrust that would have found his neck found only his left pauldron instead, skidding off the steel, and Dane's right sword came up in the same motion and caught Glover across the sword arm. Glover's blade dropped. Dane looked at him for one flat second, and Glover looked back, and then Dane stepped inside his reach and put him down in the same deliberate way he had put Dustin down, a blade to the heart. 2. Ned and Howland Reed. That was what was left. Howland had his short blade in his left hand and a long knife in his right, and he was bleeding from a cut above his eye that he hadn't noticed happening, and he looked at Ned with the expression of a man doing the same arithmetic Ned was doing and arriving at the same answer. There was no way to win this. They had known it the moment Dane moved. The knowing had not stopped them. It would not stop them now. They came at him together, the only way left, the only thing that might work if anything could work. Ned drove high and right, committing his full weight behind his greatsword, forcing Dane to commit his right blade to the block. Howland went low in the same instant, inside Dane's reach, driving for the unarmored side. Dane blocked Ned's blade. He turned the left sword almost casually to deflect Howland's knife. But the angle cost him a step backward, and the step cost him the offense, and for 3 seconds the three of them stood locked in a contest of strength and leverage that Ned's arms were losing by fractions. Then Howland stumbled, the blood in his eye, or the stone beneath his foot, or nothing more than the accumulated cost of the fight, and Dane's left blade came free and came across, and Howland went down hard, not dead but out, clutching his side. Ned stood alone. He was bleeding from 2 places. His arms were burning. The sword in his hands had never felt so heavy. He looked at Arthur Dane across 3 feet of Dornish stone, and he understood with perfect and complete clarity that he was going to die here. Then he took a breath and stopped fighting. Arthur, Ned's voice had changed. The command was gone from it. What was left was something older. Your king is dead. Rhaegar is dead. Robert now sits upon the throne. Please, tell me where my sister is. Dane was quiet for a long moment. He looked at Ned, and at Howland, and at the men lying on the pale Dornish stone. Something moved through his face that was not quite grief and not quite relief, the expression of a man who has been waiting for permission to stop. The prince is dead, he said at last. The words came out quietly. And Robert is the king. He paused. Give me your word. Tell the world I died here. Let me walk away. Ned looked at Howland Reed. Howland nodded once, which was all that was needed. You have it, Ned said without hesitation. You have my word. Then Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning, the finest knight in the 7 kingdoms, stepped aside. Waste no time, he said. She needs you. They cautiously walked past him and entered the tower. Dane looked down at Dawn, the pale ancestral blade, the sword of mourning, the thing he had carried his whole life as a symbol of everything the Kingsguard was supposed to be. He held it for a moment. Then he set it on the ground at his feet with the care of a man setting something down he will not pick up again. He removed his white cloak, he folded it, he placed it beside the sword. Ned had asked Howland to wait at the base of the tower. Howland had not argued. Northern men understood that some things were not the business of even the most trusted companion. The smell of blood found him before he reached the top of the stairs. He took them 2 at a time, his palm flat against the pale Dornish stone. The sound of his own boots too loud in the narrow throat of the stairwell. The door at the top was unlatched. He pushed it open with his shoulder and stepped inside. Lyanna lay in the narrow bed beneath the window and she was alive, and both of those facts felt like miracles of impossible and equal weight. The room was small and spare. Purple flowers stood in a clay cup on the sill, wilting, dropping their petals one by one onto the stone floor. He did not know who had placed them there. He thought stubbornly, through the grief already building in his chest, that it had been her, that even here, even at the end of everything, Lyanna Stark had reached for something beautiful. Ned, her voice was small, rationed. I'm here. He crossed the room in 3 strides and took her hand and sat on the edge of the bed. Her fingers were cold. He held them in both of his. I have you, Lya, I'm here. She smiled, thin and fatting, but undeniably hers. The smile of the girl who had raced him through the godswood at Winterfell and always won and had never once pretended otherwise. You always said that, she murmured. When I had bad dreams, you'd sit on the edge of my bed and say, I have you, Lya, I have you. I remember. I always felt safe after. Her eyes closed and his chest tightened with a fear that had no floor. Then they opened again. There isn't much time, Ned. There's time. I know my own body. The words came quietly, without bitterness. She had been living with this knowledge for a while. He could hear it. Let me say what needs to be said. Her gaze moved to something beside her, tucked against the wall in a shadow he had not examined. The bundle moved. He heard the small sound it made, and he understood. A boy, she said. He came last night. He's healthy. Arthur was here with me. He was kind, she said. He cried so loudly I was hoping the whole of Dorne would hear him. Something moved across her face that was part pride and part grief and entirely love. He needs a name. Lyanna, he said her name carefully, watching her face. Jon, she said immediately, firmly. She had been holding it ready. For father's oldest friend. Jon Arryn gave you a home when you had none, Ned. Give his name to my son. Ned looked at the baby. He leaned forward and folded back the edge of the cloth. The face beneath was red and new, a fist pressed against one cheek, eyes closed in the total sleep of things freshly arrived in the world. He looked at this child for a long, careful moment. Then he looked at his sister. The father, he said quietly, tell me. Lyanna's hand tightened further on his. Her gray eyes were steady, but behind the steadiness was something he had not seen in her before, a weariness that went deeper than the body, the weariness of someone who had been carrying something unbearable and is finally allowed to set it down. Rhaegar believes it is his, she said. He will always believe that, but it's not Ned. Robert, she said. Robert, Ned said. The word came out barely above a whisper. The word fell into the room and lay there. She told him the rest of it quietly, without dramatics, in the tone of someone who has rehearsed a difficult account until it became bearable. Rhaegar had been growing obsessed with prophecy, convinced that a child of his blood would be the prince that was promised. He had spoken of a vision, a dragon and a wolf together, their child destined to save the world. More than a month had passed after the feast at Harrenhal before he had come for her. She had not wanted him. She had not been asked. She had endured it because fighting hurt more. But before all of that, she said, her voice going somewhere quieter and more private, there was Robert. One night after the feast, before everything fell apart. I didn't hate him the way I thought I did, Ned. He was so alive. She stopped. One night I knew weeks later whose son this was, and then Rhaegar came, and after that it was easy enough to let him believe what he believed. She looked at the baby. Her hand tightened on his. Promise me you'll keep him safe, Ned. Promise me. He pressed his forehead to her knuckles. He closed his eyes. He thought about the promise, which was simple enough, keep him safe, and he thought about what safe would require. I promise, he said. Jon, she said again. Her voice was fatting now. His name is Jon. Jon, he agreed. He raised his head. I have you, Lya. But when he looked at her face, her eyes were closed, and the hand in his was still. He held it for a while because there was no reason not to. Outside the window, the Dornish sun went about its business over the pale hills, indifferent and brilliant. He listened to the baby breathe. Then he wrapped the child and carried him to the door, and stepped out into the sunlight and stood at the top of the stairs, and let the warm air reach him. Howland Reed was waiting at the base of the tower. He looked at Ned's face, then at the bundle, and understood everything without being told. He said nothing. That was why Ned trusted him more than almost any man alive. Sir Arthur Dayne was gone. Ned stood with the child in his arms in the Dornish sun and thought. He thought about the promise, keep him safe. He thought about Robert who was king now, Robert who had gone to war over Lyanna's name, and who sat the Iron Throne, and whose blood ran in this child's veins. He thought about what it would mean for this boy to be known as Robert Baratheon's son, a claim that powerful men would use or destroy. The object of Robert's enormous, consuming, potentially ruinous love that expressed itself as possession, that would take this boy and make him into something the boy had never been asked to be. He thought the promise was keep him safe. He thought there is only one way to keep him safe. It would cost him in his marriage. It would cost him in his honor. It would cost him in the simple accounting of his self-regard, and he would never be able to explain the debt to anyone, and he would carry it alone until he died. He thought of Lyanna's face. He thought, it is the least I owe her. Ned stood over the sword and the cloak for a long moment, then he looked at Howland. Tell no one, he said. We need to prepare her body. We ride north. He shifted the child in his arms and began to walk. Chapter 1, WNTRFELL. Catelyn Tully Stark did not make a scene in the yard when her husband rode through the gates of Winterfell with another woman's child held against his chest. She waited until they were alone in the solar with the door closed and the fire going, and then she folded her hands in her lap and looked at him with those clear blue Tully eyes that had been reading him for 2 years of marriage and had never quite learned to be fooled by him. Tell me, she said. He told her as much as he could bear to give. The boy was his. The mother was dead. The child was innocent of everything. He would not tell her the mother's name. She was quiet for a long time. Outside, the first amber leaves of autumn were letting go of the birches one by one. His name, she said at last. Jon Snow. Snow, the bastard name of the North, clean and cold and entirely final. She repeated it without expression. You will tell me nothing else. No. Then I will tell you this. Her voice was the voice of a woman laying foundation stones in the only ground available. I will raise him under this roof because he is a child and has done nothing wrong. I will see he is fed and clothed and taught. But I will not love him, Ned. Do not ask that of me. Whatever he is to you, I cannot make him mine. Yes, Ned said. Cat, I'm sorry. Are you? She said. Not a question. She rose and left, closing the door quietly behind her, and Ned stood alone in the solar with the fire and the wind outside and the weight of what he had promised and all the years it would have to last. He went to find the boy. A household woman had him near the bread ovens in the kitchen, and she handed the bundle to Ned with the uncertain expression of someone given a task without complete instructions. Ned took his nephew and sat on a bench near the fire and looked at him. Jon Snow slept with complete conviction. His small fist was pressed against one cheek, and there was something in the set of his jaw, some quality of stubborn presence, that Ned chose not to examine too closely. The boy did not look like Robert Baratheon. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. That was something. He held his sister's son until the child stirred and woke and began, with gathering urgency, to express his dissatisfaction with the world as he had so far found it. Yes, Ned said quietly to no one in particular, I know the feeling. He rocked the child and did not allow himself to be afraid of the years ahead. Chapter 2, The King Visits. The direwolf was dead on the King's Road, half a mile south of Winterfell. Ned's outriders found her first and rode back with word, and Ned went out with Robb and Jon and Theon to see for himself. She was a large female, old enough to have been ranging far south of where her kind were usually found, and she had died badly. A broken stag's antler still lodged in her throat, the stag's carcass lying 10 yards further along the road where the direwolf had killed it before the wound took her. They stood around her in the thin morning light and said nothing for a moment. Then Rob heard the sounds. They were coming from the undergrowth at the road's edge, small sounds, high and insistent, the kind of sounds that were difficult to ignore once you had heard them. Jon was already moving toward them before anyone spoke. 5 pups. Direwolf pups, eyes barely open, pressing against each other for warmth in the shelter of the roots where their mother had denned. They were small enough to hold in one hand, dark gray and brown, already solid with the promise of what they would become. 5 pups, Theon said. 5 stark children. He said it with the particular satisfaction of someone who has noticed a pattern. 6 children, Jon said without looking up. You're not, Theon began. 6. Ned's voice was quiet and final. He looked at the pups and then at his sons, and he thought about signs and what they meant, and he made his decision without ceremony. Each of you will take one. You will feed it and train it and answer for it. Jon was already a little apart from the others, deeper into the undergrowth, moving carefully. They heard him before they saw what he had found, a small sound from him, not quite a word, the sound of something unexpected. He came back holding a 6th pup. It was smaller than the others. White, not pale gray, but white, the white of fresh snow, which was not a color that direwolves came in, not in anyone's experience or any account Ned had read. The pup made no sound. Where the others had been noisy with hunger and cold, this one simply looked at Jon with eyes that had barely learned to focus and said nothing, and held very still in his hands. The runt, Theon said. He meant it dismissively. It won't survive the week. Jon looked at the pup in his hands. The pup looked back. Neither of them seemed particularly concerned about what Theon thought. He'll survive, Jon said. He said it with the certainty of someone stating a fact about the future rather than expressing a hope about it. Ned looked at his bastard son holding this strange white pup in the cold morning light, and he thought about the things a man could not predict and the things that perhaps he could, and he said nothing to contradict him. They brought all 6 back to Winterfell. Jon named his ghost, for the color of him and the silence, and the name suited the animal as completely as though it had been made for him specifically, which Jon had privately decided it had. Robert Baratheon came to Winterfell in the 17th year of his reign, and the castle was not large enough for him. He was enormous in every dimension, tall, broad-chested, loud, warm, a man grown rich in the belly. His black beard freshly trimmed and his laugh filling the great hall the way only certain laughs could, as though the room had always secretly been built for it. He embraced Ned in the yard and lifted him briefly off the ground, which he had been doing since they were boys at the Eyrie and which showed no sign of ever stopping, and Ned found that he was genuinely glad to see him, despite everything. Then Robert saw the children. They were in the yard for the arrival, most of the household was, and Robert's eyes moved over the assembled faces with the practiced ease of a man who had always known how to read a room. They found Rob first. "That one's yours," Robert said, nodding. "He's got your look, Ned." "My eldest, Rob." "Good strong name." His gaze moved. Found Jon standing beside Rob, gray-eyed and watchful in the way he always was. Jon was 17, broad through the shoulders now in the way of young men who have been training hard for years, with something in the quality of his stillness that was wholly his own. Robert's expression shifted, something moved through it that was not easy to read, something between wondering and wanting and a kind of wistful grief he could not quite name. "And the other?" "My bastard son," Ned said, keeping his voice entirely level. "Jon Snow." Robert was quiet for a moment. The moment lasted longer than such moments usually did. He looked at Jon for a long time, at the gray eyes and the dark hair, at the jaw and the quality of the presence, at something that ran deeper than resemblance, and that Robert, of all people, should perhaps have been able to name. "Snow," he said at last. Something in his voice had roughened slightly. He's got the look of the North about him." "He does." Robert said nothing more. He put a large hand on Ned's shoulder and turned them toward the doors. "Come, wine and fire and everything I've missed." The rest of the household was presented in the hall that evening. Sansa, 14 and composed with her mother's courtesy, and Arya, 12 and watching everything from under a fringe of dark hair with the assessment of someone already deciding what she thought and keeping it to herself. Then there was Bran, 11 years old, with the same gray stark eyes as the rest of them, watching Robert with open fascination rather than the managed composure his older siblings had already learned. And last, half hidden behind Rob's legs, little Rickon, 7 years old and regarding the enormous bearded king with the magnificent suspicion of a small child, confronted with someone too large and too loud to be entirely trusted. Robert greeted them with the easy warmth of a man who liked children in theory and had always been better at the general affection than the particular attention. Ned watched and said nothing. That evening at the feast, Robert drank well and told stories and was everything a king ought to be. And 3 times, not twice, 3 times Ned watched his oldest friend's gaze travel to the far end of the table where Jon sat quietly beside Rob, listening to the adult conversation with the particular quality of a young man who has learned to take in everything while giving nothing away, and rest there with that same expression. The wondering, the wishing. Before Robert left on the 4th morning, he stopped Ned in the corridor outside the great hall. The torches were low. His voice was quiet, stripped of the performance. "The boy's mother, Ned, who was she?" "Someone I knew during the war. She died." "You've never told me her name." "No." Robert looked at him for a long moment. "I keep thinking," he stopped. He started again. "The gray eyes, he has the look of—" He stopped again. He let out a long breath through his nose and looked at the wall. "I lost her, Ned. I know I lost her. I know it wasn't— I know the story." He paused. "I just keep thinking sometimes when I see that boy that maybe—" He shook his head. "Wishful thinking, I suppose." Ned held his gaze and kept his face still and said, "He's mine, Robert. I swear it." Robert looked at him for a moment longer. Then something in him settled, the settling of a man who has chosen to believe what he is told because the alternative is unbearable. "I," he said quietly. "I, of course." He clapped Ned's shoulder and walked away. Ned stood alone in the corridor until the sound of boots had faded entirely. He did not sleep well that night. He did not sleep well for many nights after. Chapter 3: Growing. Jon Snow grew up in the understanding that he was different, and grew up separately in the understanding that he was not to make a fuss about it. These were not the same lesson, and each required its own kind of time. He was Lord Stark's bastard. He had no mother. He ate at the family table but was removed from it when important guests arrived. He had seen worse arrangements. He had Ghost, the last and smallest of the direwolf pups, the strange white one no one had claimed, who chose Jon with the certainty of an animal that has no use for doubt. He had Rob, who was his brother in every sense that counted and who argued with anyone who suggested otherwise with cheerful ferocity. He had his brothers and sisters. He had Lord Stark himself, who loved him in the quiet, stubborn way Ned Stark loved all the things he had decided were worth loving. He had no mother, and he did not think about this too much. What he thought about instead was the wall. His uncle Benjen came south when Jon was 11, carrying the cold of the far north with him like a weather system, and he talked about the watch the way other men talked about home, with the matter-of-fact love of someone who had chosen something real and had no regrets about the choosing. "Men of all kinds go to the wall," Benjen said one evening. The two of them alone by the hearth. "The wall doesn't care much about any of that. It has its own business." "What business?" Jon asked. Benjen looked at him sidelong, evaluating. "Old business," he said, "the kind that doesn't end." Jon thought about that for a long time. He thought about it the way you thought about things that seemed to rhyme with something already inside you. He was a bastard. He would always be a bastard. He could not inherit Winterfell, could not carry a lord's name. In the north, that syllable of difference contained multitudes. He had made his peace with this, or was making it, in the long, ongoing negotiation with circumstance that constituted growing up. At the wall, men set down whatever they had been before. He was 16 when he decided, quietly, privately, in the high cold places of Winterfell, that this was the direction he was walking toward. He told his father when he was 16. Ned was quiet for a long time. "Give me a year," he said. "If this is still what you want in a year, I won't stop you." He paused. "Your mother," he started again. "She would have wanted you safe, but she knew better than to expect safe of a Stark." The year passed. Ned kept his word, gave Jon his blessing, and said nothing more about it. Jon was 17 and already making his preparations when Robert's visit was announced, and something in him understood that this was a farewell of sorts, even if neither he nor his father named it as one. Jon held that phrase carefully, your mother, the way you held something fragile that might break if gripped too hard. His father had never said more than that. He had learned not to ask. Whatever the truth was, it lived in the locked room at the center of his father's love, and the room was not his to open. He assumed his mother had been some woman from the war. He assumed his father had loved her. He assumed she was dead. He assumed Ned Stark was his father, because Ned Stark had told him so, and Ned Stark did not lie. He would hold this assumption for many years. He would hold it the way you held a truth that had never given you reason to doubt it, easily, without thought, the way you held the ground beneath your feet. Chapter 4: The Wall. Weeks on the road separated the South from the North in ways that maps failed to communicate. By the time Jon Snow stood at the base of the wall, Ghost by his side, and tipped his head back and looked, he had been traveling long enough that the cold had become part of him rather than something outside him. The wall itself was everything Benjen had described, and nothing he had been able to prepare for. 700 feet of ice stretching from sea to sea. The words were real words, and they referred to a real thing, and still, standing at its base in the pale January morning, he understood why men came here and found religion. The sheer fact of its existence demanded that it meant something. It was too enormous to be a thing men had built. It belonged to the category of things that simply existed, like mountains and the cold itself. Castle Black was smaller than he'd expected and colder and smelled of men and horses and centuries of hard use. He was assigned to the stewards rather than the rangers, which produced in him a fury that lasted 2 days before Samwell Tarly sat beside him at supper and explained, with patient precision, that the commander's stewards were being prepared for leadership. Jon received this information with bad grace and came back the next morning to say thank you, which Sam received with an expression of such surprised gratitude that Jon felt obscurely ashamed of himself. Sam. He had not expected Sam. Samwell Tarly was afraid of nearly everything and brave about most of it anyway, with a mind like a well-organized library wrapped in a large soft body his father had considered an embarrassment, and he did not care even slightly that Jon was a bastard. They were friends before Jon had agreed to it, which was the best kind. The first months at Castle Black passed in training, swords and axes, and the brutal logistics of staying alive in the cold, the drilling that Sir Alizer Thorne administered with the relentless contempt of a man who had decided that discomfort was the only honest form of education. By winter's end, Jon could hold his own against most of the other recruits. By the following spring, he was better than most of them. He did not advertise this. He had learned, from watching the yard, that being better than people was a thing you let them discover rather than announced. He had been at Castle Black for roughly 6 months when the Raven arrived from King's Landing. He read it in the commander's solar standing, and then he read it again because the first reading had not fully arrived. Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Hand of the King, had been executed on the steps of the Great Sept of Baelor on the orders of King Joffrey. Sansa was a captive in the Red Keep. Arya was missing, last seen in King's Landing, whereabouts unknown. Jon stood with the letter in his hands for a long time. The fire in the hearth went about its business. Outside, a raven called from somewhere along the wall, distant and cold. He did not weep. He was not sure where weeping had gone, whether the wall had taken it, or whether the grief was simply too large for that particular outlet. He folded the letter carefully and set it on the table and walked to the window and looked north, which was the only direction that made any sense to him right now. He had taken his vows. He had given his life to the Watch. He could not go south. He could not find Arya, could not free Sansa, could not take his father's bones home to Winterfell. He could do nothing except stand here at the edge of the world and hold it. He held it. He went back to his duties the next morning, because his father had taught him that duty was not the absence of grief, but what you did while carrying it. It was in his second year that Lord Commander Mormont gave him Longclaw, Mormont's ancestral blade. Valyrian steel, the pommel reforged into a direwolf at Mormont's insistence, the old bear's way of saying what he had apparently decided without ceremony. Jon held the blade and felt the weight of it, not just physical weight, but the weight of what Valyrian steel meant in the world, the weight of the old craft that had made it, the weight of a trust he had not yet earned but would try to. He earned it. Over the next 2 years he earned it in the ranging, in the cold, in the long dark watches of the night when other brothers went gray with fear, and Jon went quiet. The quiet of someone who has organized himself around the fact that fear exists and is not the same as danger, and that danger could be managed if you were calm enough to read it. It was on a ranging north of the wall, in his second year of service, that Jon learned about Craster. Craster was a wildling who kept a keep north of the wall, and who had always been useful to the Watch in the particular way that men without principles could be useful, a way station, a source of information, a pair of eyes in country where eyes were scarce. The Watch tolerated him, and did not look too closely at the arrangement. Jon had not known why until the night he stayed at Craster's keep, and could not sleep and went outside, and saw the old man walk into the trees with a bundle in his arms. He followed, because he was Jon Snow, and he had not yet learned that some things were better left unwitnessed. He watched from the trees as Craster set the bundle in the snow, a newborn boy, still wrapped in the cloth it had been born in, and stepped back and waited. They came quietly. The cold that preceded them was the first thing Jon felt, that particular chill that he would learn to recognize in years ahead. A white walker took the child from the snow and turned and walked north, and the child did not cry, and Jon stood in the dark among the trees and understood something that had no clean word for it in any language he had been taught. Craster's sons. Craster had many daughters and kept them as wives, and his sons he gave to the cold, every one of them since before Jon had been born, the arrangement that the Watch had chosen not to see. Jon went back to his bedroll and lay in the dark and thought about the children who had been given to the cold over the decades, how many of them, what they had become in the years since, whether they were still out there somewhere in the deep north. He did not sleep again that night. He told Mormont in the morning plainly, without embellishment. Mormont listened and was quiet for a long time. "The Watch has its own arrangements," the old bear said at last. It was not an answer. It was the kind of thing that was said when the answer was too difficult to give. Jon nodded and said nothing, and added it to the same dark ledger where he kept the dead men who should not have been moving, the place where the real war lived, growing larger every year. He wrote letters, he trained, he watched the north, he thought nothing else about who he was, he had no reason to. The world beyond the wall was not the only world changing in those years. News from the south arrived at Castle Black in fragments, through ravens, through travelers, through the mouths of men who had chosen the black over the headsman and who carried their old lives into the Watch like contraband. Over the years of Jon's service, what he pieced together of that wider world was this: the South was burning. The Lannisters and Starks and Baratheons had been tearing each other apart for years. Kings rose and fell. The names reached the wall in fragments without context, reports of battles and betrayals that felt distant and abstract compared to the cold reality of the North. Jon absorbed it all and moved on. The wall had its own concerns. Closer to home and more immediately strange was what little news reached Castle Black about Bran Stark. The boy who had fallen from a tower had been traveling north for years with a small party. That much Jon knew from fragments that arrived through traders and rangers. He was alive, or had been. He was heading further north than was safe. Beyond that, nothing. Jon did not know where Bran was. No one south of the wall did. He held all of this at a distance: the dead, the things coming from the north, the silence where Bran used to be, not dismissing it but not yet having the means to act on any of it. He was a brother of the Watch. He faced north. He watched. He waited. He was 19 when he first went beyond the wall and saw the dead men who should not have been moving. He was 23 when he came back from the Fist of the First Men with the weight of it settled permanently into him. The cold, simple fact that something was coming from the north, something ancient and enormous, and the kingdoms to the south were too occupied with burning each other to look up. In his second year at the wall, Jon was sent on a wrangling that went wrong. A wildling ambush north of the wall, the kind of encounter that the Watch had been having with Mance Rayder's forces for months, and when it was over half his party was dead and Jon was a prisoner. They kept him alive because Quhorin Halfhand, the man he was wrangling with, told him to do the unthinkable: kill him, to prove to the wildlings that Jon Snow had truly broken his vows and could be trusted. Jon killed the man who had been teaching him. He told himself it was necessary. He told himself that for a long time afterward. Among the wildlings he met a woman named Ygritte. She was a spearwife, compact, sharp-tongued, with red hair and the frank directness of someone who had grown up in a world where dishonesty was a liability you couldn't afford. She found Jon's watch training and his rigid sense of honor alternately infuriating and fascinating, and she told him so, repeatedly, in terms that left no room for misunderstanding. He found her impossible and essential in roughly equal measure. In the months he spent with the wildlings, learning their ways and carrying the weight of what he was doing and what it would eventually cost, she was the thing that made it bearable. He knew what he was. He was a crow, playing at being something else, and the game would end and he would have to go back. He told himself he understood this. He was wrong about how much it would cost him. When the wildling army attacked Castle Black, Jon was on the other side of the wall where he was supposed to be. He came back through the gate and fought for the Watch, and he was there when an archer's arrow found Ygritte in the chaos of the battle. He held her as she died in the yard of Castle Black with the fighting still going on around them. She said, "We should have stayed in that cave." He had no answer. There was no answer. He held her until she was gone, and then he stood up and went back to fighting, because that was what was required of him, and it was the only thing he had left to give. The Battle of Castle Black ended with Mance Rayder's defeat and Stannis Baratheon's unexpected arrival, which resolved the immediate problem and created several new ones. Jon was named Lord Commander of the Night's Watch by vote, which he accepted with the grim clarity of someone who understood that the position came with no good options, only less bad ones. He opened the gates for Mance's surviving wildlings, settled them south of the wall as allies, and spent the months that followed being hated by nearly everyone on both sides. He considered it an acceptable outcome, given the alternative. Neither Jon nor Stannis knew the truth of it, that the king who had ridden to the wall's rescue was Robert Baratheon's own brother, and that the young commander who had opened the gates was Robert's eldest son. For days they shared the same yard, uncle and nephew crossing the same ground, breathing the same cold air, yet neither realized how close the other was, or who stood just within reach. As Lord Commander, Jon led a wrangling to Hardhome, a wildling settlement on the far northern coast, with the hope of evacuating the people there before the army of the dead reached them. The hope was not fully realized. The dead came while they were still loading boats. What followed was the worst thing Jon had seen, and he had seen things that had earned the right to be called worst. Tens of thousands of whites came down from the hills. They hit the settlement in a wave that had no flanks and no hesitation, and the living fled to the boats and the piers and fought rearguard actions in the dark, while the dead took everything they couldn't outrun. Jon killed a White Walker with Longclaw and discovered, by accident and necessity, that Valyrian steel worked the same way dragonglass did. The Walker shattered on impact, and the whites it commanded dropped. He had not known that before. He filed it with the other things that might save them all, and he got back on the boat. And behind them the Night King stood on the pier and looked at Jon across the water and raised his arms, and the dead that had fallen in the battle rose again. That image stayed with him. The Night King on the pier, the army that grew larger with every battle it fought, the eyes that looked at Jon across the water and found nothing there to fear. Chapter 5: Death and Return. They came for him in the yard on a cold night with knives, and they announced each one with the word traitor, which was how men named betrayal, in the other person rather than themselves. The betrayal had been building for months, the way ice builds quietly, behind surfaces that appeared solid. It was the wildlings that had done it. Not the wildlings themselves, but what Jon had done with them. Opened the gates, settled them south of the wall, asked the watch to stand beside the very people they had spent their lives fighting. Sir Alistair Thorne had named it treason. Ollie had lost his family to a wildling raiding party and had never found a way to hold the complexity of what came after. The others had their own reasons, or had been carried by someone else's reasons, which was how most betrayals worked. They had not been wrong that Jon had changed things. They had been wrong about what changing things required. Thorne's knife. Yarwick, Ollie's last. Jon felt the cold stone beneath him and ghosts howl from somewhere impossibly distant and close, and then he felt everything go small and dark, and then nothing. He came back with Melisandre's hands on his chest and the smell of blood and something older, something the Red Priests had a word for that had no equivalent in the common tongue. He came back gasping, empty and then full again, and lay on the table and understood with perfect simplicity that something had changed. The river ran in the same bed, but the water was different. He did not rise immediately. He lay still for a long time, learning the world again through the ceiling. After a while Sam appeared in his field of vision, Sam's face, careful and frightened, and then, when Jon spoke, suffused with the kind of relief that only the people who love you most can feel. They sat together in the silence of the room, and outside the castle went about its business, and Jon found that the ordinary sounds of it, boots on stone, a horse somewhere in the yard, a raven calling, were the most welcome things he had ever heard. Several days passed before he was well enough to act. A week, perhaps, it was hard to be certain. He hanged the men who had killed him. Without anger, the anger had burned off somewhere in the dying, like frost burned off by morning. He passed the sentences himself, because his father had taught him that the man who passed the sentence should swing the sword, and then he gave his cloak to Ed Tollett. "My watch has ended." Ed looked at him with the expression of someone who has been handed something very heavy without warning. "Jon, a brother of the watch gives his life. I gave mine. What I do with the one I've been given back is my own concern. Your Lord Commander, Ed, look after it." Jon was with Sir Davos when Sansa emerged. She came through the gate with Brienne of Tarth at her back, massive, competent, watchful, and Podrick Payne at Brienne's shoulder, the young squire who had ridden with her through the Riverlands and had apparently decided that staying with Brienne was the safest thing to do in a world that had stopped making much sense. He was 22 years old and had the look of a man who has seen a great deal and processed approximately none of it yet. He saw Jon and nodded with the earnest sobriety of someone attempting to appear experienced. "Lord Snow," he said, then correcting himself, "Your Grace." Then, realizing he was not certain which applied, "Jon." "Any of those will do," Jon told him. Sansa's face was composed in that stark way, gray sky behind the eyes, storms managed rather than felt, and then the composure broke and she was across the yard and he had his sister in his arms. She was 22 years old, and the last time he had seen her she had been 14, and both of those facts were true simultaneously, and neither of them helped. He had not held any of them since he left Winterfell. This was the first. He had not known until this moment how much he had needed it. There was a long moment in the yard when they simply stood. Then she looked up at him and said, quietly and without preamble, "Robb is dead. He was killed at the twins at his wedding. Mother too." Jon said nothing. He held it the way you held something that was too large to process immediately, acknowledging the weight of it, not trying to set it down. "Robb." "I know," he said finally. He had heard fragments at the wall, ravens, rumors, but had not been certain until now. Hearing it from her made it certain. "I'm sorry I wasn't here." "None of us were where we should have been," she said. It was not a blame. It was a fact she had made her peace with, in the way she had made her peace with most of the things that had cost them. She told him what she could, the Boltons, the things that had been done plainly, in the way of someone who had already decided that what had been done to her would not be made larger by being spoken of than by being silent about it. He listened with everything he had. "We take back Winterfell," she said. "Yes," he said, "and then we do something harder." She looked at him. "The dead." "The dead," he agreed. From further east came stranger and larger news. Daenerys Targaryen, the last of her name, whom men called the Mother of Dragons and the Breaker of Chains, had walked into a burning temple at Vis Dothrak and had emerged from the flames unharmed, standing before the assembled Dothraki horde in the firelight. The Khals who had gathered to decide her fate were dead in the ash behind her. Every Dothraki present bent the knee. She had acquired an army. Months later, she brought that army back to Meereen, where her hold on the city had been tested by the Slavers' coalition during her absence. She brought her dragons. She brought all three of them down on the Master's fleet, and the fleet burned and the Masters surrendered. She named Tyrion Lannister, disgraced son of the great house, come to her service from the west, as her hand of the queen, and she began to plan for Westeros. Her rule of Meereen stretched across years of difficult governance, 2 steps forward and 1 back, learning what it meant to hold a city rather than simply take one. Chapter 6: King in the North. Weeks passed before they were ready to march. Gathering the army was slow work, slow and humbling in ways that Jon, now 24, had not anticipated, because the lords of the North had their own grievances and their own calculations, and their own memories of what the last Stark king had cost them. He rode from Holdfast to Holdfast with Sansa and a modest escort, making the case with the facts of the situation rather than the politics of it, because the facts of the situation were stark enough without embellishment. The Boltons held Winterfell, and winter was coming, and what came after winter was worse. Some lords came, some did not. By the time they had gathered what they had, it was not enough, and Jon knew it. He did not tell Sansa how certain he was of this, but she read it in him anyway, because she had always read him more accurately than he had ever wanted to be read. It was Sansa who wrote to the Vale. She did not tell him she was writing. He found out only later, after the battle, after the Vale Knights arrived at the precise moment when the mathematics of the fight had become fatal, after Ramsay Bolton's encircling forces had closed their shields around the Stark army, and the trapped men were dying, and Jon had understood, in the press of bodies and the piled dead, that he had made a mistake, and that the mistake was going to consume them all. The battle itself had been the worst kind, the kind you were losing in real time, where the decisions that had seemed reasonable in the planning tent revealed their flaws one by one as the terrain imposed its own logic. Rickon died before the lines met, Ramsay's arrow finding him in the open ground while Jon watched helplessly from horseback. The boy running in the zigzag pattern Jon had shouted to him, and Ramsay adjusting his aim with the patience of a man who had done this before and found it entertaining. Jon had charged. It was the mistake Ramsay had been waiting for, and he knew it was a mistake while he was making it and could not stop himself, because Rickon was dead and the horse was already moving, and there was no version of himself that could have stayed still. The Bolton cavalry hit the Stark lines from both flanks, folding them inward, and then the infantry came and the shields locked and the pocket closed and the men inside it were dying by compression. The ones at the edges crushed against those in the center. No room to swing a weapon, no room to fall. Jon had fought in that press, had been fighting, had taken a blow to the head that turned the world gray for a moment, had come back to himself on his hands and knees in the blood and mud of the killing ground with bodies around him and more dying and the Bolton forces closing the circle tighter. He had thought, this is it. He had thought it clearly and without drama, the way you thought things when there was no time for anything else. These men are going to die, and it is because I made the wrong decision. Then the veil arrived, and the mathematics changed. Afterward, when the fighting was done and Winterfell was theirs, and Jon stood in the yard with blood drying on his armor and 3 wounds that would need tending, he found Sansa and looked at her and said, "You wrote to them." "Yes," she said. "You should have told me. You would have objected. I would have been right to object." She held his gaze with the steadiness of someone who had survived things that should have unmade her and hadn't. "Yes," she agreed, "and we still would have lost without them." He looked at her for a long moment, at the composure, at the intelligence behind it, at the cost she was carrying that she had apparently decided to carry without asking for help. He thought about what it had taken to survive the things she had survived and still be standing here, still fighting, still making the decisions that needed making. "Thank you," he said. He meant it simply and entirely. She nodded once. It was enough. Rickon, the youngest Stark, the boy who had been a child when Jon left and had barely been given time to be anything else, had died on the field before the battle properly began, Ramsay's arrow finding him in the open ground between the 2 armies. There was nothing to be done. There was no version of the events in which Rickon survived, and Jon knew this, and it cost him something permanent. Ramsay Bolton died in his own kennels, eaten alive by his own starving hounds. Jon walked away before the end and did not find this difficult. Sansa stayed to watch. The Lords of the North gathered in the Great Hall 3 days later. Lyanna Mormont, Lady of Bear Island, barely 9 years old, with the absolute authority of someone who has never once doubted her right to the room, stood and named Jon Stark of Winterfell and King in the North, and the lords took it up one by one, and the hall rang with it. Jon looked at Sansa across the room. She was smiling. He thought about all the things it had cost to put that smile back on her face, and he thought, whatever it cost, this was worth it. He thought, I will try to deserve this. Sam left not long after. He had Gilly and the baby and more books than any reasonable person needed, loaded onto a cart that was slightly too small for all of them. He was going to the Citadel at Old Town to become a Maester, which was the thing he had always been suited for and had been told he could never have. Jon had seen him off the morning before his own departure. They had stood in the yard and thought nothing adequate and then said it anyway. "Come back when you have answers," Jon had said. "I always come back with more questions," Sam had said, which was true and was also why Jon trusted him more than almost anyone else alive. Jon thought about his father. He thought about Ned Stark bearing the weight of things without complaint, because that was what it meant to serve the people in your care. The world had not waited while Jon was at war. It rarely did. Far to the south and east, the world was also rearranging itself. The ravens brought word in pieces. Daenerys Targaryen had set sail for Westeros at last, her fleet carrying the Unsullied and the Dothraki and 3 dragons and the considerable weight of everything she intended to do. She had named the Reach and Dorne as her first allies. The world was moving towards something, and whatever that something was, it had dragons in it. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister had done what Cersei Lannister did when cornered. She had removed the corner. Faced with trial before the Faith Militant, stripped of allies, she had reached for the thing that had been waiting beneath the city for years. The caches of wildfire the Mad King had placed under the streets, and the sept, and the keep, maintained by his pyromancers long after his death, forgotten by most and remembered by her. The great sept of Baelor had ceased to exist in a single explosion of green fire, and with it the High Sparrow and Margaery Tyrell and Kevan Lannister, and everyone else who had gathered for the trial. King Tommen, watching the destruction of the sept from a window of the Red Keep, watching the green fire consume the building where his wife had been, had stepped off the window ledge without removing his crown. He was 16 years old. Cersei had taken the Iron Throne in the silence after. She was queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She had no children left. She began to plan. Chapter 7, Dragonstone. Daenerys Targaryen arrived in Westeros with 3 dragons, and the sight of them against the gray Dragonstone sky was something that stopped conversation, something that reminded everyone who saw it that the world was older than they had been raised to believe. She had moved quickly after landing. The Reach fell first. House Tyrell, long an enemy of the Lannisters, opened its doors willingly, and Highgarden's stores and gold followed the Tyrell banners to the Targaryen cause. But not before the Lannisters made their own move. An army marched on Highgarden and took it, and the last of the Tyrells, Olenna, old and sharp-tongued and magnificent in her contempt, had drunk Lannister poison in a sunlit room and confessed, in the moments before it took her, that she had been the one to kill Joffrey. She had given the confession to Jaime Lannister personally, watching his face as she said it. It had been, by all accounts, a performance worth dying for. Daenerys had answered the Highgarden loss with fire. She had taken Drogon and the Dothraki and fallen on the Lannister army on the Rose Road, a chaos of hooves and screaming, and then the dragon, enormous and black, raking the supply train with fire. The battle had nearly cost Jaime Lannister his life. He had seen the dragon and done what Jaime Lannister always did when presented with an impossible target. He had charged directly at it, lance lowered, on a horse that was more committed to its rider than to its own survival. He had very nearly reached Daenerys before Drogon turned and breathed, and at that moment Bronn of the Blackwater had come out of nowhere, knocked Jaime sideways off his horse with the full weight of a man who had exactly no respect for either chivalry or its consequences, and they had both gone into the river. The river had been deep and the armor had been heavy. Bronn had hauled him out downstream, sputtering, furious, and entirely alive. Bronn had not found this gratifying so much as professionally satisfying. "You owe me a castle," he had said, sitting on the bank. Jaime had looked at him and had not argued. Jon had heard about Daenerys for years in the fragmentary way that news from the east reached the Wall. He went to Dragonstone because Sam had sent a letter from the Citadel. There is dragonglass beneath Dragonstone, packed into the mountain, tons of it. Dragonglass kills the dead. Jon had read it 3 times standing in the yard, then called his council. "You're going yourself," Sansa said, not a question. "Yes. The Lords won't like it." "The Lords can like whatever they want." He looked at her. "You'll hold the North. You know it better than I do in some ways. I trust you with it." She was quiet for a moment. Be careful with her, meet her honestly. He thought about that all the way south. It was good advice. Bran had arrived at Winterfell some weeks later, pulled through the gate in his sled by Mira Reed, returned from years beyond the Wall carrying something in his eyes that had not been there before. He sat in the yard and looked at his home with those changed eyes, and Sansa had held him and wept, and he had not quite wept back, and something in that small asymmetry told her more about what the years had done to him than any words could have. Arya came not long after. She had ridden into Winterfell on a horse belonging to House Frey that she had acquired through means she didn't explain, and had walked through the gate and asked for her sister, and Sansa had stood in the yard and taken a long time to be sure it was actually her. It was. The girl who had left Winterfell at 12 had become a young woman of 20, and something had been done to her in the years between leaving and returning, and what remained was Arya, essentially and entirely, but carrying things that neither of them had words for yet. Arya told Sansa little of her travels, and Sansa found that she did not press. Some things were better understood by watching than by asking. She received him in the throne room of Dragonstone, and the first thing that struck him was the dragons visible through the high windows, 3 of them, circling in the gray morning sky. Viserion was the color of fresh cream and pale gold, his wings catching the light with a warmth that seemed almost incongruous against the cold sea air, his neck long and elegant as he spiraled lazily above the towers. Drogon was vast, black-scaled and massive, moving with the deliberate authority of something that knew its own weight and used it. And then there was regal green, as young leaves were green, a dozen shades of it in the shifting light. She moved through the sky the way certain things moved through water, not forcing her way but finding it, her wings catching the air with an ease that made flight look less like effort and more like choice. There was a quality of attention in the way she circled, something almost contemplative, her long neck arched in a graceful curve as she tilted to ride the thermal rising off the cliffs. Where Drogon commanded the air, Regal inhabited it, precise and unhurried, her scales catching the winter light and turning it a dozen shades of living color as she banked in a long, elegant sweep. He found he could not look away from her for a long moment. "She's beautiful," he said, without meaning to say it aloud. Daenerys, standing at the window, glanced at him with something that was almost warmth. "She's always been the one that surprised me most," she said quietly. "Drogon is power, regal is something else. I've never quite found the word for it." Jon turned from the window. He looked at Daenerys properly for the first time, properly, not as a political problem or an alliance to be negotiated, but as a person standing in a room. She was not what he had expected. He had been told she was beautiful, and she was, in the specific way of people who had been shaped by great suffering into something fine and strange. But what he noticed first was her attention. She gave it completely, the way powerful people sometimes did as a kind of theater, and what distinguished hers was that it seemed genuinely meant. She was taking the measure of him with the same seriousness with which he was taking the measure of her. Mutual honest appraisal, without game. It was rarer than it should have been. Beside Daenerys stood a woman Jon had not noticed at first, slight and poised, with the particular stillness of someone who had spent years learning when to be invisible and had become very good at it. Missandei of Noth, the Queen's translator, her counselor, the person who had been at Daenerys' side through more of her story than almost anyone else alive. Jon learned this later rather than in that first meeting, but he noticed her, and he noticed the way Daenerys' attention briefly acknowledged her presence in the room in the way that people's attention acknowledged those they trusted absolutely. She was, he would come to understand, the closest thing Daenerys had to a true friend, not a counselor bound by self-interest or a soldier bound by duty, but a person who had chosen to be there and kept choosing it, every day, because she believed in the woman she served. He told her about the Night King and the army of the dead. Plainly, without embellishment, the way you described a fact rather than made a case. She listened without interrupting. "You believe this," she said when he finished. "With everything I am. And if I come north and see nothing, then I was wrong about something I have never been wrong about, and you can have whatever political advantage that gives you." He paused. "But I'm not wrong." She studied him for a long moment. "You may mind the dragonglass," she said, "and we will talk further." They talked for 2 weeks, in the evenings when the day's business was done. He told her about the watch and the ranging and what lay beyond. She told him about Essos and the calculus of ruling people who had every reason not to trust you. He told her about dying and coming back, which she received without the skepticism he had expected. "There are things older than we understand," she said. "I've learned not to assume the edges of what's possible." "Yes," he said, "that's exactly right." On the 3rd evening, walking the shore while the sun went down, she stopped and looked at him. "You don't want the throne," she said. "No. It's not a performance. I have enough to manage." He looked at the water. The north is what matters to me, and what's on the other side of the wall." She was quiet. Then, "I find that either very admirable or very strange." "Why not both?" he said, and she almost smiled, and that almost smile told him more about her than anything she had yet said directly. Chapter 8, Gendry. Davos Seaworth found Gendry Baratheon in a cramped smithy off the Street of Steel in King's Landing. Or rather, in the rowboat he rowed there with a look of someone doing something slightly ridiculous for entirely serious reasons. Gendry was at the forge when he arrived, bent over a length of steel with a hammer in his hand, and he looked up when Davos appeared in the doorway. What made Gendry remarkable, beyond the jaw and the size and the unmistakable Baratheon stamp of his face, was that he was, as far as anyone knew, the only one of Robert's bastard children still alive. After Robert's death, Cersei had moved quickly and quietly to address the problem of his bloodline. Gold cloaks had visited the city's brothels and back alleys and smithies, and the children who bore their father's black hair and strong jaw had stopped being seen. It had been done efficiently and without announcement, because Cersei Lannister understood that the children she had passed off as Robert's, the children fathered by her brother Jaime, were vulnerable to any Baratheon heir who might someday make a claim. She had eliminated the risk the only way she knew how. Gendry had survived because Sir Davos had saved him from the Red Woman. Davos had rowed him out of King's Landing before the gold cloaks found him, and because anonymity had served him better than any castle wall. He was Robert Baratheon's son. That much was obvious the moment you looked at him and stopped trying not to see it: the black hair, the broad shoulders, the jaw, the size of him. He was 24 years old, and he had the look of his father stripped of the throne and the wine and the decades of comfortable destruction, which was to say he looked like what Robert Baratheon might have been if life had given him a craft instead of a crown. He had the hands of a smith, strong, scarred, competent. Davos took him to Dragonstone, which Gendry took in with the measured attention of someone who has learned that remarkable things require careful consideration rather than open-mouthed gaping. He looked at the castle. He looked at the dragons circling above it. He kept his expression reasonable throughout. Jon was in the yard when they arrived, emerging from the mining operation that had been carving dragonglass from the mountain's belly. He was covered in rock dust and carrying a crate of rough-cut dragonglass pieces, and he stopped when Davos appeared with the large, dark-haired young man beside him. "Jon Snow," Davos said. "Gendry." Jon set down the crate and looked at Gendry, and Gendry looked at Jon, and the looking had the quality of two people taking an honest measurement of each other. There was something else in it too, something neither of them had the context to name, a quality of recognition without cause, the way you sometimes looked at a stranger and felt that the face was almost familiar, almost something you had seen before in a different arrangement. Both of them had dark hair and gray eyes and a certain set to the jaw that spoke of stubbornness held in reserve. Neither of them noticed it. Why would they? They had no reason to look for it. "Davos says you need weapons," Gendry said. "We need weapons," Jon agreed. "Everything you can make. Dragonglass spearheads, arrowheads, short blades. There's a mountain full of raw material and fighters who have never worked with it before." Gendry looked at the crate of dragonglass pieces. He picked one up and turned it over in his hands with the focused attention of a man assessing a new material. "It'll shape differently than steel," he said. "I'll need to learn it." "How long?" "A day to learn it, then as fast as I can go." He set the piece down. "Show me the forge." Jon almost smiled. "This way." They talked as Jon showed him the setup, and the conversation had the easy directness of two people who were both interested in practical problems rather than the performance of importance. Jon had not yet been told about his own parentage. He did not know what Gendry was to him. He knew only that this young man had come to Dragonstone with no titles and no agenda and a willingness to work, and that these qualities were rarer and more valuable than almost anything else. Gendry went to work. He spent a day learning the dragonglass, its grain, its fracture lines, the way it responded to heat and pressure, and by the end of the following day, he was producing weapons with the facility of someone who had found a material that suited his particular skill. He tested the blades on a practice target, examining the edges, adjusting his technique. He said nothing about whether the weapons would actually stop the dead. That was not his part of the problem. Jon found himself at the forge in the evenings, not always talking, sometimes just present, watching Gendry work. There was something in Gendry that reminded Jon of people he had known at the Wall, men who had set down whatever complicated things they'd been before and become simply what they did. It was, Jon thought, the best thing you could become. He did not know, yet, what Gendry was to him. That knowledge was still months away, waiting in Bran's weirwood vision like a letter not yet delivered. He knew only that he liked him. Part 2, Chapter 9, Beyond the Wall via Craon. The mission Beyond the Wall was born out of necessity, a calculated risk to secure the crucial support of King's Landing. It was the one compelling argument capable of shifting Cersei Lannister from passive neutrality to active alliance. A walking dead man, brought south in a box, placed in front of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms so that she could see with her own eyes what was coming. It was a reasonable idea. The execution acquired complications. Jon met the others at Eastwatch by the Sea, the castle at the Wall's eastern end, where the Watch maintained its thinnest garrison, and the sea met the ice and the wind came in off the water and removed any remaining illusions about what it meant to be north of civilization. Summoned by Raven from Dragonstone, Tormund was waiting there with 6 of his men, unsurprised and ready, with the pragmatic enthusiasm of a man who had been preparing for this kind of fight his whole life. Jorah Mormont had ridden north and arrived to Dragonstone after being cured of grayscale by Samwell Tarly, his face carrying the weathered composure of a man who had survived disgrace and exile, and had emerged with a clarity of purpose that made him, paradoxically, easier to trust than he had been in his more ambitious years. And then there were the others, the ones already being held at Eastwatch when Jon arrived, having been found near the Wall and brought in by the Rangers. Beric Dondarrion was a man who had died 6 times and bore the weight of those deaths in the particular way of someone who has run out of fear but has not run out of will. He had one eye. A simple leather patch covered the socket of the other, lost to a wound he no longer bothered to explain. The sword at his belt was an ordinary-looking blade, until he called the Lord of Light's fire into it, which he could do and had done, though it hung cold at his hip for now. Thoros of Myr stood beside him in the worn robes of a red priest who had long since abandoned the comfortable certainties of his calling in favor of the much colder and more specific truth he had found in the north. And Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who had been found alone by Beric and Thoros, half-dead, near the Wall's eastern end, and who had looked at the mission with the expression of a man who has decided that the universe is fundamentally unreasonable and has stopped expecting it to be otherwise. Jon looked at this unlikely company assembled in the cold hall of Eastwatch and thought, this will have to do. Gendry he had sailed from Dragonstone with Jon and Ser Jorah, because the forge could wait, and the mission could not, and Jon had found, in the weeks at Dragonstone, that Gendry's combination of physical capability and straightforward reliability was worth having in a dark place. Ghost was there too. Jon had brought him south from the Wall to Dragonstone. The direwolf had drawn more than a few wide eyes from Daenerys' court, a wolf nearly the size of a warhorse padding silently through the stone corridors. And when Jon had sailed north for Eastwatch, Ghost had followed without being asked. Some things didn't need to be said. "You've done this before," Gendry said, looking at the Wall from the gate. "Gone beyond." "Yes," Jon said. "And come back." "Mostly." Gendry absorbed this. "Right," he said, and picked up his war hammer. "They went north. They found a dead man. The dead man found them back." At Dragonstone, Daenerys stood at the window of the war room and looked north and thought about what she had agreed to. She had agreed to let him go. She had agreed because Tyrion said it was necessary and Varys said it was prudent, and every reasonable argument pointed toward waiting at Dragonstone while Jon Snow and a small group of men walked into the lands of the dead. She had agreed to all of it, and she had been wrong to agree. She turned from the window. Tyrion was behind her, along with Varys, who was watching her with the careful patience of a man who has learned to read the shape of decisions before they are made. "I'm going," she said. Tyrion's expression did not change in the way of someone who has not been surprised, but who was hopping not to be having this conversation. "Your Grace." "He went north with a handful of men and a hammer," she said. "A handful of men, a hammer, and ghost against whatever is up there. We sent him." "It was his mission," Tyrion said. "His choice. He knew the risks." "He's not going to die so that we can have a white to show Cersei Lannister," Daenerys said. "I have 3 dragons. He needs them. I should have gone from the beginning and I didn't, and I'm correcting that now." Varys spoke, which was unusual. Varys usually allowed Tyrion to do the persuading. "If you go north and something happens to you, everything we have built here ends. You are the reason these armies are here. You are the reason this alliance exists. You are." "Yes," she said. "I know what I am. I also know what's north of that wall. And I know that a handful of men with dragonglass are not sufficient to face it." She looked at both of them. "Keep Dragonstone. Send ravens if anything changes. I'll be back." She was gone before either of them had finished forming the next objection. Tyrion looked at Varys. Varys looked at the window through which she had already, in spirit, departed. "Well," Tyrion said after a moment, "at least she's consistent." The fight on the frozen lake had the quality of a nightmare that kept getting worse. They had found their white. They had captured it, one isolated corpse, separated from a small White Walker patrol, Jon cutting down the walker while the others seized one of the whites that didn't collapse when the walker fell. They had the proof they needed. They had turned south, when suddenly a low, thunderous rumble rose from all directions, and with it came the dead. Not dozens, hundreds, then thousands. The horizon to the north went dark with them, a moving darkness, a tide of shapes emerging from the white in silence, and the silence was worse than any battle cry because it meant they did not need to frighten you. Fear was a tool of creatures that could be stopped. The dead were patient. They came across the open snow and the ice in a wave so wide it had no flanks to find, and the 13 of them ran for the frozen lake. The ice held them back briefly. The whites at the front pushed onto the lake and the ice cracked and gave and they went under, and the ones behind kept coming and went under in turn, and the lake swallowed dozens of the dead before the pressure from behind slowed, and the survivors scrambled to the small island of rock at the lake's center. It was barely 10 yards across. They stood on it and looked at the army assembled around them on the shore, and understood the arithmetic of the situation without needing to discuss it. The Night King stood on the far shore. He was watching as he always watched, with the infinite patience of something that has all the time there is and does not find waiting uncomfortable. His white walkers flanked him, 6 of them, pale and still as ice sculptures, their blue eyes tracking the rock and the men on it. He had not come closer. He did not need to. The lake was freezing around them. Not the slow freeze of winter, but the targeted work of something directing cold with intention, the ice thickening at the lake's edges as the dead waited for a floor to walk on. Gendry had run. Jon had sent him back before the dead fully closed, sent him south with the speed of a young man who had been built for exactly one thing in this situation, and that thing was running. "Get to Eastwatch," Jon had said. "Send a raven to Dragonstone, go." The hound grabbed Gendry's hammer as he passed. "You won't be needing this," he muttered, "unless you plan on outrunning the dead by hitting them one at a time." Gendry shot him a look but didn't slow. He had gone without arguing, which Jon had not expected but was grateful for. There were 12 of them stranded on the rock, armed with Valyrian steel and dragonglass. Jon, Jorah, Beric, Tharos, the Hound, Tormund, and 6 wildling rangers who had stepped forward at Eastwatch. They were hard men, seasoned by a lifetime beyond the wall, and they understood all too well what waited on the far shore. Ghost moved among them, immense and blood-stained from small, superficial injuries, his pale form a shifting shadow in the dark. They fought the whites that came across the ice in the first testing waves. Jon drove Longclaw through the chest of the first one to reach him, and felt the Valyrian steel do what it did. The thing shattered. He took the next in the neck, and it shattered too, and beside him Ghost tore into a third with his enormous jaws and ripped it apart so completely that the pieces couldn't reassemble. Beric called the fire into his sword, the Lord of Light's gift. Orange in the dark, and it lit the chaos in blazing arcs, the dead burning where it touched. Tormund fought with the cheerful ferocity of a man who has found the exact situation he was built for. The Hound killed things methodically with his new hammer, with the expression of someone doing a job he does not enjoy but is very good at. 4 of the wildlings died in the first hours. They died well, covering gaps, buying seconds for others, doing what the free folk had always done in the north. Tormund knew their names. The rock got quieter. The dead kept coming. Thoros pulled Beric clear of the ice edge as the third wave hit. Beric had slipped, and a white had caught his sleeve, dragging him toward the water, and Thoros moved without thinking and hauled him back with both hands. A blow caught Thoros across the ribs that left him breathing in short, careful increments for the rest of the night. He kept fighting anyway. He had outlived too many desperate nights to stop now. Jorah held the far side of the rock with Mormont composure, the face of a man who has run out of things to be afraid of. The ice kept thickening. The waves kept coming. Jon was bleeding from 2 places he hadn't noticed getting cut, and the cold in the wounds was deeper than blood cold, and he understood with the clarity of physical fact that they were not going to survive this. Then Daenerys arrived. She came out of the south with all 3 dragons, and the scale of what she brought changed everything absolutely. 3 enormous bodies crossing the gray sky, 3 streams of fire reducing the advancing dead to ash in wide swathes across the ice. The survivors scrambled back on the rocks. The dragons circled. Drogon came in low, a black wall of fire sweeping the near shore clean, the sound of him so vast it was felt in the chest rather than heard with the ears. Viserion and Rhaegal worked the flanks, the pale gold and the green weaving between the advancing masses, fire finding the concentrations the dead had built. The ice steamed where the fire touched it. The dead burned and fell and lay still. Jon stood on the rock with blood on his hands and looked at the fire in the sky and felt something give way in him that had been braced for impact. He looked at Daenerys on Drogon's back above the lake and thought, she came. He had not been certain she would. He was certain now. The dragons circled, the dead stopped advancing, and then the Night King raised his hand. He was standing on the far shore of the lake, surrounded by his white walkers, watching. He had always been watching. That was the thing about him, the thing that was most frightening even before you accounted for the army. He watched with the patience of something that had been doing this for 8,000 years and had no reason to hurry. He lifted a spear of ice, formed from the cold itself, from the deep winter magic that was his purpose and his inheritance. The Night King closed his eyes. It was the only time Jon had ever seen him do something that resembled ritual, that had the quality of preparation rather than mere action. His lips moved. No sound carried across the water, but the cold intensified in the way it intensified when he worked his deeper magic, a directional chill that had nothing to do with the wind. The spear of ice in his hand brightened, not with warmth but with something older, the pale blue of absolute winter made visible. Then he opened his eyes. He looked at Viserion. He threw. Jon watched from the rocks, and there was nothing he could do. The manifested spear crossed the distance in a fraction of a second, a white streak against the dark sky, and it found Viserion perfectly. The sound it made was something Jon would never be able to describe to anyone who hadn't heard it, the sound of a dragon being unmade. Viserion fell from the sky. He fell the way large things fell, slowly, it seemed, because the scale of it required adjustment, the mind insisting that something this enormous could not actually be ending this quickly. He fell and he struck the ice, and the ice broke beneath him and he went under, and the water closed over him, and the silence after was the deepest Jon had ever heard. Daenerys did not land. The ice was broken and uncertain, and Drogon was the last thing standing between the survivors and the army still assembled on the far shore, and she stayed aloft, circling low, low enough that Jon could see her face from the rocks. He had never seen her face do anything quite like what it did in that moment, not breaking, not collapsing, but going somewhere else entirely, somewhere beyond the reach of what was currently happening. She looked at the place where Viserion had gone under, and she kept Drogon between the survivors and the army, and she did not look away. "Your Grace," Jon called up to her. She looked down at him from Drogon's back. Those violet eyes were dry. "We leave," she said, her voice carrying across the ice. "We take your white and we go south and we come back with everything we have." They retreated. They had not gone far from the lake when the dead found the ice was solid enough to cross. Jon had fallen into the frozen lake. The cold of the water had taken something from him that the cold of the air would not give back, and the retreat across the open ice was the worst kind of running, the kind where your body has already decided it is finished, but the rest of you has not been consulted. He lost his footing. He went down. The dead closed around him. Then from the east a lone rider emerged, galloping hard across the ice. The lantern he swung on its chain burned bright, scattering whites in his wake. It was Benjen Stark, Jon's uncle, who had ridden out of Castle Black years ago and had not come back, who had been found by the children and kept from death by a shard of dragonglass in his heart. He pulled Jon onto the horse. He was not much of what he had been anymore, and he knew it, and he did what remained to him. He gave the horse to Jon, and he turned back into the dead to buy the seconds that seconds required. Jon reached Eastwatch. He did not remember the last part of the ride clearly. He was carried inside. He was laid on a table. He was aware, in fragments, of hands on his chest and voices and the smell of wood smoke, and then a long gray stretch of nothing in which the cold worked its way out of his bones with the slowness of something that had meant to stay. He woke in a low-ceilinged room at Eastwatch with a burning fever and Daenerys sitting beside the narrow bed. She had not left. That was the first thing he understood, the one that arranged itself above the fever and the pain. She was still in her traveling clothes, and she had the look of someone who had not slept, and she was watching him with the full weight of her attention in the way she brought her full attention to everything that mattered to her. How long, he managed. 2 days, she said. He looked at the ceiling. He breathed. He thought about Benjen and the horse and the space of seconds that Benjen had bought that the dead had filled immediately behind him, and he thought, he is gone. He held that knowledge for a moment, the simple weight of another Stark who had gone beyond the reach of keeping. "Viserion," he said. "I know," she said. Her voice was steady. It had that quality he had come to associate with the things she had decided to carry without asking anyone else to carry them for her. He looked at her. "I'm sorry," he said. "I am sorry for what this cost you." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I needed to see it. I needed to understand what is coming and what it costs and why it must be stopped. I understand now." She looked at him directly. "I will fight it with you, whatever is required." "You've already paid for that promise," he said. "Good," she said. "Then you know I mean it." He slept again. When he woke she was gone, but the fire was freshly stoked, and he understood that she had tended it before leaving. Behind them, in the land beyond the wall, the Night King stood at the shore of the frozen lake and looked at the shape beneath the ice. He had found more than he had come for, but what he wanted was not yet ready. To unmake a living thing was straightforward. The dead obeyed the rules of death, which were absolute and did not require negotiation. But a dragon was not a man, and a dead dragon was a different order of problem entirely. The magic required to raise what the ice had taken back was older even than the Night King's long memory of using it, older than the wall, older than the children who had first spoken the words. To perform it on a creature of dragon fire, to take the fire and rework it into cold, to rebuild the vast machinery of a living dragon as an instrument of permanent winter. This required something that did not come quickly. The Night King stood at the lake's edge and began to speak the words. They were not words in any language a living person would recognize. They were older than language, the sounds the world made before it had decided what it was, and they required time and stillness and the patience of something that had been waiting 8,000 years and found that waiting was one of the things it did best. His white walkers arrayed themselves around the lake and waited with him, because that was what they did. They waited, and they were cold, and they were without hurry. The incantation would take many weeks. The living did not know this. They had ridden south believing the dragon was simply gone, believing they had lost something irreplaceable, and that the Night King would have to make do with what he had. They were wrong about the last part, but the living were often wrong about how long things took when the dead were involved, because the dead had nothing but time. The words continued. The lake deepened into cold. The shape beneath the ice was patient because it had no choice but to be. Ghost was in the yard at Eastwatch. Gendry had not seen a direwolf before. He had heard about them, the Stark wolves, the stories that had drifted south to King's Landing over the years. But stories did not prepare you for the reality of an animal the height of your nose that was sitting very still in the corner of the yard and watching you with red eyes that did not blink. He approached carefully, the way you approached a forge that might be hotter than it looked. Ghost tracked him without moving. Gendry stopped at arm's length and they regarded each other. "He won't bite," Tormund said from across the yard, in the tone of someone who was not entirely sure of this. Gendry reached out slowly and laid his hand on Ghost's back. The fur was thick and cold from the night air. Ghost did not move. Gendry stroked carefully once, and Ghost permitted it with the particular dignity of an animal deciding to allow something rather than merely tolerating it. Gendry grew bolder. He moved his hand toward Ghost's head. Ghost's lip curled. A low sound came from somewhere deep in his chest. His red eyes turned to look at Gendry with an expression that communicated with absolute clarity that there were limits. Gendry's hand returned to Ghost's back. Tormund made a sudden snarling noise from across the yard. Gendry spun around, hand going to his hammer, heart somewhere near his throat. Tormund was laughing, the full-bodied laugh of a man who has genuinely delighted himself, and Ghost had not moved at all, regarding Tormund with the faint contempt of an animal that had seen this kind of behavior before and found it beneath acknowledgement. "You're an idiot," Gendry said. "You flinched," Tormund said, still laughing. "Anyone would have." Ghost's head came up. He turned from Gendry's hand and crossed the yard in 4 long strides and pressed his face against the chest of the man who had just come through the gate, pale and moving carefully, leaning slightly to one side where the ribs were tender, but standing and alive. Jon Snow buried both hands in Ghost's ruff and let the wolf push against him for a moment, and then Ghost turned his face upward, and his enormous tongue crossed Jon's face from chin to brow in one thorough motion. "Gods," Jon said, scrubbing his face with his sleeve, "your breath smells like fish." He scratched under Ghost's chin and then behind the ears, and Ghost made a sound like a very large and self-satisfied cat. Tormund crossed the yard and put his hand on Jon's shoulder, not lightly, but with the firm, intentional grip of a man saying something he didn't have words for. "Happy we're all alive," Jon said quietly. Tormund looked at him. The laughter was gone now. He held Jon's gaze and squeezed once and nodded, and that was enough. "You should rest," Jon said. "We all should. We need to be ready to sail for King's Landing by tomorrow." He walked back inside with Ghost at his heel. Gendry watched them go, then turned back to the empty corner of the yard where Ghost had been sitting, and stood there for a moment in the cold Eastwatch morning, thinking about what it meant to be someone who had a thing like that walking beside him. Jon recovered enough to travel in 4 days. Daenerys had been occupied with the logistics of the fleet and the question of what to do with the white they had captured, which was confined in a reinforced crate in the hold of the largest ship, and which was doing what whites did when contained, existing, soundlessly, in the specific unnerving way of things that did not need to breathe or eat or rest. It was Tyrion's idea. He had been at Dragonstone when they returned, having managed the political correspondence with the competence of a man who had been doing exactly this for most of his life, and he brought the proposal with the careful precision of someone who had already thought through every objection and had answers for most of them. Cersei. The ancient dragon pit arena in King's Landing. Leaders of the remaining factions, all in one place, with the evidence of the dead placed before them. The white was the argument no speech could make as effectively. Daenerys received it with the expression of someone weighing an argument they would rather refuse. Cersei will use this as an opportunity to study our weaknesses. Cersei already knows our weaknesses, Tyrion said. What she doesn't know is that the dead are real. Without that knowledge, she will sit in King's Landing and watch the North and Essos bleed each other. And if the dead win, she inherits nothing. Jon agreed. He agreed because the argument was sound, and because he had no better alternative, and Daenerys agreed because Tyrion had persuaded her, and because the rational case was the same one she had arrived at herself, which she did not say aloud but which Tyrion recognized in her expression. They would go to King's Landing. The voyage south took 2 weeks. The weather was gray and cold, and the ship moved with the steady purpose of something that had a destination, and Jon spent much of the first days on deck because being below decks felt wrong, too close, the walls too present. He needed the cold air and the open water, and after a while Daenerys began to appear beside him at the rail in the evenings. Not always, not every evening, but often enough that it became a thing that happened, and then a thing that both of them expected. They talked about what was coming, which was the only honest subject available. They talked about the wall and the army behind it, and what it would take to face both. They talked about what Westeros would look like after, if there was an after, because pretending there was no if in that sentence felt like a kind of dishonesty neither of them was comfortable with. And then, on the 6th evening, as the coast of the Reach came into distant gray view, they ran out of the war to discuss and discovered there was more to talk about. And the talking went on long after the cold should have driven them inside. Nothing was said directly. Nothing was named. But there was a point, somewhere in the 2nd week of the voyage, when the space between them at the rail had quietly become something different from what it had been, and both of them had registered this, and neither of them had stepped back. Cersei watched the fleet arrive from the high window of her solar in the Red Keep, and she counted the sails, and then she counted the dragons. 2. She had been told there were 3. Her intelligence had been very clear on the point. 3 dragons, Targaryen colors, the full weight of Essos brought to bear. She had built her planning around 3. And now the fleet was moving into the bay below, and she could see 2 dragons circling above it, a black shape and a green one, and the sky held no third. She looked at this for a long time. She filed the information in the part of her mind where she kept things that might yet prove useful. 1 dragon was already gone. Whatever had happened in the north, it had cost Daenerys Targaryen something irreplaceable. 3 had become 2. The arithmetic of their situation had shifted, and Cersei Lannister had built her entire life on finding the advantage in a shifted arithmetic. She turned from the window. She said nothing to anyone. She filed it away and went to prepare for the dragon pit. The dragon pit was a ruin and had been for a century and a half. The domed roof had collapsed long ago, and what remained was the great circular walls of the arena with the open sky above them, and the stone tiers descending to the pit floor where dragons had once been kept, not in the freedom of open air but chained, constrained, made smaller than they were. Daenerys looked at the rusted chains on the floor as she entered, and she did not linger over them. Daenerys arrived with Jon and Tyrion and Missandei, and a modest guard. Missandei walked behind the queen with the quiet dignity she brought to everything, her eyes moving over the ruined dragon pit with the composed attention of someone cataloging a new space. Cersei arrived with Jaime and her guard and the mountain, and a quality of composed danger that had always been her most effective weapon. She looked at Daenerys across the pit floor with the expression of a woman who had spent her life fighting for a room she had been told she had no right to occupy, and who had won, and who had no intention of giving it up without making everyone in it understand what winning had cost her. The White was released. It did what Whites did, advanced on the nearest living person, Jaime Lannister, with the total directness of something that had no agenda beyond what it had been made to do, and Jon cut it apart, and the pieces kept moving, and he held one up so the room could see, and then he pressed a burning torch to it and the piece went still, and he set the piece in the fire and it shattered. The demonstration was effective. Several of Cersei's guard had moved backward. Bronn turned and left the meeting without word. That was the last he was seen. The mountain had not moved, but the mountain was his own category of problem. Cersei looked at the remains. She looked at them with the particular attention of someone doing rapid internal mathematics about the value of the information they have just received. Then she looked at Jon and said, "We will require one condition. If we commit our forces north, you will commit yours to the peace that follows. You will not move against us when the dead are dealt with." There was a pause in the room that had the quality of everyone understanding that the response to this condition would determine everything that followed. Tyrion was looking at Jon with an expression that communicated, with considerable precision, that there was a correct answer to this question, and that it was not necessarily the honest one. Jon looked at Cersei and thought about Ned Stark and the kind of man Ned Stark had been, and what that had cost him. And then he looked at Tyrion and thought about what they had come here to accomplish. And then he opened his mouth and said, "I cannot promise that. I am king in the north. I have not pledged myself to any queen or king, and I will not make a promise I cannot promise I can keep, even for a truce." He looked at Cersei steadily. "But I'll tell you what I know with certainty. If the Night King passes Winterfell, there will be no politics left to argue about. No throne. No kingdoms. Whatever disagreements remain between us, they belong to the world of the living. Help us keep it that way, and those disagreements will still be there when it's over." Tyrion made a sound in his throat that expressed volumes without being a word. Daenerys' expression did not change. Cersei looked at him for a long moment, then she stood. "This meeting is concluded." She walked toward the exit. Tyrion went after her. He spoke to her alone in the ruin for a long time, and what passed between them no one who was not there would ever know in full. What was known was the result. Tyrion returned and said, quietly, that Cersei had agreed to a truce, that she would march her forces north when the time came, that she had agreed to set aside the war for the throne until the war against the dead was settled. The agreement was made. It bought time. Jaime had been standing at the far side of the dragon pit throughout, and what was in his face during Tyrion's announcement was not surprise but something more difficult. The expression of a man watching an accounting he had been doing in private come out to a number he had already expected and had been hoping to be wrong about. He looked at his brother. He looked at his sister, now departing. He looked at the White's remains on the pit floor. He left King's Landing before the fleet sailed. He did not say where he was going. Anyone who had watched his face in the dragon pit could have guessed. The fleet left King's Landing on that afternoon and turned north. Jon stood on the deck of the flagship as the city receded behind them, and Daenerys came to stand beside him at the rail, and neither of them said anything for a long while. The city grew smaller. The gray sea opened ahead of them. Jon and Daenerys had stood together in the ruins of the dragon pit in the aftermath, watching their respective delegations file out into the gray King's Landing evening, and something had shifted between them. Quiet, unannounced, the kind of moment that arrived without asking permission. Not yet named, not yet acted on, but there, unmistakably, two people who had been becoming real to each other for weeks, finally acknowledging it without words. They sailed north. At Winterfell, meanwhile, events had been unfolding that neither of them knew about yet, a reckoning long overdue, arranged quietly by the two Stark sisters in the way the Stark sisters had learned to arrange things. Without announcement, without performance, and entirely without mercy for those who had earned none. And far to the north, at the frozen lake, the Night King's words continued into the dark and the cold, patient and unceasing, building toward the moment when they would be finished. Chapter 10: The Spar and the Spider. Arya had been back at Winterfell for some weeks before anyone saw what she could do. She had been careful about it, measured rather than secretive, because secretive drew attention of its own kind. She did not speak of where she had been or what she had been taught in the 8 years since she had left Winterfell as a girl of 12. She watched Littlefinger watch her sister and held what she saw in reserve, information not yet ready to be used. She noticed Brienne of Tarth on the 3rd morning after her return, watching her from across the yard with the focused assessment of a professional who has caught a glimpse of something unexpected. Arya was 20 years old, slight and quick, with the economy of movement that came from years of training that had stripped away everything that wasn't necessary. She noticed the way Brienne moved, the economy of it, nothing wasted, a body that had been put through everything and had learned every lesson, and she thought, that would be a fight worth having. It was Brienne who proposed it, which Arya respected. She came to the yard on the 6th morning with a blunted training sword of proper weight and said simply, "Spar with me." Arya looked at her. She looked at the training sword. She looked at Needle, which was at her hip. "Steel against needle," she said. "Unless you prefer a blunted blade." "No," Arya said, "this is fine." Sansa had come out onto the gallery above the yard to watch, drawn by some instinct for the significant, the quality she had always had of knowing when something was happening that she should see. She leaned against the railing with her hands folded and her face composed. She was not the only one watching. Littlefinger had appeared beside her, as he always appeared, at her elbow, positioned to observe and advise and place himself in the center of whatever was occurring. He watched the yard below with the calculating interest of a man filing information. The spar began. What followed was the kind of thing that happened when a very large fighter with exceptional training met a very small fighter with exceptional training, which was to say that all the obvious assumptions became immediately wrong. Brienne was bigger, stronger, longer in the reach, and as technically accomplished as anyone alive. She fought with the clean precision of someone who had survived every school. Arya fought with the efficiency of someone who had been taught to see every gap and use it. Arya went low where Brienne went high. She went left where Brienne's weight committed right. She used Needle's reach to score touches at angles that a larger blade could not have found, and when Brienne adjusted, which she did quickly, because Brienne was excellent and did not make the same mistake twice, Arya adjusted to the adjustment, staying one step ahead in the way of someone who had been trained to read a fight as a flowing system rather than a series of exchanges. It was very close. The third pass ended in a stalemate. Needle at Brienne's throat, Brienne's training sword at Arya's ribs, a half-second in which either blow would have landed first only if the other one were slightly slower or slightly less committed than it was. They stood in that moment, breathing. Then Brienne stepped back. She looked at Arya with the expression of someone revising an assessment that had been built on incomplete information. Not quite surprise. Surprise implied a failure of preparation. And Brienne did not fail to prepare, but the look of a woman who has just learned that she was right to take something seriously and is deciding what to do with that information. "Where did you learn that?" Brienne said. Her voice was entirely professional, a question about craft. "Nowhere," Arya said. She did not say more. Brienne did not ask more. Above them on the gallery, Sansa had uncrossed her arms. She was looking at her sister with an expression that was unfamiliar on Sansa's carefully managed face. Something open, something that might, in a less composed person, have been called wonder. She had not known. She had not known what Arya had become, not really, not in the way she understood it now. She looked at Littlefinger beside her. He was watching Arya too, and what was in his face was not the calculating interest of a moment ago. It was something he was controlling very carefully, something that had started as assessment and had arrived somewhere colder and less comfortable. He was managing it with the skill of a lifetime of managing things, but it was there, underneath. Fear. Arya in the yard below wiped needle on her sleeve. She sheathed it. Then, without any particular hurry, she turned her gaze up to the gallery. She looked at Littlefinger. Directly, without the pretense of not knowing he was there. She looked at him the way she looked at a problem she had already solved, not with hostility, not with threat, with the simple, flat acknowledgement of someone who has taken the measure of a thing and found it insufficient. Littlefinger held the gaze for a moment. Then he looked away first, which was unusual for him, and Sansa noticed that too. She turned away from the gallery railing. She did not say anything to Littlefinger. She simply walked away from him, back toward the castle, with the deliberate composure of a woman who has decided that the conversation that needs to happen will happen in a different room with a different configuration of power. Littlefinger watched her go, then he looked back at the yard. Arya had already moved on to other things. She was gone. Some days later, Bran had found Arya in the Godswood. He was seated in his chair beneath the weirwood, his eyes returned from wherever they went, and he held the catspaw dagger across his lap. Arya stood before him and said nothing. The blade was Valyrian steel with a dragonglass handle, old, strange, beautiful in the way of things made for a single purpose. "This was meant for me once," Bran said. He held it out. "It should be yours." Arya took it. She turned it over, finding the balance immediately, the way she always found the balance of things made well. "Why?" Bran looked at her with those old eyes. "You'll know when," he said. She had not found this satisfying. She accepted it anyway, because Bran in this mode was not a person you productively argued with. Chapter 11. The Veil Price. The ravens had been arriving at Winterfell for a fortnight before Jon and Daenerys were expected. Sansa read each one and filed each one and made the notes that needed making, and all the while she watched Lord Petyr Baelish watch her. He had been watching her for years. She understood this now with a clarity she had lacked at King's Landing, that his watching had never been protection or affection or any of the other things he dressed it as. It had been possession. He had decided she was his long before she had any opinion on the matter, and every piece of help he had ever given her had been an investment in that ownership, a down payment on a debt he intended eventually to collect. Arya came to her one evening in Sansa's chambers with the door closed. She did not explain herself or her years of absence. She was not a person who explained herself. But she listened to Sansa. She listened to the full accounting, from the murder of Jon Arryn to the betrayal of their father, to the years of maneuvering that had cost their family everything. She listened without interrupting, in the way of someone gathering information rather than processing emotion. When Sansa finished, Arya was quiet for a moment. "The Knights of the Vale," she said. "We need them for what's coming." "He controls them through Robin Arryn. He controls Robin." Sansa paused. "We need them, Arya. Jon will need every sword available." "I know," Arya said. "Leave it with me." "Arya, leave it with me." Her voice was not unkind. It was the voice of someone who has been given a task they are suited for and would prefer to simply get on with it. Sansa sent for him on the second evening, a note in her own hand, a question about the Vale's grain arrangements, entirely routine. He came to her chambers as he always came when she asked, because he had always thought the asking was for him. He knocked. He opened the door. He looked inside, doing what he always did, the quick inventory of a man who had made it his life's work to understand a room before anyone in it understood him. He saw Sansa at the window. He saw the fire and the chairs and the table with its papers. He did not see anyone else. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, satisfied. He began to speak. The grain arrangements, the supply lines from the Vale, the levies that needed revisiting. It was the sort of conversation he was good at, the bureaucratic texture that put powerful people to sleep while he attended to other business in the spaces between sentences. He spoke pleasantly, with his hands clasped behind his back, moving a little as he talked, as was his habit. Sansa listened. She said nothing. She held his gaze with the quality of someone who is waiting, and Littlefinger, who had spent a lifetime reading the small signals in powerful faces, found that there was nothing in hers to read, which should have told him something. Arya stepped out of the shadow near the wardrobe. She had been there the whole time, standing in the dark near the wall with her hands loose at her sides, not hiding exactly, just being still in the way she was still, which amounted to the same thing. She stepped into the firelight and looked at him. He had not finished his sentence. Petyr Baelish opened his mouth. He was a man of words, and the word was already forming, some pivot, some reframe, some repositioning that might yet recover the situation. Arya's blade appeared as if from nowhere, sliding cleanly across his throat in one smooth, swift motion. The blade Arya used was the cat's paw dagger, Valyrian steel, dragonglass handle, old. It had been at the center of the first great betrayal of House Stark, the blade Littlefinger had held at her father's throat. He had given it in the end to the son of the man he betrayed, and the son had given it to the daughter of that man, and the man's daughters now stand in front of Lord Petyr Baelish's as it crosses his throat. Arya did not say anything. The blade said it. No hesitation, no struggle. Petyr's eyes widened. He tried to speak, but no words came, only blood. He staggered, hands rising instinctively to his throat as the life left him in a rush. Arya caught him as he fell, lowered him carefully to the ground, silent, still, clean. Sansa did not move. She watched, her face unreadable. Arya stood in the room afterward and looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at Sansa. "The Vale," Sansa said. "I know," Arya said. Arya understood faces the way she understood languages, as systems with rules, requiring fluency not just in the surface form but in the deeper structures underneath. A face was a life. To where it was to understand it, to know the walk and the hesitation and the particular set of the jaw that distinguished this person from every other. Once it's learned how to wear a face, the body follows. Petyr Baelish had spent his life becoming whoever the room required. Now the room required him one final time, and the face it required was his own dead one. She rode to the Vale 3 days later in his clothes, on his horse, with his seal in his hand and his eyes, those pale, watchful eyes that had always been calculating the angle. She met with Robin Arryn, who was 26 now, grown into a man of uncertain temperament and considerable vanity, and she managed him the way Littlefinger had always managed him, with flattery and suggestion and the implication that the ideas he was being given were ideas he had thought of himself. The Knights of the Vale would march north to Winterfell, Lord Robin agreed, for the great war against the dead. He was proud of the decision. Arya let him be proud. She rode back to Winterfell, and she did not explain herself, and Sansa did not ask. 3 weeks later, Lord Petyr Baelish was reported missing. The official assumption, arrived at quickly and accepted readily by everyone who had dealings with him, was that he had fled before the long night rather than commit his resources to a war he couldn't profit from. People who had always suspected Littlefinger's loyalty found the explanation entirely satisfying. No one looked particularly hard for him. The Knights of the Vale marched north, and no one questioned who had sent them. The Night King finished his words on the night that Jon and Daenerys were 3 days, ride south of the Wall. He had been at the lake for nearly 2 months. His white walkers had stood with him in the cold and the dark and had not moved, because that was what they did, and because they knew how long this would take and had not expected otherwise. The words required many weeks. When the last one was finished, the silence that followed was complete. The lake began to change. The ice thickened in the way it had thickened when the Night King first raised his hands over it 3 weeks ago, but differently now. Not the concentrated act of will directed downward, but something rising from below, the magic finding its answer in the thing it had been patiently rebuilding. The shape beneath the ice shifted. The water beneath the ice moved. And then Viserion broke the surface. He was still enormous, and he was still a dragon. The fire in his belly had become something else, not the warm gold of cream and sunlight, but pale blue, the blue of the Night King's eyes, the blue of permanent winter. He rose from the ice and spread his great pale wings, and the Night King looked at him with those 8,000-year eyes, and Viserion screamed. The scream was cold. It was the scream of something that had been taken from itself and had no way to say so. The Night King did not mount him. He simply watched. He watched the dead dragon circle once above the lake, testing the cold air with new eyes, adjusting to the new weight of what it had become. Then the Night King turned and began to walk toward the wall. His army followed. Viserion flew ahead. The wall was 700 feet of ancient ice infused with the magic of the first men and the children of the forest, magic old enough to have its own presence in the stone and the cold, magic that had kept the dead at bay for 8,000 years. But magic was a covenant between the living world and the rules it had agreed to follow, and covenants could be broken if you knew the exact words. The Night King had spent 5 weeks at the lake speaking the words. What remained now was the difficult part. He stopped before the wall. His white walkers arrayed themselves beside him in the cold, not a handful but a host of them, perhaps 80 or more, those that had not gone south to Winterfell, drawn here from the far reaches of the north by the pull of what was about to happen. They were not all alike. Some were ancient beyond measuring, their armor of ice grown so deep and elaborate that it had become part of them, their faces carrying the weight of millennia as something visible. Others looked younger, men who had been turned within living memory, their features still faintly readable as human, their eyes the same pale blue but their frames less transformed, as if the cold magic that had made them had not yet finished its full work. And then from the north came the others, Craster's sons, the changed, the ones who had been given to the cold over decades and had been transformed into something between White Walker and white, belonging fully to neither category. They came out of the dark in silence, moving with the controlled purpose that distinguished them from the mindless dead, their eyes pale and their faces carrying the marks of what had been done to them. They were different ages, some small, no more than 5 or 6 years old, grown now inside the cold into something warped and cold-touched. Others older, 15 or 16 or 20, their bodies still recognizably human in shape but changed in ways that went deeper than the surface. Some were small enough that a person encountering them alone in the dark might, for a half-second, mistake them for a child. They were not children. They arranged themselves at the edges of the gathering, the last to arrive, and they raised their hands alongside the walkers and the Night King, and added their lesser voices to the working. The Night King began to speak. His white walkers joined him, not the same words, not the full working that only he could perform, but their own lesser magic woven through it, 40 cold voices adding their weight to the incantation, the way stones are added to a wall until the wall becomes something that holds. The magic of the wall pushed back against it. That was new. The ancient covenant did not simply yield, it resisted, as something with 8,000 years of purpose resisted, the light in the wall flaring once, twice, pressing against the words that sought to unmake it. It was not a quick yielding. The Night King held his position and spoke and did not stop speaking, and the walkers held with him, and the changed held with them, and slowly over the long months the resistance ebbed. Chapter 12. What Bran Saw. They came from the south in the early morning, when the light was thin, and the yard was not yet fully awake. Jon Snow on a gray horse at the head of a column that stretched back further than the eye could follow, and behind him the Dothraki outriders in their hundreds, and the unsullied marching in the silent disciplined way they always marched, and above all of it, circling in the pale northern sky, enormous and unhurried, their wing beats slow as the breathing of something that found the cold air natural, 2 dragons. Bran watched from his window. He had seen it coming, through the trees and the long memory of the Weirwood network, but seeing it through the trees and seeing it with his own eyes were different things. He watched the green shape of Regal Bank against the gray sky, and he watched the black shape of Drogon follow, and he watched his brother ride through the gates below, and he said nothing and felt everything. Arya had been on the eastern parapet since before dawn. She had not told anyone she was going up there. She crouched on the cold stone with her elbows on the battlement and her chin on her hands, and she watched the dragons cross the sky over Winterfell with the expression of someone who has seen a great many extraordinary things and has not yet run out of the capacity to find them extraordinary. When Drogon passed low over the walls, close enough that the downdraft moved her hair, she did not flinch. She watched, and she felt it, and she climbed back down without saying anything to anyone. Sansa was at the gate. She had been there since the outriders arrived with word of the column's approach, standing in the yard with her cloak around her shoulders and her back straight, and her face composed with the particular composure of a woman who has been preparing for something for a long time and is not going to let the moment catch her unprepared. She watched Jon ride through the gates, and she watched the woman who rode a short distance behind him, silver-haired, violet-eyed, contained, and she took the measure of both of them in the time it took for them to dismount. Jon came to her first. He put his arms around her, and she held him briefly, and then she stepped back and looked at the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your Grace," she said, "welcome to Winterfell." Daenerys looked at her. "Lady Stark," she said, "thank you for opening your gates." It was the right thing to say. They both knew it was the right thing to say. They looked at each other across the brief cold distance of the yard, and the assessment that passed between them was rapid and complete and entirely mutual. And then they walked inside together, and the business of the North began. Bran had been at Winterfell for weeks by the time Jon arrived from Dragonstone. Jon had not seen him since before the Wall, had heard reports of his return, the boy in the sled pulled by Mira Reed, daughter of Howland Reed, the changed eyes, but had not been prepared for the reality of it. Jon had gone to find him alone by the heart tree. "Bran," he said. "Jon," Bran said, and then simply, "I've been waiting for you to get here." Jon crossed the yard in 4 strides and pulled his brother into a hug, not the careful embrace of someone uncertain of his reception, but the full arms around him embrace of a man who has been afraid his brother was dead and is no longer afraid. He held him. He said nothing. For a moment there was just the cold air and the yard and his brother, alive, under his hands. Bran did not hug back. His arms remained at his sides, not rigid, not resistant, simply still, as though the thought of returning the embrace had not arrived at a part of him that was currently occupied by something else. Jon felt it and held on a moment longer anyway, and then he stepped back and looked at his brother's face. Bran looked back at him, those eyes, present and somewhere else at the same time. Like a candle burning in a room you couldn't quite see into. "Bran," Jon said quietly. "I know," Bran said, "I'm still here." He had been warned by Sansa, by the household, by the particular way people spoke about Bran now, carefully, as though they were not entirely sure what they were describing. He had taken it in and thought he understood, and then he had walked into the yard and Bran had looked at him, and he had understood that he had not understood at all. He sat down across from him in the yard in the cold, because it seemed wrong to stand over him. Bran watched him with those eyes, present and far away at the same time, like a deep pool with no visible bottom. "I'm sorry it took so long." "It didn't," Bran said. "It took exactly as long as it needed to." He paused. There are things I have to tell you, things I've seen." "I know," Jon said. "Sansa told me a little." "Not the important things," Bran said. "Those I'll tell you myself with the others tonight." Jon looked at him for a moment, at his brother, or the shape of his brother, sitting in the yard of Winterfell with 8,000 years, the memory of all the three-eyed ravens looking out through his eyes. He put his hand on Bran's arm briefly. Bran let him. "It's good to see you," Jon said. He meant it entirely. "Yes," Bran said, "it is." The boy who had fallen from the tower and who had spent years transforming under the three-eyed raven's guidance had become something altogether different. He sat in the yard of Winterfell and looked at Jon with eyes that were his and yet were not entirely his, older than they should have been, present in a way that went past ordinary attention. He had spent years in that cave. It had reshaped him at a level that Jon could feel but not name. Jon had found Arya in the yard. He had not known she was home. He had ridden in from Dragonstone to the organized chaos of a castle preparing for war, had been in councils and briefings for 2 days, and then he had stepped into the outer yard, and there she was, sharpening a blade on a whetstone with the methodical focus he remembered from a girl of 12 and recognized now in a young woman of 20. She looked up, he looked at her. Neither of them moved for a moment, the length of 8 years measured in a yard in the cold. Then she stood and he crossed the distance and she let him hold her, briefly, her arms tight around him in the way that said, "I did not know if I would see you again, and now I have, and I am not going to make a performance of it." "You came back," he said. "So did you," she said, "twice by some accounts." He pulled back and looked at her face, at what the years had written there, things he had no names for yet. "Are you all right?" he said. She considered the question with more seriousness than most people would have. "Yes," she said at last, "I think I am." She looked at him. "You." "I have a lot to tell you," he said. "I know," she said. "Bran going to tell us. He told me he's waiting for you." He almost smiled. "Of course he is." She picked up her whetstone and fell into step beside him, and they walked toward the castle together without saying anything more, which was the right amount. He called them all together, Jon, Sansa, and Arya, in the small room off the great hall, door closed. Jon sat across from him. Sansa stood near the window. Arya was against the wall with her arms crossed, watching Bran with the careful attention she gave to everything. "I've seen the Tower of Joy," Bran said. His voice was steady, the steadiness of someone delivering information rather than living inside it. "Through the Weirwood network, I can see the past the way you see a room you're standing in. I've seen Father climb the stairs. I've seen Aunt Lyanna." The room was very quiet. "She is your mother, Jon," Bran said. "Lyanna Stark, she is your mother." Sansa looked at Jon. Jon had gone very still. "And she told him who your father was," Bran said. "She told him that Rhaegar believed the child was his, that he had kept her there, obsessed with prophecy, convinced that their union was destined. But she told father the truth." Bran looked at Jon directly. "Jon, your father is Robert Baratheon." The silence had a different quality now. It was Arya who spoke first. "Robert Baratheon," she said, flat, factual, weighing it in silence. "Yes," Bran said. Jon stood up. He walked to the window. He looked out at the yard of Winterfell, at the people moving through it, the ordinary business of a castle preparing for war, and he breathed. The cold northern air that had always been his inheritance, the air that had always felt like home. Ned Stark was not his father. Ned Stark had raised him, loved him, protected him, carried a secret for nearly 26 years that had cost him everything. Ned Stark had been the most honorable man Jon had ever known, and the most honorable thing Ned Stark had ever done was a lie. And Jon understood now, standing at the window, why. He thought about a promise made to a dying woman in a tower room, keep him safe. He thought about what safe had required. He thought about Robert on the Iron Throne, enormous and consuming and loving in ways that destroyed things. He kept it until it killed him, Jon said at last. Yes, Bran said. Sansa made a small sound. Jon turned and saw that she was composed. She was always composed, but that her eyes were bright. She was thinking about their father, about what he had borne alone. Arya was looking at Jon with an expression he recognized. Not the calculation of someone processing a political problem, but the simpler thing underneath it. She was looking at her brother. She was deciding what she thought about what her brother had just been given and what it cost and what it meant. Jon stayed at the window for a long time. He let the cold air reach him through the glass, and he let the knowledge settle into him the way cold settled into stone, finding every gap, becoming part of the material. This was who he was. These were the pieces. They were all true. They were all him. Finally, he turned around. Robert Baratheon gave me life, Jon said quietly. Ned Stark made me who I am. Both of those things are true at the same time. They don't cancel each other out. Yes, Bran said, both of those things are true. They looked at each other for a moment. There's more, Bran said, about the Night King, about how to end this. Tell me all of it, Jon said, but give me a minute first. He turned back to the window. He gave himself the minute. Then he turned to Bran and said, Tell me. Bran told him. After Jon went to the crypts. He went alone, without a candle. He had walked these passages enough times that his feet knew the way in the dark. He descended the familiar stairs, past the long-dead kings of the north, past his grandfather and the Starks who had preceded them, and he stopped before Lyanna's tomb. He had walked past her effigy 100 times as a boy. He had not known who she was to him. He had seen only a stone face and the dried petals of flowers that had long since crumbled to dust, and he had thought sometimes that Lord Stark's expression when he came down here had a quality different from the grief he brought to the other tombs, more private, more guarded, as though grief and guilt had been wound together in this one place and could not be easily separated. He understood it now. He stood before her in the dark, and he thought about the stories Ned had told him. She had raced through the Godswood at Winterfell and always won, had never once pretended otherwise. She had loved her horse and her sword practice and the smell of winter coming, and she had been fierce in the way that only people who have been told they can't be fierce ever truly become. Ned had told those stories sparingly, in the careful way of someone rationing something precious. A story here, a detail there, never more than he could bear to give. But they were there. They had always been there, kept in the part of Jon that had always sensed the locked room existed, even if he had never been allowed inside. He thought about a girl who had not wanted what was done to her and had endured it anyway, and had used the endurance to protect her son. Had given the son a name and made her brother promise, with her last breath, to keep him safe. He touched the cold stone of her effigy. He held it, the grief of it, the love in it, and he let himself feel it fully, without putting it aside for later. After a long while he straightened, and he turned, and he walked back up the stairs to where the living were waiting. Chapter 13. The Valerian Steel. Sam arrived at Winterfell with Gilly and little Sam and the books and Heartsbane, and he laid all of them out with the organized enthusiasm of someone who has been waiting a long time to deliver a report, and has thought carefully about the order of presentation. Gilly took the baby to the chambers they had been assigned. After finding Bran in the Godswood for an important conversation, Sam stayed in the library and waited for Jon. Bran says the Night King was made with a dragonglass blade driven into his chest, Sam said, spreading his notes across the library table. I have accounts from the first long night that say the same thing, the children of the forest, the dragonglass magic. Bran has confirmed it through the weirwood. Valyrian steel carries the same essential magical property as dragonglass. Different form, same fundamental nature. Steel forged in dragonfire, containing within it something of the same quality. Against the Night King himself, Bran says it can reach him. The same dragonglass wound that made him left him vulnerable to the same magic in whatever form it takes. Sam paused. Kill a White Walker and every white that Walker has raised falls with him. Kill the Night King and every white he has ever raised falls at once. The White Walkers, the accounts aren't consistent on what happens to them if the Night King dies. We'll have to see. Jon nodded. They would deal with what came. We have 3 blades, Jon said. With the catspaw dagger from Bran, that's 4. Longclaw with you. Heartsbane. Sam stopped. He had already produced the blade from beneath his traveling cloak, and he held it out now with the expression of someone who has been waiting for the right moment and has decided this is it. I want you to give it to Jorah Mormont, Sam said. He's a better fighter than I am. He'll use it better. Jon looked at Sam for a moment. The generosity of it was so characteristic that it was almost unremarkable, and then it was remarkable. Sam. It's the right choice, Sam said simply. We need the blades where they'll do the most good. Jorah has been fighting the dead. He knows what he's doing. He paused. I got to know him rather well during the treatment in Old Town. Grayscale takes weeks to cure properly, weeks of careful work, the kind where you talk because there isn't much else to do. He's a good man. The blade will be used well. Jon took the blade. He nodded. Oathkeeper with Brienne, the catspaw dagger. He looked at the table. 4 blades. Sam looked satisfied. Then he looked at Jon with the directness he reserved for things that mattered. Are you all right? Bran told you. Yes. And Jon was quiet for a moment. And I'm still here, he said. I'm still the same person I was yesterday. The knowing of it doesn't change what was made of me. He paused. It changes what was done to my mother. I'll carry that for a while. Sam nodded, which was the right response. Then, he was a good man, you know, in his way, Robert Baratheon. He was a terrible king, but he had something real in him. People loved him. I know, Jon said. I remember the visits. They were quiet for a moment. Right, Sam said at last. Let's talk about what we know about the Night King's vulnerabilities. Jaime Lannister arrived at Winterfell alone, a decision that was either very brave or very foolish. The armies of King's Landing were nowhere behind him, and their absence was a bitter disappointment. He came with Widow's Wail at his hip, and a leather cap over the stump of his right wrist, and the expression of a man who has decided to do something, and is prepared to accept that it might go badly. He had left the gold hand behind in King's Landing. It was ornamental, and the long night was not an occasion for ornament. The trial in the great hall assembled itself with the organic inevitability of a thing that had been building since before Jaime arrived. Daenerys sat in the high chair provided for her use. Jon stood beside her. The lords and soldiers of Winterfell arranged themselves around the hall with the expressions of people who have a great many opinions about the man standing in the center of it. Jaime stood in the center and said nothing. He had decided, somewhere on the road north, that the one thing he would not do was perform. He had been performing for the better part of 25 years, the Kingslayer's smirk, the careless grace, the armor of reputation worn against all comers. He was done with it. He stood in the hall with his left hand and Widow's Wail and the leather-capped stump where his right hand had been, and he let them look at all of it. The charges were not small. The Kingslayer, the man who killed the king before his own throne, the man who had pushed Bran Stark from a window, the man who had fought for the family that had bled the 7 kingdoms white. Brienne of Tarth stood up. The hall went quiet in the way halls go quiet when something unexpected happens. Not a held breath, but a released one. The sound of everyone settling in to hear what this was. I have traveled with Jaime Lannister, Brienne said. Her voice was steady, carrying without being raised. I have been in his company in difficult circumstances, which is where you learn the truth of a person. What I learned is this. She paused. He gave me Oathkeeper, a sword made from a blade that had belonged to House Stark, not for gain, not to purchase loyalty, but because he believed I would use it well in service of the right things. He escorted me through the Riverlands at personal cost and considerable danger when he had no reason to. He gave me his word and he kept it. She looked at Daenerys directly. I'm not asking you to forgive everything he has done. I'm asking you to judge him on the full account, not only the worst of it. Every person in this room has done things in service of survival that they are not proud of. Jaime Lannister has done things that were not survival, things that were chosen because they were right. I witnessed them. I will not stand here and pretend otherwise. She paused one final time. The war that is coming needs every sword. His is one of 5 in the world that can kill what is coming. I ask you to let him use it. She sat down. The hall was quiet. At the back of the room, Tormund Giantsbane stood very still. He was not, technically, crying. His face was doing something that was adjacent to crying, in the way that a storm was adjacent to a light drizzle. He raised one enormous hand and dragged the back of it across his eye in a single decisive motion, as though the moisture there had arrived without his permission, and he was removing it on those grounds. Then he straightened up and looked at the ceiling and sniffed once, with great dignity. The man standing next to him had the sense not to say anything. Daenerys looked at Jaime for a long time. Every man should be able to become more than what he was, she said finally. We have a war to fight. Prove it during this one, Sir Jaime. After the hall emptied, Tyrion found Jaime in the corridor. He had not planned what to say, had, in fact, spent the walk down from the hall constructing several versions of it and discarding each one, because none of them were quite right, and because Tyrion had never been good at the simple ones. He stopped beside his brother and they stood together for a moment, looking at the wall in the way of people who have something to say and are deciding how much of it to actually say. You look terrible, Tyrion said. You look exactly the same, Jaime said. I always look exactly the same. It's one of my better qualities. Tyrion paused. I'm glad you came north. Jaime was quiet for a moment. Then, where else would I be? It was not a question. Tyrion understood it was not a question. They went their separate ways and the corridor was empty again. He had been training left-handed, alone in the yard of the Red Keep before dawn. Bronn had trained him insufferable, precise, relentless. Your grip is too tight, Bronn had said many mornings with the cheerful directness of a man who had long since stopped caring about social niceties. You're strangling the sword. Let it move. Jaime stood in the practice yard at Winterfell the morning after his trial and ran through forms with Widow's Wail, the Valyrian steel blade catching the early light. He had been at it for an hour before Brienne came to stand beside him. Your footwork is better, she said, damned with faint praise. Your footwork was terrible before. Better is accurate, she paused. The grip is good. He looked at her, she was looking at the yard. Thank you, he said, for what you said in there. I said what was true, she said simply. He returned to his forms. She watched, and the silence between them had the comfortable quality of two people who have run out of the need to explain themselves to each other. On the second morning after his arrival, Jaime found Bran in the Godswood. He had not planned to. He had been walking the castle, learning its geography, looking for the practice yard, and he had come through the stone door and there was the weirwood, and there was Bran Stark beneath it, in his chair, watching Jaime with those quiet, ancient eyes. Jaime stopped. He stood at the edge of the Godswood with the cold air on his face and the leather cap over his stump. He had rehearsed nothing. He opened his mouth and what came out was, I don't expect you to forgive me. Bran looked at him without expression, or not without expression exactly, but with an expression that belonged to a longer view of things than the ordinary human face was built to carry. You threw me from a window, he said. I fell. And then everything that needed to happen happened. If I hadn't fallen, I wouldn't have gone north. If I hadn't gone north, there would be no three-eyed raven. If there were no three-eyed raven, we would not know what we know about the Night King. Jaime stared at him. You're telling me it was necessary. I'm telling you what I know to be true, Bran said. Whether it was necessary, that depends on what you mean by the word. He paused. You were afraid. You made a choice that frightened men make, and then the world moved around that choice and found a use for it. He looked at Jaime steadily. That isn't forgiveness. It's just what happened. Jaime was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the weirwood, at the carved face with its red eyes, and then he looked at the boy beneath it, who was not entirely a boy anymore and had not been for some time. "Then what do I do with it?" he said, not a challenge, a genuine question. "The same thing anyone does with what they've done," Bran said. "You live forward, you make it mean something by what comes next." He was quiet for a moment. "You're here, that's already something." Jaime nodded once. He stood in the godswood for another minute in the cold and the stillness, and then he walked back toward the yard to continue his training. He did not feel lighter. He felt, in some way he could not name, more settled, as though the weight had not been removed but had been acknowledged, which was its own kind of relief. Chapter 14, The Telling. He told her that evening. He told all of them. She had arrived at Winterfell with the dragons and the armies, and the quality of someone completing a journey they had been on their entire life. The northern lords had watched her arrival from the walls, with the expressions of people who had agreed to be open-minded, and were finding it required effort. Daenerys had conducted herself in the yard and the hall with the contained dignity of someone who understood that she was being assessed, and had decided not to perform for the assessment, but to simply be what she was, and allow the assessment to find its own conclusions. Jon found Daenerys in the war room with Tyrion, Varys, and Missandei, the four of them reviewing the preparations for the coming battle. Missandei stood slightly behind the queen's right shoulder, a position she had occupied in 100 rooms like this one, present, attentive, the person Daenerys would turn to when she needed to confirm a detail or simply needed a face she trusted. He stood in the doorway for a moment. He had been thinking about how to say this for 2 days and had not found a clean way to do it. There was no clean way. He came in and closed the door. He told them all of it, the tower, Lyanna, Rhaegar, Robert, the promise his father had made, what Bran had seen. They listened without interrupting. When he finished, the room was very quiet for a long moment. Tyrion looked at Jon. He looked at him with the specific attention of someone doing a very rapid reassessment. Then he looked at the floor. Then he looked at Jon again. "Gods," he said quietly, "the dark hair, the jaw, he stopped. He's the image of Robert Baratheon. I have been in the same room as this man for months and I did not." He stopped again. "I am deeply embarrassed," he said. "Professionally, the seed is strong. It's always strong with Baratheons. Everyone who's ever read a history knows this. I knew Gendry the moment I saw him. This is genuinely humbling." Varys, who had been watching Jon with the quiet focus of a man updating a very large internal ledger, said, "The political implications are significant." "Are they?" Jon said. It was not a question. "You are the eldest son of Robert Baratheon," Varys said, "King of the 7 Kingdoms. There are those who would use that." "I don't want to be used," Jon said. "What you want," Tyrion said, not unkindly, "is not entirely the point. The question is whether we tell anyone, and if we do, when and how." He looked at Daenerys. "This changes the political configuration of whatever comes after, a Baratheon king and a Targaryen queen, some would say." "The dead are outside the gates," Jon said. "Whatever comes after can wait until there is an after." Varys looked at Tyrion. Tyrion looked at Varys. Something passed between them that was the compound result of many years of working in proximity. A recognition that this was, for the moment, correct, even if it was also avoidance. Daenerys had been quiet through all of this. Now she looked at Jon. "Robert Baratheon's son," she said. "Yes. She asked my father to keep me safe. That was all she asked, and he understood what safe required." Daenerys was quiet for a moment. "My brother," she said. Not an apology, she hadn't done it, but something that acknowledged the thing had existed and had cost something. "A man I never met," Jon said, "who did something unforgivable to a woman who deserved better." She nodded. "Then, you still don't want the throne?" "I want the dead to stay dead and the North to have a future." He held her gaze. "That's what I want. After the battle, when it's over, we can talk about everything else, the political pieces, what any of this means for what comes next, but not tonight. That may be, she said quietly, the most sincere thing anyone has said to me in years. Tyrion behind them had gone back to looking at Jon with the expression of a man who has realized he missed something obvious and is taking a full inventory of his professional failures. The jaw, he said, almost to himself. I should have seen it immediately. Gendry has it too, the Baratheon jaw. I noticed it in Gendry at once. The seed is strong, it's always strong. He looked up. Both Jon and Daenerys were looking at him. I'll be quiet, he said. They were quiet together for a moment. Outside the window the yard was torchlit and busy with the preparations that never stopped, and above the castle the dragons were moving. Drogon a black shape against the night sky, Rhaegal a green one, circling in that effortless way she had, as if she found the cold air interesting. There's a phrase, Daenerys said softly, looking up at Rhaegal against the stars. The song of ice and fire, the old prophecy the Maesters argue about. Fire and ice, the dragons and the dead, and then the two people standing between them. She paused. I used to think of it as something that would be resolved, one prevailing over the other, but fire and ice aren't opposites exactly. They're the same kind of extreme, both capable of ending everything. She was quiet for a moment. What if the point is not that one defeats the other? What if the point is that someone stands between them and says, "Not today"? Jon looked at her. He thought, I trust her. It surprised him a little how completely he meant it. Tell me what Bran told you, she said, about how to end this. He told her, and they planned. The next morning Jon went to find Gendry, and he brought Arya with him, knowing they had a history. Gendry was in the forge, where else, and he looked up from the blade he was finishing when they appeared in the doorway. He read their faces in the direct way he had and said, "What happened?" "Something you should know," Jon said, "before whatever comes next." He told him. He told him all of it, as he had told Daenerys, the Tower, Lyanna, what Bran had seen through the Weirwood network. Gendry listened the way he always listened to things that mattered, without interrupting, with the whole of himself present. When Jon finished, Gendry was quiet for a long moment. He turned his hammer over in his hands. "Robert Baratheon," he said. "Yes." "Your father," he looked at Jon. "My father." "Yes." Gendry looked at Arya. She was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, watching both of them with the particular quality she brought to things that mattered personally, not removing herself from it, just holding it steadily. "She knew," Gendry said. "Since yesterday," Arya said. Gendry looked back at Jon. He looked at this man he had been working beside for weeks, had liked, had trusted, had found easier to be honest with than most people. And he looked at him with different eyes now, and found that the looking was not, in the end, that different. "All right," Gendry said. Jon looked at him. "That's all you have to say." "What do you want me to say? I grew up not knowing who my family was. Finding out there's more of it than I thought," he shrugged, the shrug of a man who has long since decided not to pretend things don't matter when they do, but who also doesn't have the right words for the mattering. "That's not the worst thing." Arya from the doorway said, "You're taking this very calmly." "I'm a calm person," Gendry said. She looked at him. "You threw a hammer through a wall last week when the bellows broke." "That was about the bellows," Gendry said with great dignity. "This is different." There was a moment of silence. Then Arya made a sound that was not quite a laugh. She was Arya Stark and she had her principles, but was something very close to one. Gendry looked at both of them. He thought about all the things that had been given to him in the past few months and what they meant and what they weighed, and he thought about what he now had that he hadn't had before. A brother, of a kind, and whatever Arya's presence in the doorframe meant, which was its own kind of thing. "We have a war to fight," Jon said. "We have a war to fight," Gendry agreed and picked up his hammer. Chapter 15, Before the Storm. The magic in the wall did not fight back at the end. Magic that old did not fight once it had been overcome. It simply ceased to be, quietly and without drama, like a fire going out when the fuel is finally spent. The light that had always been in the wall, unseen, unfelt by ordinary people but present, always present, went out. The Night King stepped back. He looked at Viserion. Viserion understood. He climbed, circling, gaining altitude above the wall, and then he descended on it and opened his mouth, and the pale blue fire came out. The wall fell in the place where the fire touched it, melting and crumbling and finally breaking, a section 300 feet wide collapsing in a cascade of ice and ancient stone. The sound of it rolled across the north like the end of something that had stood for 8,000 years and had finally, at last, been made to stop. The dead army poured through the gap. The ravens left Eastwatch in every direction at once. They had arrived. The living world had run out of time. Winter has come. Bran sat in the great hall with the commanders assembled, and his eyes went to the distance, to the trees, to the long memory of the Weirwood network stretching north, and he said, 4 days. They'll come from the northwest. The Night King will send the bulk of his army first and hold back with his White Walkers. He wants us concentrated. Because you're here, Jon said. Because I'm the three-eyed raven. Because I can see the pass through the trees, and the Night King wants to end that. He wants to unmake the record. Bran looked at Jon with those old eyes. Jon, who was 24 years old and had spent the better part of a decade watching the North and learning what it contained. He will come to the Godswood. That is where we need him to come. You'll be the bait, Jon said. Yes. With protection, the Godswood surrounded, the entrances defended. Theon Greyjoy from the back of the hall said quietly, I'll guard him. It was not a question and not a request. It had the quality of a statement that a man had been building toward for a long time and had finally found the moment to make. My men and I will hold the Godswood. There were people in the hall who looked at him with distrust, and they were not wrong too. Theon Greyjoy had taken Winterfell from the Starks. He had held it and lost it, and in the chaos of losing, it had burned 2 farm boys and displayed them as Bran and Rickon, letting the world believe the Stark boys were dead to cover his own retreat. He had been Ramsay Bolton's prisoner for years after, reduced to something that had no name for itself, and he had rebuilt himself from that slowly, incompletely, in the way you rebuilt from things that fundamental. He was not the man who had done those things. He was not far enough from him either. The difference was that he knew it, and knowing it was not forgiveness, but it was the beginning of something that could be earned. Winterfell was his home. It always had been, and what he had done to it was a measure of how lost he had been rather than how he felt about it. Guarding Bran Stark in the Godswood of Winterfell was the closest thing available to setting the account right, and Theon Greyjoy was not a man who could be offered that and decline it. Bran looked at him with those old eyes. Good, he said simply. The planning went through the night. Dragonglass weapons distributed. Every fighter who could be trusted with a short blade or a spear had won. The 5 Valyrian steel blades deployed. Longclaw with Jon, who would move through the battle toward the Night King when the moment came. Heartsbane with Jorah Mormont, who received it with the solemnity of a man accepting something he had not earned but intended to deserve. Oathkeeper stayed with Brienne of Tarth. It was hers, had been given to her and hard won. Widow's Wail with Jaime Lannister, and the Catspaw dagger, Valyrian steel with a dragonglass handle, which Bran gave to Arya without explanation. The Knights of the Vale were assigned the outer approaches. 1,000 mounted soldiers under their commander, a gray-bearded knight named Royce, who had asked no questions beyond logistical ones, and who understood exactly what was being asked of him. The role of the dragons was discussed at length. There was one point on which Jon and Daenerys agreed without argument. She would not go after the Night King directly. The distance between Drogon and the Night King was the distance between losing one dragon and losing all of them, and they could not afford the latter. Her task was the army, to hold back the tide, to burn the concentrations of dead before they broke the lines, to be the ceiling that kept the battle from becoming a slaughter. Getting close to the Night King was Jon's task. Daenerys said, once and clearly, that Drogon and Rhaegar would not be held back, that holding the dragons in reserve while the infantry died was not a strategy she would agree to. Jon agreed. What they agreed on instead was coordination. Rhaegar would fly high until the Night King committed, and then she would descend and do what dragons did. After the hall cleared, Arya found Jon in the yard. "I need to tell you something," she said. "Tell me." She told him what Bran had told her privately in the Godswood that afternoon. The Night King's attention was distributed through his army, the whites were his eyes, but that attention had limits, gaps, moments when the sheer scale of what he was commanding created blind spots. She had been trained to find blind spots. She had been trained to move through gaps. "I can get you close to him," she said. "Not all the way, but close. Give you the window you need." "Arya." "I know what I'm doing," she said. "I've been learning to do this specific thing for years. Give me the task." He looked at his sister, at what she had been and what she had become, and he said, "Be careful." "Always," she said, which was not quite a lie and not quite the truth. He gave her the task. Yara arrived 2 days before the battle with as many men as the Iron Islands could spare, no more than a few thousand at best. The rest remained behind to hold the islands against Euron, should he return from serving Cersei in King's Landing. It was a necessary sacrifice. If Winterfell fell, the Iron Islands might become their last defensible refuge. The force she brought was not large, but it was enough to matter. A few thousand men were better than none, and Jon was grateful for every one of them. 2 days before the dead arrived, Bran sat alone in the Godswood for an hour. He put his eyes into the weirwoods. He went north, as far north as the network could carry him, which was not as far as it used to be. The gap in the wall had damaged the northern reaches of the network. The trees were sparse there and the connections frayed. He could see through them, but only dimly, only partially. The deep north existed at the fraying edge of his sight in fragments and impressions. There was something there. He could not see it clearly. He had been trying for weeks and could not get the resolution he needed, could not hold them in focus the way he could hold birds or wolves or the events of the past. They moved with their own purpose in a way that the whites never did, and they stayed just beyond the point where the weirwood network could show him anything definite about them. He could sense their presence, the changed, the ones who had been given to the cold over decades. He could not see them clearly enough to know what they were, or what they intended. He pulled back from trying to see them and instead reached south and west, through every old tree he could find, following the network of roots and memory to the forests beyond the neck. He found the pack. Not one wolf. 100, perhaps more, a pack of a size that hadn't existed in Westeros for a century, led by a wolf that was not entirely a wolf in the way that Ghost was not entirely a wolf. He reached toward it through the trees with the gentleness of someone reaching toward something that had every reason not to trust him, and he felt the shape of it, not a mind he could command, but something he could ask. He asked. He sat in the Godswood, and his eyes went white, and he asked. The answer took a long time. When it came, it was not in words. The night before the dead arrived, Arya found Gendry in the forge. She had been doing this increasingly, finding reasons to be in the same place as the forge. She had told herself it was because the forge was warm, which was true. He was finishing a dragonglass blade, one of the last, narrow and balanced, exactly what she had described when she'd shown him her drawings a few days earlier. "For me," she said. "Who else would want a stabbing weapon designed to reach organs through a very specific angle of attack?" He held it out. She took it and found the balance immediately, and her face did the thing it did when something was exactly right. "You're annoyingly good at this," she said. "You're annoyingly specific in your requirements. It's a good combination." He turned back to the forge, banking the fire for the night. "You ready for tomorrow?" Yes, you don't sound it. I'm always ready, she said. I just don't always sound it. She turned the blade over in her hand. Are you? No, he said honestly. I'm going to be terrible at this. I'm a smith, not a soldier. You're built like a wall. You'll be fine. Being built like a wall mostly means it takes longer for things to kill you. He looked at her. That's not as comforting as it sounds. She almost laughed. She did not laugh, because she was very committed to the idea that Gendry was not particularly funny, but the effort of not laughing was, she had to admit, increasingly taxing. Go to sleep, she said. You'll need it. You too, he said. She walked to the door. She stopped. She said without turning around, the blade is perfect, by the way. She heard him smile in the silence behind her. She walked out into the cold. Tyrion Lannister arrived with Daenerys' party and attached himself to the planning sessions with the persistence of a small man who had long since established that persistence was his best quality in rooms that didn't want him. He sat in on 3 strategy meetings and made 14 substantive suggestions, 12 of which were incorporated, and 2 of which started arguments that went on long enough to be productive. He accepted wine from Sansa with the careful courtesy of someone aware they were operating at the edge of tolerated and choosing to remain on the correct side of that edge. On the evening before the expected arrival of the dead, he found Jon in the corridor outside the Great Hall. One thing, Tyrion said. Jon looked at him. What? The crypts, he paused. I know the logic put the non-combatants underground, away from the fighting, safest place in the castle. He looked at Jon steadily. But the Night King raises the dead, Jon. You have hundreds of years of Stark dead entombed in those crypts. He paused. I am not saying this to be alarmist. I am saying this because it occurred to me and because the possibility of it occurring to you should not be left to chance. Jon looked at him for a moment. Then, seal the entrances from the outside, block the coffins with stone, put fighters at every entrance who know what to listen for. That's all I'm suggesting, Tyrion said. It's a good suggestion. I have them occasionally. Jon gave the orders that evening, quietly, without explanation, so as not to create panic among the families placed below. The entrance doors were reinforced. The coffins were blocked with whatever heavy stone was available. Fighters were posted. Sansa, when she heard, looked at Tyrion with an expression that was not quite gratitude but was something adjacent to respect. You thought of it, she said. Someone had to, he said. Fortunately, someone did. Part 3, The Long Night. Chapter 16, The Long Night. Part A. They came at midnight. Not with a cry. Quietly, which was worse. The Outriders stopped coming back and the last raven from the northern tower arrived saying movement, massive movement, and then the ravens stopped arriving too, and the silence was its own kind of news. Melisandre arrived at Winterfell in the last hour before the dead came. She came alone on a spent horse and she did not seek an audience. She found Jon in the yard in the last minutes before the horns sounded. They looked at each other without speaking for a moment. There was nothing left between them that needed saying aloud. She was quieter than she had been. Something in her had settled into something smaller and more honest. She was not asking to fight. She understood what she was and what she wasn't, and she had come anyway because she had nowhere else to be. Gendry had not seen her in years, not since she had taken his blood, the king's blood she needed for her fires, pressing leeches to his skin in that room on Dragonstone while Stannis watched. He had not forgotten. He was not a man who carried grudges easily, but he was also not a man who forgot when someone had treated him like a tool rather than a person. This woman who had burned people alive in the name of her god, who wore her power like a garment. She looked smaller than he remembered. Quieter, like something in her had been spent and not refilled. Jon sent her to the crypts. She went without argument. Sansa, when Melisandre arrived below, looked at her for a long moment and said nothing. Tyrion watched from across the vault. Mira Reed stood with her spear and did not react either way. They made space for her, and she sat, and the dead came, and the night began. In the godswood, Bran's eyes went white. Theon Greyjoy checked his men one last time, 40 Ironborn in the torchlight, the closest thing to his homeland he had left, and then he took his position at the base of the white tree and waited. The first wave of whites hit the outermost defensive line like water hitting stone, not soldiers meeting soldiers but a tide, a mass of everything that had died north of the wall and been claimed, all of it moving in the terrible silence of things that no longer needed to breathe. The fires on the outer walls lit the approaching dead in lines of orange and black, and the sheer scale of it, the sheer number, was the first thing that broke people who had thought they were ready. And among the dead were things that had not been men. Giants, enormous and pale-eyed, moving through the army of whites the way boulders moved through water, their dead weight making the ground shake with each step. They had been the last of their kind when the Night King claimed them, and now they were the worst of his infantry, their bodies too massive for ordinary weapons to stop, and their momentum too great to redirect. Fighters who went in front of them did not come out the other side. The giants went through the outer barricades like the barricades were made of kindling. Worse in some ways were the beasts. The dead army had not been made only from men. There were bears, enormous things from the deep north, their white-gray fur matted with old blood, their eyes the pale blue of the Night King's will. There were stags, their great antlers swinging as they moved through the advancing lines, their hooves silent on the frozen ground in the way that the hooves of living horses were not. And there were wolves, dead and beyond pain and beyond fear, their pale eyes tracking the living with the patience of things that had no concept of giving up. They came low and fast under the fires and the lines of fighters, finding the gaps between legs, the unprotected sides and backs. They were the hardest to watch for and the most difficult to kill, and they cost the defenders things that even the whites could not. This battle would have been over in minutes, if not for the dragonfire, the dragonglass, and the Valyrian steel. Without them, the army of the dead would have swept over Winterfell, and then over all of Westeros like a flood, unstoppable and absolute. Every calculation of the night's survival ran through those three things. They were the difference between holding and being swallowed whole. Brienne of Tarth held the right flank with Oathkeeper flashing in the firelight, pod close behind. The Valyrian steel cutting through whites with a precision that an ordinary blade could not have matched, the line bending under pressure and straightening under her will. She did not shout orders in the chaos. She positioned herself where the line was weakest and fought, and the fighters around her fought because she was fighting, and the flank held. On the left, Tormund Giantsbane fought the way the free folk had always fought, total commitment, the kind of fighting that had kept people alive in the lands beyond the wall for generations. The wildlings held their section with a ferocity that was its own kind of strategy. In the gap between waves, when the dead paused and regrouped before the next surge, Tormund glanced across the burning yard to the right flank. Brienne of Tarth was holding her line, Oathkeeper flashing, her form as clean in the chaos as it had been in the sparring yard, her back straight and her feet planted, and the whites going down around her in a way that was almost mathematical. He looked at her the way he always looked at her, with the large, uncomplicated admiration of a man who has decided something is extraordinary and sees no reason to keep that opinion private. He grinned. She didn't see him. She was working. He went back to his own work, still grinning because that was exactly who he was. Jaime Lannister was at the second defensive line with Widow's Wail in his left hand. He was not what he had been, not the Lightning Knight of the tournaments, the man who had been called the finest swordsman in Westeros. He was what he had made himself since losing the right hand, methodical, efficient, operating within the narrower range he had built and maximizing it. He killed whites with the Valyrian steel blade, and when the pressure at his position intensified, he adjusted and held, and the fighters on either side of him held because he held. Jorah Mormont fought with Heartsbane on the inner wall, the Tarly blade doing in his hands what Valyrian steel did, cutting through whites and leaving them down, disrupting the animation that ordinary steel merely wounded. He fought with the efficiency of a man who had spent his whole life learning how to be useful to people who deserved better. And in this, he was completely, finally, exactly that. Sandor Clegane fought on the inner wall like a man who had made his peace with dying and found the peace useful. He did not fight elegantly. He fought the way a hammer worked, striking what was in front of him and moving to the next thing, no wasted motion, no sentiment about it. The whites came and he knocked them down. More came and he knocked those down too. He took a cut across the cheek from a white that got inside his reach, and he head-butted it off him and drove his blade through where its chest had been and kept moving. When his sword arm tired, he switched to his left without slowing. He was not thinking about tomorrow. He had not thought about tomorrow in a long time. There was only this, and this was something he was very good at. Yara Greyjoy held the eastern gate with the Ironborn she had brought north, fewer than 1,000. A tight formation of fighters who had been born in the cold wet of the Iron Islands and had never once mistaken comfort for a virtue. They fought the way Ironborn always fought, short blades and no backward steps, the discipline of people who have been told their whole lives that the sea takes what it wants and you had better be harder than the sea. Yara fought at the front of them, which was where Greyjoy captains always fought, and the eastern gate held longer than anyone had expected a gate in that position to hold. Gendry fought at the inner wall with his mighty war hammer and a dragonglass blade at his belt, which he used when the hammer was inconvenient, and the hammer when inconvenience wasn't an option. He fought with the quality of a man who is not a soldier and has decided it doesn't matter, not graceful, not tactical, but present, immovable, a wall that happened to be swinging something. Above the battle, Queen Daenerys, Drogon and Rhaegar worked in the rhythm they had developed over weeks of flying together. Drogon was like the hammer of the gods. He came in from height with the deliberate authority of something that knows it is the largest thing in any space it occupies, his wingspan darkening whole sections of the battleground as he passed. Where Rhaegar worked with precision, targeted, surgical. Finding the knots of whites where the lines were weakest, Drogon worked with force. He descended on the advancing dead in long screaming passes, his fire not a stream but a wall, a broadside of orange that swept the ground and left nothing standing in its wake. The sound of him was physical, not just heard but felt in the chest, in the bones, a sound that the whites did not react to, but that every living person on the battlefield registered in the most ancient part of their nervous system as something that should not be survived. He hit the rear ranks of the dead from above and scattered them across 100 yards of ground with a single pass, turned on a wingtip that seemed impossible for something his size, and came back for the next line before the first had finished burning. The dead burned and stayed burned. Where Drogon had passed, the ground was clear. Twice he descended specifically on the giant whites, those enormous pale-eyed things that had been walking through the outer barricades like tall grass. The first he caught mid-stride with a direct stream of fire, and the giant burned with a thoroughness that ordinary whites did not, its bulk consuming itself in a column of orange that lit the yard for 50 yards in every direction. The second he struck from above as it raised its fist against the gatehouse wall, Drogon's weight driving it to its knees before the fire finished the work. Both stayed down. From Drogon's back, Daenerys saw the White Walker below a moment before Drogon did. It stood at the edge of the outer wall's collapse, directing the whites around it with small, precise movements of its hands, the way a general directed soldiers, except that there was no battlefield noise it needed to speak over, no friction of human will to overcome. They simply did what it directed. She had seen the whites fall when dragonglass reached them. She had seen them burn. She had not yet seen one of the White Walkers themselves face dragonfire. She leaned into Drogon and directed him down and inward, and Drogon opened his mouth, and the fire came out in a concentrated stream that found the walker directly. The whites around it burned instantly, as whites burned completely, fiercely, gone in seconds. The ground around the walker was scorched black. The fire passed over it and through it, and when it died the walker was nothing more than steaming pieces of ice. Then the Night King raised his dead. The whites that had been destroyed and the living that had been killed in the first hours of the battle clawed their way back up, every single one, mid-motion, mid-reach, pulling themselves from the blood and ash and resuming the advance as if nothing had interrupted them. The doubling of the pressure in an instant caused 3 sections of the defensive line to collapse simultaneously, the fighters suddenly overwhelmed, the screaming beginning in multiple places at once. The change did not come. They watched from the tree line to the north and east of the castle, shapes at the edge of the firelight, still and patient. Those who caught glimpses of them reported only that shapes, some small as children, some grown, their pale eyes catching the reflection of the fires. They did not move toward the battle. Whether they were forbidden by the Night King's will or whether they chose it themselves, no one could say. They only watched. Then, out of the dark sky above the castle, came something that had not been expected. Viserion. He came from the north, pale and enormous, his scales gone from cream and gold to the gray-white of dead things, his eyes burning with that cold blue fire. Those who looked up saw him first as a shape against the dark that was wrong, too large, moving wrongly, the rhythm of the wing beats off in a way that the body recognized before the mind did. Then the pale blue fire came out and it hit the outer wall in a long cold stream, and the stone it touched did not burn but cracked and fell, and people understood what they were seeing. Daenerys saw him from Drogon's back. She could not be prepared for this. She held her grief somewhere behind her sternum and did not let it reach her hands because her hands were needed, and she took Drogon toward Viserion across the burning sky. Viserion turned toward her. He had been given a purpose, and the purpose had found a target. He chased Drogon between the towers of Winterfell in a terrible game that had no name for it, pale fire and orange trading passes overhead, while the fighters below pressed themselves against walls and tried to avoid being in the path of either. Viserion's pale blue fire caught them from above. She had not seen him coming, had been directing Drogon through a pass between the towers, and Viserion had been tracking them from higher up and had found his angle in the moment she didn't have one. The fire hit Drogon's right flank and crossed over Daenerys' back in the same instant, and Drogon screamed and lurched, and Daenerys felt the fire. Not as pain, as warmth and then heat, and then a kind of pressure that should have been agony and was simply warmth. She had known this about herself since the funeral pyre in V's Dothrak, had walked into the flames and had understood that fire was one of the things she did not need to fear. But this was a different fire, a dead dragon's cold blue fire, and some part of her had not been certain the same rule held. It held. Her clothes were burning through. She beat them out with her hands without letting go of Drogon's neck, and the fire died, and she was still there, unburnt, the way she had always been unburnt. She pressed herself flat against Drogon and took stock of where they were and what Viserion was doing and made the next decision. Rhaegar came out of the high dark like a green comet. She had been circling high and wide, above the battle, above the smoke, and she had seen Viserion appear, and she had made her choice with the totality of a creature that had never been uncertain about what it owed its kin. She folded her wings and dropped on him from altitude, hitting him from above and driving him away from Drogon, and the fight between them carried them north and east over the castle walls and out into the dark field beyond. Daenerys watched them go. She held Drogon steady and she watched and did not follow because Drogon was needed here and because this was Rhaegar's task and Rhaegar knew it. The sky above Winterfell was Drogon's now. Daenerys directed him through it, a lean, a thought, a pressure of her knees on the scales that served as purchase, the two of them moving as one instrument the way they had moved for years. She was not simply riding. She was aiming him, reading the battlefield from above, choosing which concentration of dead to hit next, managing the angle and the altitude and the length of each pass. She felt when Drogon tired and gave him a moment and then asked again, and he responded, because he always responded. They worked the sky together until the sky was theirs. In the crypts, the fighters posted at the entrances heard the stark dead stirring before they saw them, the sound of stone shifting and old hinges groaning, deep and unmistakable in the dark. Tyrion heard it first. He had been sitting in the narrow corridor outside the main vault door, wine cup in hand, listening to the battle above and trying to construct a clear picture of what was happening from the sounds alone, which was the only thing he could usefully do and was not useful enough. He stood. He said no quietly to no one in particular because sometimes nomming the thing helped. Then he went to find Sansa. Sansa was in the main vault with the household, the families, the children, the servants, the people who could not fight or had been told not to, and those who had simply chosen to remain. Some because they had nowhere else to go, and others because they had decided that if Winterfell fell, they would face what came with the people they had lived beside. She was standing with her back straight and her face composed, doing the thing she had been doing for years, being present and steady so that the people around her had somewhere to look that was not the dark. Missandei of Noth stood near Sansa, her hands quiet at her sides, her face carrying the particular composure of someone who had learned long ago that composure was its own form of courage. She had come north with Daenerys and had asked no questions about being sent to the crypts, had simply come, because her queen had asked it, and because Missandei understood that being useful sometimes meant being somewhere safe so that someone else could fight without worrying about you. She stood in the torchlight of the vault and she was, if not calm, entirely present. Varys stood near the far wall with his hands folded inside his sleeves, and his expression entirely composed, as though he were in a council chamber rather than a burial vault with dead men pushing at the doors. "I have survived a great many things," he said, to no one in particular, in the tone of someone reminding themselves of a fact. "I intend to survive this one as well." It was the most he said all night, and it was enough. Mira Reed was beside her, the young woman who had pushed Bran across the continent and back, and who had the focused composure of someone who had been in dark, enclosed places under threat before, and had made her peace with them. "The coffins," Tyrion said, arriving beside them. "They're moving." Sansa looked at him. She did not ask if he was certain. She had learned, over years of dealing with very bad situations, that asking if someone was certain when they had just told you something terrible was a way of stalling rather than a useful question. "The stones," she said, "that you had them block with." Holding, Tyrion said, "For now." Mira had a dragonglass spear. She had been carrying it since they came down the stairs, which Tyrion had thought was excessive at the time and now did not. She moved to stand between the main vault door and the people behind it without being asked, in the way of someone who has done this before, stood between something terrible and someone who needed protecting. She had crossed the lands beyond the wall with nothing but a spear and had come out the other side. She would do. They held the vault door. They held it with the fighters Tyrion had posted and with whatever heavy objects were available, and they listened to the sounds from the coffin passages and they waited. The sealed doors held. The blocked coffins held. Jon moved through the chaos. Davos Seaworth had never been a swordsman and had never pretended otherwise. He had a blade because a man without a blade in a battle was a liability to the people around him, and Davos Seaworth did not intend to be anyone's liability. That was the entirety of his philosophy on the matter, and it had served him adequately for most of his life. It did not serve him now. The white came in from his left at a speed he couldn't account for, and he got his blade up and turned it but not far enough, and the thing's clawed hand raked across his ribs as it went past him. He felt the cold of it before he felt the pain, and then the pain arrived and he went down on one knee in the blood and mud of the yard, one hand pressed to his side, trying to make an accounting of how bad it was. Bad enough. He was old and he was not built for this, and there were more of them coming toward him through the firelight. Jon appeared from nowhere, or appeared from the chaos that passed for somewhere in the middle of a battle, and Longclaw took the first one before it reached Davos, and the second in the same motion, and the third a half-second after. Ghost drove through the last of them with the total commitment of an animal that does not have a concept of proportionate response. Jon pulled him up. How bad? I'll live, Davos said. Probably. The crypts, Jon held his gaze. Now Davos, you're no use to me dead. Davos opened his mouth to argue, and found that his body had already made the decision his pride hadn't yet agreed to. He let Jon's arm support him as far as the entrance to the castle, and then he insisted on getting to the crypts himself, because there were some things a man did on his own feet or not at all. Inside, he found Sansa and Tyrion at the vault door, Mira Reed with her spear, and Sam Tarly pressed against the wall with Gilly and little Sam, the baby mercifully asleep through everything. And in the far corner, sitting alone with her hands folded in her lap, Melisandre stood apart, the ruby at her throat dulled in the flickering torchlight, its glow reduced to a faint, dying ember. Her face was calm, almost distant, carrying the solemn stillness of one who had already seen the shape of her end, and accepted it without fear. They looked at each other across the vault. Sir Davos, Varys said from somewhere to his left, with the composed quality of a man who had decided that the best way to survive a catastrophe was to observe it with interest. You're bleeding. Thank you, Davos said. I hadn't noticed. The lines were failing. Not all at once. It never was. A section of the outer wall gave way first, then the next section bent under the transferred pressure, and the cascade began. Grey Worm was directing the Unsullied with everything he had, but even precision had limits when the thing it was being applied to was infinite. Tormund was bleeding from his left side and had not stopped fighting. Brienne's flank was still standing, but the line was half what it had been an hour ago, the whites she killed rising again with the Night King's second raising. Jaime fought with left-handed economy, methodical and running on empty. They were all being pushed back, every one of them. The dead did not tire and the living did, and the arithmetic of that had only one conclusion if something did not change it. The yard of Winterfell had begun to feel like a place where everyone was going to die, and the dying was not going to be enough. Jon had been waiting for the Night King. He had positioned himself at the center of the battle where the lines were heaviest, moving forward through the crush of whites with Longclaw in his right hand and Ghost carving a path to his left. Ghost was massive, nearly the size of a warhorse in the flank, a creature that had grown beyond anything the word wolf was built to contain. He moved through the dead the way water moved through stone, finding gaps, flowing around resistance, arriving at the right place with the total commitment of something that had been designed for exactly this. Jon moved with him, matching his rhythm, the two of them operating with the ease of things that had been moving together for years. Longclaw cut through whites and left them down and stayed down, the Valyrian steel disrupting whatever the Night King had put into them. He moved forward, tracking the specific cold that the Night King radiated, distinguishable from the general cold of the battle, a directional chill that Jon had learned to read from the encounter at Hardhome. Beric Dondarrion found him at the place where the inner wall met the outer gatehouse. Three of them, Beric said, appearing at Jon's shoulder in the dark. He pointed into the shadows ahead. 3 white walkers, tall and ancient, armored in ice, moving toward Jon's position with the deliberate purpose of things that had identified a specific target. The leather patch over Beric's empty eye socket was dark with sweat. His flaming sword was already lit and the single eye above it was very calm. Go, he said. I'll hold them. Beric. Go, Jon. He looked at Jon with the direct eyes of a man who has been brought back from death enough times to have lost his fear of it. There are things worth dying for. Let me choose mine. He stepped forward, sword blazing. Jon looked at him for one moment, then he went. He heard it behind him, heard the fire of Beric's blade and the sounds of the engagement, and then a sound he had not expected. An explosion, a roar of displaced cold air and the crack of shattering ice. Then another, then a third in quick succession, then silence from that direction. Beric Dondarrion had taken all 3 White Walkers with him. The exchange had been absolute on both sides. Jon did not look back. Turning back would have made Beric's choice worthless. Thoros of Mer reached Beric as he fell. He had not been far behind, had seen where Beric was going and had followed, because that was what Thoros did when Beric went somewhere dangerous. He reached him in the aftermath of the 3 Walkers' destruction, Beric on his face in the snow, his sword gone out, the cost of what he had done written clearly in the quality of his stillness. Thoros knelt beside him in the blood and the dark and put his hands on him and prayed the way he had prayed every other time, the familiar words of our Lord, the Lord of Light. He prayed for the fire to return. He prayed for the breath to return. Nothing came. He sat with Beric Dondarrion in the dark, and the battle raged around them, and the light did not return this time. Whatever debt had kept Beric on the living side of the ledger had been finally settled. Whatever purpose had required him had been met. Thoros closed the one eye. He pulled the leather patch gently back into place. He arranged Beric's hands over his chest and laid his cloak over him. He stood. He picked up his own blade and walked back into the fight. Benjen Stark came through the outer gate in the darkest hour of the night. Not through the gate in the ordinary sense, through the gap the Whites had made, through the press of the dead, not fighting them exactly but moving among them the way one moved among a crowd that did not know you were there. The Whites saw him and registered something and passed on. He was dead in his way, not as they were dead, not without will, but carrying death in his chest where a shard of dragonglass kept him on the living side of the ledger by the narrowest of margins. To the dead, he smelled like one of their own. They did not attack him. He moved through the battle with the quiet efficiency of someone who has a specific task and does not intend to be delayed by the chaos around it. He found the places where the living lines were most stressed, and he fought there, swinging an endless lantern that spilled dragonfire with every strike with his right hand, and dragonglass blade in his left, driving it through Whites with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing this alone in the dark, beyond the wall for years. The Whites near him occasionally paused in their advance, confused by something they could not resolve, the thing that was not quite alive and not quite dead, moving among them in the firelight. But he did not pause. He fought and he did not stop fighting, and the lines where he appeared briefly held. Nymeria came from the south. She came with the first gray light that was trying to become dawn, trying, not yet succeeding, the sky still mostly dark and the battle still fully engaged. She came with 100 wolves behind her, perhaps more, the count impossible in the dark and the chaos, but the sound of them arriving was unmistakable. The ground shaking under 100 sets of paws, the howling rising from every direction at once as they hit the outer flanks of the advancing dead and tore into them. They were ordinary wolves, large as wild wolves grew in the deep forest. It was the sheer number of them that was the thing, a pack of a size that hadn't existed in Westeros for generations, 100 wolves moving as one will. They crashed through the rear flanks of the advancing Whites and ripped through them, and the dead that were torn apart stayed apart, and the flanks that had been about to collapse found themselves relieved. Arya was fighting near the inner wall when she heard them. She heard the howling and she knew it in the place that was deeper than memory, the place where things that are part of you lived even after you'd been parted from them. She stopped. She turned toward the sound, and in the chaos and the firelight through the press of the battle, she saw her, a gray shape, nearly the size of a horse, a direwolf grown old and enormous in the forests of the south, bigger even than Ghost, moving through the fight with a controlled fury that no ordinary wolf could carry. Nymeria looked at her once. One look, direct and brief and full of something that was not quite recognition, but was close enough to make Arya's chest ache with the grief of something loved and lost and suddenly, unexpectedly present. Then Nymeria was past her, leading the pack into the rear flank of the dead, doing what she had come to do. Arya stood in the battle for 1 second only. Then she did what she had come to do. She moved through the battle in the way she had trained to move, not as a soldier engaging the enemy, but as something the enemy did not notice until it was too late. The dead saw through their own eyes and through the Night King's distributed attention, and both of those forms of seeing were calibrated for the living, for the heat and the fear and the particular movement of someone trying to survive. She had learned to move like something that was not trying to survive. She moved like purpose. The dragonglass blade Gendry had made her was in her right hand, the catspaw dagger in her left, and she used both, the dragonglass blade for the whites that got too close to ignore, quick efficient kills that didn't break her momentum, and the catspaw dagger for the white walker she found between her and the godswood, driving it through a gap in the ice armor at the neck that the walker's own reach had opened for her when it swung. The walker shattered. She was past it before the pieces settled. She reached the godswood as Jon reached it from the other side. The Night King had come through the castle itself. He had waited until the battle was at its height, until the defenders were committed on every wall and every gate, and there was nothing left to spare for the interior. And then he had come through the outer walls himself, not through the gate, but through a section of wall that Viserion's fire had weakened, and that the dead had finally broken. He walked through the burning courtyard with his remaining white walkers arrayed around him, 8 of them, those that had survived the dragon fire and the Valyrian steel, and the whites in the interior parted for him as he moved. He did not hurry. He moved through the chaos of the castle with the patience of something that had been doing this for 8,000 years, and found that patience was one of the things he did best. Theon's Ironborn had known he was coming before they saw him, had felt the cold that preceded him, the cold that was not weather but intent. They had held the godswood entrance with spears and axes, and the fierce, stubborn competence of men fighting for something they had chosen, and the Night King's white walkers had come at them in waves and they had held, longer than they should have, longer than anyone had a right to expect. Theon had done the last thing, the thing that had been waiting for him. He had taken his spear and he had charged the Night King himself, alone, knowing what it meant and going anyway, because Winterfell was his home and this was his place and the debt he carried had been building for a long time. The Night King had stopped him with one hand, barely looking, but it had bought a moment. Sometimes a moment was enough. The Night King stood before Bran. He raised his hand. Jon came in running, with nothing left but speed and Longclaw, and everything he had learned about what was possible. The Night King turned from Bran to face him. He did not draw a weapon. He raised one hand and a blade of ice formed in it, not pulled from somewhere, but built from the cold itself, crystallizing out of the air in the space of a breath, translucent and edged in the way that dragonglass was edged, the same fundamental magic made into a different shape. He held it with the ease of something that had been doing this for 8,000 years, and had long since stopped finding it difficult. Part B. Jon drove at him. The ice blade met Longclaw, and the impact rang through Jon's arms like struck iron. Heavier than any blow he had taken from a living fighter, the Night King's strength operating at a level that had no natural ceiling, the kind of force that simply ignored the physics of muscle and sinew. Jon recovered and struck again, low and from the left, a combination that had worked against every sparring partner he had ever faced. The Night King pivoted not quickly in the way of a fast fighter, but with the unhurried certainty of something that had already calculated where the blade would be and had moved before the calculation needed to be shared with the rest of him. The ice blade came across, and Jon ducked it by the span of a hand and drove Longclaw at the gap in the rib cage. The Night King stepped back, barely an inch, but enough, and the Valyrian steel found nothing but cold air. They engaged again. Jon feinted right and drove left, and the Night King was already there. He caught Jon's sword arm at the wrist, not the blade, the wrist, the grip of something that could have crushed bone without trying, and used the momentum to push Jon backward into the roots of the weirwood. Jon hit the tree hard and kept his feet by pure reflex and came back immediately, because stopping was dying. The ice blade came in flat and fast, and he got Longclaw up just in time, and the block jarred through his whole left side, and he felt his footing shift in the snow beneath him and knew, with cold clarity, that he was being beaten. Not losing, being beaten. There was a difference. Losing implied the outcome was uncertain. The Night King was faster than he should have been for something so massive, and his strength was without limit, and he did not tire, and he did not make mistakes, and every exchange was costing Jon something he could not afford to keep spending. His sword arm was numb from the wrist where the Night King had held it. His back hurt from the tree. He was breathing in the deep, ragged way of someone running out of what fueled them. And the Night King was watching him with those 8,000-year eyes, and was not breathing at all. Jon drove at him again, because driving at him was the only option. And the Night King stepped inside the swing, and the ice blade came toward Jon's face, and he threw himself sideways, and the cold edge opened a line along his cheek. And he went down on one knee in the snow with Longclaw still in his hand and the Night King above him, unhurried, raising the ice blade for what would settle it. The Night King looked at him on his knees in the snow, and he did something Jon had not expected. He smiled. It was not a human smile. It carried none of the warmth the word implied, none of the invitation. It was the smile of something that has already won, and is simply allowing the winning to be acknowledged. He dropped the ice blade into the snow with a sound like a bell struck cold, and he walked toward Jon with the unhurried certainty of something that has no concept of being stopped. Jon tried to rise. His legs gave. He got one hand on Longclaw, and the Night King's boot came down on the blade, pinning it into the frozen earth, and one enormous hand closed around Jon's throat and lifted him from the ground as though the weight of him was not a consideration. Ghost drove at the Night King's flank, and the remaining White Walkers closed around the wolf before he reached him, 3 of them, moving with the controlled purpose of things that had done this before. Ghost fought with everything he had. He could not get through. Jon heard him, the howl cut short by the press of pale bodies. Ghost could do nothing. The hand around his throat was cold in a way that went deeper than cold. It was the cold of 8,000 years, the cold of everything that had been claimed and held and would never be warm again, and Jon felt it moving through him, through his veins, his chest, the edges of his vision. Not killing him, changing him. The Night King watched his face as it happened, watched with those ancient eyes as Jon's exhausted gray irises began, at the very edges, to lighten toward the pale blue of the turned. Arya moved. Certainty was a blind spot. She had been taught that in the House of Black and White. Men who were certain they had won stopped attending to what they had not won yet. The Night King had not felt her presence in the way he felt the presence of every living thing on the battlefield. The heat, the fear, the small distinctive signature of someone trying to survive. Arya was not trying to survive. She was moving like purpose, like the absence of hesitation, and the Night King's ancient and absolute attention, distributed across an army of tens of thousands, had left this one blind spot, the person who had trained her whole life to be exactly this. The White Walkers had not seen her either, their pale eyes tracking the obvious threats, the fighters with Valyrian steel, the noise and heat of the battle, finding in Arya's stillness only stillness. Bran watched from the weirwood. He had seen this in the network, had seen 10,000 versions of what was about to happen in the long sight of the trees, and he knew that the next 5 seconds contained everything. Arya came out of the shadow, with the catspaw dagger driving upward. The Night King had not seen her coming. He was faster than anything living, and she had known that. He heard her or felt her or simply knew, the way he seemed to simply know things, and he dropped Jon and turned to intercept her, stepping back to avoid the dagger. He caught her wrist. The grip was the same cold as the one around Jon's throat, the same ancient, absolute cold. He grabbed her throat and her vision flared white at the edges, not changing her, killing her. The catspaw dagger fell from her hand. Jon dropped. His knees hit the snow and the blue was still at the edges of his eyes, and his hands were shaking, but Longclaw was no longer pinned, and he had spent his entire life learning to move, when moving was the only thing left. He drove upward into the Night King's side from his knees with Longclaw, and found the place where dragonglass had entered 8,000 years ago that Valyrian steel could reach, and drove through it with everything he had. The Night King looked down at the blade in his side. He looked at Jon. He looked at Bran beneath the weirwood, at the three-eyed raven, the keeper of memory, the record that could not be unmade. He looked at Arya, still in his grip, who looked back at him without flinching. Starks, the wardens of the North, the people charged since the first long night with standing between the world of the living and what came from beyond the wall. The certainty in his eyes did not disappear so much as arrive at its end. 8,000 years of purpose, finished. He shattered. Arya landed as the grip released, hand finding the dagger in the snow. She was on her feet before the pieces finished falling. The White Walkers still stood, and she drove the catspaw dagger through the first before it had completed turning toward her, and it shattered. The second turned to strike Arya, but she evaded and found an opening under the arm. As the White Walkers began to retreat, Ghost pinned the third as Arya pierced it in the neck above the armor. Arya went to Jon. She crossed the broken ground of the godswood and dropped to her knees in front of him, exhausted, the catspaw dagger loose in her hand. Ghost moved behind her, settling at her back. The great white wolf, still and immense, pressed close in the way of something that had decided she was worth guarding. Arya was breathing hard. Jon was breathing hard. Neither of them spoke. Bran watched them from beneath the weirwood with those quiet, ancient eyes. Jon looked at Arya. Arya looked at Jon. Then they both looked at Bran. The three of them were still in the broken and burning godswood, the three-eyed raven, the young woman who had trained her whole life for a single night, and the man who had died and come back and spent years standing at the edge of the world. Nothing needed to be said. They looked at each other across the firelight and the cold and the silence after the end of something very old, and nothing needed to be said. Across the battlefield, the whites fell. Not all of them. Most 4 in every 5, perhaps more, collapsed at once, mid-movement, mid-reach. The Night Kings were removed from them like a fire going out. But not all. Where the surviving White Walkers still stood, small knots of whites remained animated, their own lesser dead, bound to the walker that commanded them rather than to the Night King directly. They kept moving. In the sudden near silence of most of the dead falling, these remaining whites were jarring, isolated pockets of motion in a field that had otherwise gone still. For a moment, no one moved. Then someone realized that the White Walkers had not fallen. They were still standing, the surviving ones, fewer now after the dragonfire and the Valyrian steel of the battle, but present, still moving, each accompanied by a small knot of whites that had not fallen with the rest. These were their own bound dead, tied to the walker that commanded them rather than to the Night King. Without the Night King's overarching will, the great mass of the army was gone, but the White Walkers were their own thing, sustained differently, and they stood in the ruined yard of Winterfell in the first gray light of approaching dawn, and they did not shatter. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Then the walkers moved, not toward the living but away, retreating with the controlled purpose of things that had their own existence independent of the Night King's will. But they were outnumbered now, each walker with only its small retinue of remaining whites, and the living came at them from every direction with dragonglass and Valyrian steel. Jaime, Brienne, Jon, and the wildling fighters with dragonglass weapons worked through the remaining walkers methodically. Each walker that fell took its bound whites with it. The fighting lasted perhaps 10 minutes, grim and close, no elegance in it, just the necessary work. Most fell. A handful, perhaps 4 or 5, moving too fast to intercept, reached the deep cold of the north and went through it. They were not all alike, those that escaped. Some were ancient and massive. Their armor of ice so deep and elaborated had become part of their bodies, their faces carrying the weight of millennia, the first made, the eldest walkers. Others looked younger, men in what had been their 20s, bent and darkened by the cold magic that had claimed them but not yet fully overwritten, their features still faintly readable as something that had once been human. They went north. No one had the strength to follow them further. The living stood in the ruin of the battle and breathed. It was enough, for now it was enough. Rhaegar found Viserion above the castle. The undead dragon had been circling without direction since the Night King shattered, the animating will gone, but the cold animation of his own undead existence persisting. He circled in the dark sky above Winterfell, cream and pale gold now gone to gray and dead white, neither attacking nor retreating, a thing that had lost its purpose and did not know it. Rhaegar came at him from above. She had been climbing in the dark above the castle, gaining altitude, circling wide and quiet and far up, and she dropped on Viserion from above and to the left in a move possible only for a dragon that moved the way Rhaegar moved, with that specific kind of fluidity that had always characterized her. They collided in the dark sky above Winterfell in a tangle of wings and scales and fire, Viserion's pale blue blaze and Rhaegar's orange, the two streams crossing in the sky above the ruined battlefield. They fought. It was not graceful. It was two enormous creatures in the dark, tearing at each other with everything they had, and the sounds of it carried across the battlefield, and the fighters below stopped to look up at the fire in the sky. Rhaegar was not as large as Viserion. She was faster, and she was thinking. She found the gap in his guard that the Night King's imprecise control had left, the gap where a living dragon's instinct would have been, and the undead dragon's imitation fell slightly short, and she drove into it, and Viserion screamed his pale, cold scream. He fell from the sky. He hit the field north of the castle, and Rhaegar came down with him, not releasing, not pulling back, locked together with the totality of a creature that has decided this ends now. She drove him into the frozen earth and pinned him, all her weight on his back and her jaws finding his neck in the dark, and she clamped down. She held. She held with everything she had, her whole body working, until the neck crushed under her and the cold blue fire in Viserion went out for the last time. He shuddered once enormously and was still. Rhaegar released him. She lay down beside him then, beside what had been her brother, what was left of him, and put her head on the frozen ground next to his and was quiet. The sky above Winterfell was empty of fire. Daenerys was at Rhaegar's side in minutes. She landed Drogon nearby and ran to her dragon and put her hands on the green scales and felt the warmth there, labored, Rhaegar breathing in a way that told the story of the fight, and Daenerys pressed her forehead against the dragon's neck and was quiet for a long time. "You're all right," she said eventually. "You're all right." Rhaegar breathed. The warmth was there. Rhaegar was all right. Jon found Daenerys there. He crossed the yard to her and stood beside her, and she turned to him, and for a moment there were no words adequate to the size of what they had just survived. Then she stepped toward him, and he put his arms around her, and she pressed her face against his shoulder, and they stood like that in the ruined yard as the sky began to lighten in the east and the stars went out one by one. "We're alive," she said quietly. It was not triumph, it was simpler than triumph. "Yes," he said, "we're alive." Neither of them moved for a while. The battlefield spread out before them in the gray pre-dawn, tens of thousands of bodies piled in the windrows of the night's fighting, whites and white giants and dead beasts, the living too, scattered among them in numbers that would take days to count. Fires still burned. Smoke lay flat over everything. Jon looked at all of it and felt the full weight of what the night had cost. Every body on that field had been someone. Everyone had been frightened and cold and had kept standing anyway. The sun was coming up over the damage they had died to prevent. What preceded was not a battle of skill. Skill had its place, in the positions chosen, in the Valyrian steel deployed to the right hands, in the dragonglass distributed to every fighter who could be trusted with it. And it had its place in the dragons too, in the fact that Drogon and Rhaegar were the only force on the field capable of taking on the dead at scale, of burning 100 whites in a single pass where 100 soldiers might kill 10. Dragon fire was the difference between holding the line and being swept away in the first hour. But what the long night required in the end was something older and simpler than skill. It required the willingness to keep standing after the body had voted to stop. To hold a line not because you believed you could hold it, but because it had to be held and you were the one standing there. To look at what was coming and not run, and then to look at it again and again, for as many hours as the night required. It was a battle of endurance and will, and endurance and will were things the dead did not have to spend. The living did. Every minute cost something. The question was only whether there would be enough of something left when the end finally came. It was enough. It had to be enough. In the silence of the ruined yard, as the last walkers fell and the last bound wights went still, Tormund noticed a figure at the outer gate. Benjen Stark, standing with his dragonglass blade and his torch burning strong, looking at the field. He had not sought anyone out. He did not speak. He stood and looked at what they had fought for, and Tormund looked back at him from across the yard. Their eyes met. Recognizing him from the frozen lake, Tormund raised a hand. Benjen looked at him for a long moment with those half-living eyes. Then he turned and walked north through the gate, back into the dark, and he did not look back. The sun came up. It was the thin, pale sun of a northern winter, grudging with its light, but it came up. No one saw her go at first. In the aftermath, in the gray dawn stillness of the ruined yard, with the fire still burning and the surviving fighters standing among the fallen, Melisandre walked through the gates and out onto the open field north of the castle. She moved slowly, with the deliberateness of someone who has decided on a direction and is not going to be hurried. The dead lay all around her, stilled and motionless, piled in the windrows of the night's fighting. She stopped in the middle of the field. She looked north, toward the distant line of the forest. Then she reached up and unclasped the ruby necklace at her throat. Those who saw it afterward could not agree on exactly how long it took. Seconds, some said. No more than a breath, said others. The ruby fell from her fingers into the mud, and Melisandre of Asshai, the Red Woman, the Shadowbinder, the priestess who had burned men for a god and brought one back from the dead, became what she had always been underneath the glamour the ruby sustained. Very old. Impossibly, unbearably old. The kind of age that had no number left to put to it. She did not fall. She simply subsided. The decades came all at once, and they did their work, and in the cold morning air of the field north of Winterfell she became ash and dust and was gone, and the wind took the rest. Later that morning, Davos found the ruby half buried in the mud. He turned it over in his fingers, holding it for a long, silent moment before slipping it into his satchel and continuing across the quiet battlefield. Chapter 17, The First Day. Ghost returned on the first morning from wherever Ghost went, emerging from the tree line with several severe wounds and the expression of an animal that has done what it came to do and is ready to discuss next steps. Jon sat in the yard and examined the injuries and scratched the wolf's ears and sat in the thin winter sunlight and let himself feel the size of what they had survived. Tormund found Brienne in the yard before the counting had properly begun. She was examining a deep cut along her left forearm with the dispassionate focus of someone assessing a structural problem. Her Valyrian steel sword sheathed and her hair loose from the battle and her face carrying what had been, for Tormund, the single most beautiful sight of the entire long night. The sight of a woman still standing. "You're alive," he said. "Evidently," she said without looking up. "I saw you take that spear to the shoulder, I thought. I've taken worse." She tied off the cut with a strip of cloth and finally looked at him. Her expression was what her expression usually was when she looked at him. A woman attempting to maintain a professional assessment of a situation that kept giving her reasons to revise it. "You're alive too." "I'm very hard to kill," Tormund said. He said it with complete seriousness because it was true and he had always found false modesty confusing. "Also, I am extremely strong and fast for my size. I want to make sure you know that, in case it wasn't clear during the battle." Brienne looked at him for a moment. Something moved through her face that in someone else might have been the beginning of a smile. In Brienne of Tarth it was more disciplined than that, but it was there. I noticed, she said. Tormund beamed. This was, he decided, an excellent morning. The counting of the dead took 3 days. 3 days of walking the fields and the walls and the crypts, where the sealed doors had held and the blocked coffins had held and the people inside stay resting. And this was due entirely to Tyrion Lannister, who had thought to ask the question before it was too late to act on the answer. 3 days of fires, they burned them all now, the living dead and the properly dead alike, because the question had to be closed. Jon thought about the crypts. He thought about the order he had given, you burn them all. His mother was down there. Lyanna Stark, who had died in a tower room in Dorne, whose body Ned had carried home and laid to rest beneath Winterfell with the rest of the Starks, in the dark under the stone with a statue above her, and flowers that had long since gone to dust. He had never known her. He had walked past her effigy 100 times as a boy without knowing what it meant. He found Sansa that morning and said quietly, "The crypts, I'd like you to see to it, personally. Make sure," he paused, "make sure she is treated with the care she deserves." Sansa looked at him. She understood immediately, as Sansa always did. "I will," she said. "I'll see to it myself." He nodded. He did not say more. Lyanna Mormont died in the outer courtyard. She was 11 years old. She had been Lady of Bear Island, and she had been the first voice to name Jon king in the north, and she died fighting something 4 times her size, and she won, and then her body gave out and she was gone. Jon stood over her for a long time before he spoke. Then he said, "She was more of a lord than half the men I've ever known." No one disagreed. Beric Dondarrion was found where Thoros had left him, with Thoros' cloak over him. Thoros stood beside him and was not weeping and was not weeping. "He should have died 6 times over before this," Thoros said. "The Lord of Light kept him for something. Now the something is done." He paused. "It was worth it." Jorah Mormont died in the final hour of the battle. A section of the inner wall gave way, too many whites, too much sustained pressure, the mortar between stones centuries old and never meant for this, and Jorah stepped into the gap as it opened. He had not been ordered to. He had seen it happen and he had moved, and the fighters on either side of him moved with him, and together they held the gap, and the section behind it did not fall. He took wounds that would have ended most people and kept going, past the point at which keeping going was possible, in the way of a man who has decided that one specific thing will be accomplished and has stopped allocating resources to the future beyond it. When his legs finally gave out, he was on his knees in the gap with Heartsbane still in his hand and the section of wall still standing behind him. He had died as he had lived, facing forward, in service of a queen he believed in. He was found in the morning by 2 unsullied soldiers who did not know his name. They noted his position and the number of dead things surrounding him and marked his location carefully, as they marked everything. The name was told to them afterward. Daenerys was told at dawn on the 2nd day. She received it with the stillness she reserved for things that cost too much to express immediately, and she stood alone for a while, and then Jon came to stand beside her, and they stood together without speaking. Theon Greyjoy died in the Godswood. He died for Bran, for Winterfell, for the place that had made him what he was before he had tried to unmake it. Bran said, with the spare economy of someone using words as precise instruments. He was exactly what he needed to be. On the 2nd morning, Jon found Daenerys in the yard looking at Rhaegar, who was still lying in the field beside the body of Viserion. He stood beside her for a while. Then he said what he had been thinking about since the night of the battle. "I spoke at the dragon pit that I hadn't pledged myself to any queen or king," he said. "That was true then. I've had time to think about what I want it to be now." She turned to look at him. He bent the knee. Not with performance or theater, Jon Snow had no gift for either, just a man going down on one knee in the frost of the morning and saying simply, "My queen." Daenerys looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached down and took his arm and pulled him up. "Stand up," she said quietly. "We have enough to do without that." She did not say she accepted it. She did not need to. In the evenings of those 3 days, Jon and Daenerys found each other. It was not dramatic. They had not planned it. They had simply arrived separately at the same fire on the first evening and had sat together, and neither of them had moved to leave, and the sitting had become the thing itself. They talked sometimes about what came next, about the South, about the people they had lost. Sometimes they sat without talking. The fire went low and the night was cold, and it was enough to have another person present who understood the weight of what had just been carried. On the third evening, he reached for her hand and she let him take it. She looked at their hands joined and then looked at him and she smiled. The full version, the one she kept for moments that didn't require performance, and they sat like that for a while in the firelight, and neither of them said anything about what it was, because neither of them needed to. They were between them the song of ice and fire. They had each found the other half of the phrase. The song was not a battle. The song was two things in harmony. After the battle, Bran sat with the Weirwood network and looked north, at the fraying edge of what the trees could show him. He could sense them, those shapes he had never been able to see clearly, moving in the deep north with their own purposes. He could not tell if they had come near during the long night and then withdrawn. He could not see clearly enough. He held the uncertainty and set it aside and told Jon about it in the days after. That something had been out there, that he had not been able to see it clearly, that it was not Whites and not White Walkers, that it might be Craster's sons but he could not confirm it, that he did not know what it was or what it intended. Jon listened. He thought about the changed, and 100 children given to the cold over decades, transformed into something with no name in the existing order of the world. "Are they a threat?" he asked. "I don't know," Bran said, which from Bran, who seemed to know most things that could be known through the trees, was its own kind of answer. "We keep watching," Jon said. "The wall still needs people who look north and take it seriously." "Yes," Bran agreed. Gendry found Arya in the yard on the morning of the first day, sitting on a barrel outside the forge. She was sharpening the cat's paw dagger with the methodical focus she brought to anything involving a blade. She looked up when she heard his approach and then looked back at the blade, which was the Arya version of acknowledgement. "You all right?" he said. "Fine," she said. "You?" "Survived," he said. He sat on the barrel beside hers. "I mostly hit things with a hammer and tried not to fall over. It worked." "Strong survival strategy." "I thought so." He looked at the side of her face. "You went after the Night King." "Jon went after the Night King. I went after the things between Jon and the Night King." "That's not as different as you're making it sound." She looked at him briefly. There was something in her expression that was not what her expression usually was, something slightly less defended, slightly more present. The battle had done that. Battles did that. "We're still alive," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "Good," she said. She went back to sharpening the blade. He stayed on the barrel. It was enough for now. Part 4, The Iron Question. Chapter 18, EURON. 2 months had passed since the long night ended. The North was beginning the slow work of counting and burying and rebuilding. They had lost over half of the men that came to fight in the long night. Jon and Daenerys had remained at Winterfell through the first weeks of it, for the fires, for the councils, for the grief that could not be hurried. And then, when the work had settled into the patient rhythms of recovery, they had sailed south with the Unsullied, leaving Sansa to govern the North as she had always governed it. Well, and without needing to be asked twice. The Dothraki had gone overland, their Khalasas moving south at the steady pace of riders who had covered greater distances on worse roads, and found the notion of sea travel philosophically questionable. Dragonstone was the destination. The war for the throne still waited. Euron Grudja, knowing Daenerys's armies have been substantially weakened, attacked the fleet on a clear morning when the sea was calm, and the visibility was perfect, which was how Euron liked to work, not in storms and dramatic weather, but in conditions where you could see everything you were about to destroy. He had been preparing for this for months. In the time before Daenerys' fleet had reached the southern coast, in the months when her attention had been on the Long Night and the armies of the north, Euron had been at sea, gathering ships and men and the particular knowledge of how Daenerys moved and where her fleet would be and what its vulnerabilities were. He had learned the coastal approaches. He had built the Silence's Scorpion batteries with the care of a man who had studied the problem of dragons carefully, and had arrived at the conclusion that dragons, for all their fire, had to fly through the air the same as anything else, and air was a medium that he understood. He came out of a false signal, a distress flare from a ship that was not in distress, and hit the Targaryen fleet from the west while its attention was on the eastern horizon. The Silence led the attack. Daenerys was in the air on Drogon when the attack came, which meant she saw it from above before anyone on the ships understood what was happening. She brought Drogon around and came in low over Euron's fleet, fire raking the decks of the outer ships, but Euron had prepared for this. The Scorpion bolts came up at Drogon in volleys, and Drogon was too large and too slow at low altitude to avoid them all. Rhaegar was in the sky to the east, and she saw it too. She came in fast, much faster than Drogon's deliberate descents, her smaller frame and particular intelligence working together in the way they always did, reading the battle from above with those gold eyes and finding the approach that made sense. The Scorpion operators who had positioned themselves to defend against the larger dragon were not positioned for what came at them from the southeast at low altitude and at speed. Rhaegar banked hard, dipping below one bolt and rolling clear of another with a sinuous motion that had the quality of something practiced, something instinctive, the specific grace of a creature that had made her peace with being smaller than her siblings and had found in that smallness its own advantages. She came through the Scorpion fire and emerged unhurt and raked the stern battery of an exposed ship with a precise stream of dragonfire before climbing sharply and circling for another pass. Jon, on the deck of the flagship, watched one of the bolts take Drogon's wing, not through it but graze it, tearing a long strip of membrane. Drogon screamed and climbed, and Daenerys took him higher, out of Scorpion range, and Euron's fleet converged on the ships below. The battle on the water was brutal and brief. Euron's ships outnumbered the Targaryen fleet and came in with the prepared momentum of an attacker, and the Unsullied on the ships were soldiers built for land who fought with the methodical discipline of their training, but could not quite compensate for the difference in terrain. Missandei was taken, and with her more than 60 Unsullied pulled from the water and onto Euron's ships in the chaos of the engagement. Hundreds more dead. Jon did not see it happen, was fighting on the deck of a different ship. But he was told of it afterward in the flat and controlled way that Grey Worm told terrible things, and he read in the lieutenant commander's face something that went beyond the professional grief of a soldier who has lost a colleague. Euron withdrew before the dragons could be brought to bear effectively, his fleet pulling back in the disciplined retreat of someone who had planned to withdraw from the beginning. He had his prizes. He would deliver them to the Queen in King's Landing, and he would hold them as a lever against the woman with the dragons who was coming to take the city. Daenerys, when she heard the full account, said nothing for a long moment. Then she said, "We go south." Jon was beside her. He put his hand over hers. She looked at it for a moment. Then she turned her hand over and held it briefly, and then released it and straightened and became what she needed to be. While Euron was in Blackwater preparing for the attack on Daenerys' fleet, Yara was on the Iron Islands reclaiming her home. Yara came from the south to Dragonstone. She had sailed directly from the newly reclaimed Iron Islands, her 30 longships arriving 7 days after Daenerys' fleet. She came into the war room without ceremony, looked at Daenerys and said, "The islands are ours. Now tell me where to put my ships." Chapter 19, Messandi. King's Landing had been sealed off for weeks, its gates closed and its walls bristling with tension, as if the city itself were holding its breath against what was to come. Sansa had sealed the city the way she sealed everything she decided was hers, completely without negotiation. The gate closed and the chains up and the harbor watched, and the population managed by men with swords, and the specific understanding that the swords were for use. She had filled the city guard with new soldiers, smallfolk, dockworkers, tanners and bakers and apprentices, offered coin for compliance, and the understanding that coin would stop coming and worse would start if they didn't comply. They were not good soldiers. They needed to be present and armed and sufficiently afraid of what Sansa would do if they failed to make the population more afraid of the same. The city had been boiling for weeks, trapped, hungry, governed by fear. The anger had gone underground and built pressure, and the pressure had nowhere to go, and all of that was the city Daenerys was riding toward. Daenerys received word of Missandei on the afternoon of the day before she intended to march. A raven, brief and deliberately cruel. Your friend is with us. Come to the gates and we will discuss terms. She went to the gates on Drogon, not armed, not accompanied by armies, but mounted, elevated, the largest thing in the immediate vicinity as a matter of simple fact. She was not alone behind her. Just beyond the ridge Jon rode at the head of the unsullied column, with the Dothraki spreading wide on either flank. Daenerys had ridden ahead on Drogon, visible and deliberate, a single rider on a dragon come to offer terms before the armies arrived. Sansa would know what rode behind. She landed at a distance safe from the range of Scorpion, and looked up at the walls of King's Landing and saw Missandei. Missandei was standing on the walls above the gate in chains, stripped from her clothing beside a group of unsullied similarly restrained. She was composed in the way that certain people were composed in unbearable situations, not because they were not afraid but because they had decided to present themselves on their own terms regardless. Her head was up. Missandei's body bore the evidence of what had been done to her, wounds on her body, her lips, cheeks, and nose, eyes swollen shut. Fresh blood coming from her mouth and trailing down her neck. The unsullied beside her stood with the rigid stillness of trained soldiers, but the marks on them were plain. Sansa had wanted Daenerys to see the cost of resistance before she heard a single word. Sansa stood nearby. She looked down at Daenerys with the expression she reserved for situations in which she held the advantage and intended to use it. Above the gate itself, one level up, Euron Greyjoy stood at a Scorpion battery, watching the scene below with the alert patience of a man waiting for the exact right moment. He had positioned himself there before dawn. "Turn back," Sansa called down from the walls, her voice steady and unyielding. "Yield King's Landing and no further harm will come to your friends." Daenerys looked up at her. She looked at Missandei in her chains, at the beaten unsullied beside her, at everything Cersei had already done to make her point. "Release them," she said. Her voice carried just as well. "Give us back our friends, surrender King's Landing, and we will spare you, all of you." Cersei's expression didn't shift. She glanced sideways almost lazily. The soldiers behind the unsullied moved. 5 of them went down in a single motion, cut from behind with the efficiency of men who had been given their orders before dawn. Daenerys felt it like cold water through her chest. "Leave," Cersei said pleasantly, "and your subjects will live." Daenerys wanted to turn. She understood the arithmetic. Every moment she stayed was costing lives, and Cersei would keep paying them out one by one until there were none left or until Daenerys broke. She could feel herself on the edge of it, the pull toward retreat, toward buying time, toward anything that would stop the bleeding. She prepared Drogon. She steadied herself. "Release my friends," she said, one more time clearly. "No one else needs to die, you have my word." Cersei nodded again. 5 more unsullied fell. Drogon felt it, the grief and the decision arriving at the same moment, and spread his wings. His distress bled through to Daenerys in the bond they shared, the dragon's ancient instinct recognizing something final. Daenerys pressed her hand to his neck. She almost gave in. She was a breath away from turning. In that moment, Daenerys understood. She had underestimated Cersei's cruelty, had held to the hope that Cersei in the end would choose survival over spite. She had been wrong. If she did not yield now, Missandei would die. And then there would be war, and thousands would burn by dragonfire, and the city she had come to free would be consumed by the fire she brought. None of it would bring Missandei back. She had not come to be the Mad King's daughter. She yielded. She pressed her hand to Drogon's neck and began to turn him away from the walls. Cersei, above the gate, allowed herself a small and satisfied smile, looking down at the turning dragon with the expression of a woman who had played the only card that mattered and found it sufficient. Euron was not watching Cersei. As Drogon turned, Euron Greyjoy saw his opening. He had been watching from his battery above the gate with the focused patience of a man waiting for exactly this angle. He did not look at Cersei. He did not ask permission. He saw the line and he took it, releasing a bolt aimed at Drogon's turning head with the confident precision of someone who had been calculating this geometry since before dawn. Daenerys saw it a half-second before Drogon, and Drogon wrenched his head sharply before the bolt struck. The bolt missed his skull and impacted his scaled breastplate instead, biting deep enough to draw blood and make Drogon scream, but not deep enough to reach anything vital. The wound was real and painful, but it would not kill him. "Stand down," Cersei said sharply and clearly. "Stand." The other Scorpion batteries opened up. Daenerys looked at Euron from atop Drogon's back, the full weight of her fury finding him on the wall above the gate. Then she made Drogon climb, carrying her anger with her into the sky. Below, the Golden Company surged forward from their positions, and the battle began, the battle that Cersei, in her confidence, had decided she could prevent, and that Euron had just made inevitable. Missandei of Noth stood in her chains above the gate. She had watched the dragon turn away. She had watched Daenerys yield. She had watched Cersei's satisfaction. And she made her choice, the last one that was entirely hers to make, the final act of someone who had spent a life in service and was choosing at the end to speak for herself. One word, the last and most defiant thing she had to give. Then Missandei's voice rang out, "Dracarys." Daenerys looked at her for one moment. Then Drogon climbed. On the walls, Cersei's head snapped toward Euron's position. Her expression was not panic. It was the controlled fury of a woman who had not given an order and had just watched someone act on their own initiative in a situation where her survival depended on controlling exactly this kind of initiative. She said it once more, "Euron, stand down," and he released. Euron was already cranking for his third shot. He had found his angle. He was not listening. He did not look at her. He had decided the moment was his and he was inside it, and Cersei Lannister, for all her power, was not a fact he was attending to right now. He missed again. Daenerys had already moved Drogon higher. Cersei looked at the bolt disappearing uselessly into the sky. She looked at the dragon, now beyond range. She looked at Euron, who was reaching for the next bolt with the satisfied focus of a man who has found the thing he loved to do and has no interest in being interrupted. She understood in that moment what he had just done. He had started a war she was no longer certain she could win. She looked at the dragon climbing beyond range. She looked at the field below, where her advantage was evaporating by the second. She had miscalculated and she knew it. She said nothing. She nodded to the mountain. He moved forward and with a swing of his greatsword he cleaved Missandei in two. Missandei died having chosen her moment, having meant it. Then Cersei turned and walked back into the Red Keep, and the mountain followed behind her. From the skis above King's Landing, the Queen of Dragons watched it happen, and she did not look away, because Missandei had not looked away, and the least she could do was witness it. Jon saw her face as she ascended into the sky, watched the grief move through it and become something else, something he had not seen there before in quite that form, something that had run out of restraint. He thought, she is going to burn the city. He felt it as fear rather than certainty, and the fear moved him immediately. He was already turning toward Grey Worm before Drogon had fully cleared the scorpions. Grey Worm, watching from the command position below, watched the queen go aloft. He watched her face as she rose, and he read in it something he understood: the grief below and the resolve above, because he was carrying the same thing, had been carrying it since Euron's fleet, and he had found that grief and duty could occupy the same space without either one diminishing the other. He would grieve later. Right now there was work. He gave the order. The Unsullied advanced. The Dothraki swept in from the flanks, the enormous cavalry charge that had ended armies on 3 continents, the ground shaking under the hooves of 5,000 horses. The Golden Company had deployed in front of the gates and walls, not hiding behind stone, but standing in the open approach, a professional army of hardened sellswords in formation between the advancing forces and the city, their commanders having decided that meeting the enemy in the open was better than waiting to be swept off the walls. They were good soldiers. They held the approach and made the Unsullied pay for every yard. Drogon climbed. He climbed very high, higher than Scorpion range, a black shape against the gray sky, circling with the deliberate patience of something that was choosing its moment. The scorpions on the walls tracked him, the operators cranking the gears, following the black shape against the clouds. On the wall above the gate, Euron Greyjoy fired again. He had been watching Drogon's pattern, calculating the geometry of the circle, and he released at the moment he believed was right. The bolt crossed the sky in a flat line and missed the black wing by 10 yards. The scorpion operators were firing. Euron began to crank for another shot. He was enjoying this. A second pass of the circle, and he released again, closer, close enough that Daenerys felt Drogon flinch. Euron smiled and reached for the next bolt. They were all watching Drogon. Rhaegar appeared from the east. Euron heard the sound Rhaegar made, a specific high pitch, not the deep thunder of Drogon, but something faster and more precise, coming from the east at an altitude that made no tactical sense until it did all at once, when she was already over the outer district, and coming in too low and too fast for the scorpion to track. Euron looked at her for exactly 1 second. He had spent a great deal of his life knowing when a position was no longer tenable. He leapt from the scorpion and ran down the wall at speed, and he was gone before Rhaegar crossed the inner walls. She came in low and fast, lower than anyone would have expected a dragon to fly in a siege situation, skimming the rooftops outside the wall at an altitude that left no room for error and no time for the scorpion operators on the eastern walls to track and respond. She moved with the economy she always moved with in a crisis: no wasted motion, no performance. Just the most direct line from here to the target. The scorpion emplacements above the eastern gates burned one after another in focused streams of dragonfire, the metal warping and the operators throwing themselves clear or not clearing in time, and Rhaegar was past them and climbing before the surviving crews could bring their weapons to bear. The western scorpions turned toward her. Drogon dropped. He came down from his height with the velocity of something very large falling very fast, and the scorpion operators who had been tracking Rhaegar had exactly enough time to understand what was happening before the fire arrived. The western wall emplacements burned. The gate mechanisms burned. The gate itself buckled and collapsed under a sustained stream of dragonfire directed at the giant steel hinges. The gates of King's Landing were open. At the base of the gate, the fighting was close and personal. Jon led the push through the outer formation with Grey Worm at his left shoulder and Yara Greyjoy at his right, the Iron Islander fighting with the compact brutality of her islands, short blade and no wasted movement. Behind them came Brienne of Tarth with Oathkeeper, Podrick Payne with an unsullied spear, and the expression of a man who had long since decided that being afraid and keeping going were not mutually exclusive. Jaime Lannister with Widow's Wail in his left hand, and Sandor Clegane with a long sword and the permanent disposition of a man who has nothing left to protect and finds it freeing. Tormund Giantsbane was not, technically, supposed to be at King's Landing. He had explained this to several people over the course of the voyage south, each of whom had asked variations of the same question. "The Watch needs the wildlings back north," was the most common objection. "There's nothing left for you to fight here." Jon needed men, Tormund had said each time with great certainty. This was true. It was also not entirely the reason. Brienne of Tarth was 3 positions to his left in the formation outside the gates, and Tormund had not volunteered for a siege of King's Landing because of Jon Snow. He had volunteered because Brienne of Tarth was going to be there, and Tormund Giantsbane had reached the age at which a man stopped pretending his reasons were other than they were, at least to himself. To everyone else he maintained the Jon story with complete conviction. Gendry was beside him, war hammer in both hands, with the expression of a man who has decided to think about this very little and act on instinct entirely. The gates buckled under Drogon's fire, and the order came down the line. Gendry moved with the hammer the way he moved with everything, forward, without elegance, with a consistency that the Golden Company's front line was not equipped to argue with. Tormund fought beside him with the cheerful ferocity of a man who has been north of the Wall for most of his adult life, and finds a professional army comparatively manageable. The Golden Company's front line was professional and braced. They met them with the competence of soldiers who had been doing this for decades. What they had not prepared for was the combination, Grey Worm finding gaps that shouldn't exist, Yara driving into them before they could close, Brienne's Valyrian steel cutting through armor their steel could not answer. James' left-handed forms were unfamiliar in ways that made experienced fighters hesitate the half-second that decided things. The Hound simply would not stop coming forward, and Jon moved through all of it with Longclaw, finding the places where the Golden Company's discipline was coming apart at the seams. Pod took a cut to the arm and kept going. Brienne registered it without looking. She trusted that he would keep going because he always had. The Unsullied advanced through them. The Golden Company broke, not all of them, not immediately, but enough, the rear lines dissolving first as men who had signed a contract to fight a war decided that this particular war had become something other than advertised. The front lines held longer, professionals fighting with the grim competence of people who had nowhere to run to, and the battle in the streets was hard and close and costly. But the gates were open, and the battle, in the way of battles whose outcome had been decided by the opening move, was a matter of time. Chapter 20, Wildfire. Cersei Lannister had known the dead were defeated. She had felt at the moment the strange, oppressive cold that had been seeping even this far south lifted in the night, months before the army appeared on the horizon. She had woken from sleep to the absence of it, to the ordinary cold of a King's Landing winter, and had lain in the dark and understood that the dead had been defeated, and that whoever had defeated them was now coming for her. She had spent those 2 months preparing. The bells rang less than 30 minutes after the siege began. They rang for surrender, the great bells of the city, the sound that had always meant enough. The bells rang from the sept and from the towers and from the castle itself, a massive rolling sound that Jon heard from his position near the gates. Cersei heard the bells. She gave the order. The first cache detonated beneath the central market, a dull, heavy sound that was more felt than heard, and then the ground lifted, and the buildings above it came apart, and the green fire came up through the gaps in a geyser that climbed 30 feet and spread across the streets and consumed everything it touched. The wildfire was the contingency plan. There were caches beneath King's Landing. Her father had known about them. Tyrion had known about them. The pyromancers had storing them under the Mad King's direction and had been maintaining them ever since, and the wildfire sat in its ceramic jars in chambers beneath the streets, connected by a network of tunnels and passages. Cersei had spent the past weeks extending the network, placing new caches beneath the central market, beneath the docks, beneath the most densely populated districts of the city, beneath the old merchant quarter that had always been the most crowded and the most difficult to control. She had not placed them where she thought the battle would be. She had placed them where the people were. Not because she hated the people, because the people were the city, and the city was the last leverage she had, and leverage was all she had ever truly understood. It found the morning market crowds, the vendors and the buyers and the children and the old men sitting in the sun, and it consumed them with the absolute thoroughness of wildfire, which did not distinguish between combatants and not. The second cache went beneath the docks, the old timber structures catching in an instant, the green fire spreading across the waterfront in both directions. The people who had crowded toward the docks to watch the battle and potentially flee now caught between fire and water with nowhere to go. The third cache detonated beneath the old merchant quarter, in the heart of the oldest and most crowded part of the city, and this one was the largest. And what it did to the buildings above it and the streets between them and the people who lived in that warren of narrow lanes was a thing that would not be described fully in any account written afterward, because no one who survived wanted to describe it fully, and those who had been at the center of it were not available to describe anything. 3 caches, perhaps 1,000 dead in the first minutes, perhaps more. Tyrion saw the first explosion from the gate. He stood on the rubble of the gate and looked at the green fire rising from the market district and felt something cold move through him that was not the temperature. 3 caches. 3, out of however many she had prepared, and 3 had done this. He thought, it doesn't matter how many more there are. The city is burning now and people are dying now, and that is what matters now. Help them, he said. He said it to Sir Davos, who was beside him. He said it to the unsullied commanders. He said it to the Dothraki who were streaming through the gate. The invasion is over. Help them. Get to the fire. Find the survivors. Move. He walked into the burning city and started doing it himself, because the people Tyrion moved were people who watched where he moved. Grey Worm moved beside him, coordinating the Unsullied with the precision that was Grey Worm's defining quality. He ordered a score of his men to make for the dungeons beneath the castle and locate the prisoners. Then he pressed on with the rest, driving them toward the fiercest of the fires. Organizing human chains to reach the trapped, applying a soldier's mind to a civilian crisis with the same competence he applied to everything else. He did not speak of Missandei. He worked. The grief was in the work. In the passages below the city, 6 men, who had never spoken to one another, stopped running. They had been given their orders before dawn, each assigned to a specific cache, a specific passage, a specific moment. They were pyromancers or men who worked alongside them, people who understood the chemistry of what they carried and had agreed, for coin and for fear of Cersei, to light what they had been told to light. The first explosion had done what it was meant to do. The second had done what it was meant to do. The third had shaken the ground under their feet and filled the passages with smoke and the sound of something above them coming apart. And then in the dark beneath the city, 6 men stopped and thought about what they were. The city had fallen. They had heard it in the ground, the Dothraki charge, the battering at the gates, the screaming from above that had shifted from a battle sound to something else. Cersei Lannister, the queen who had ordered them here, was losing. Perhaps had already lost. The golden contract that had promised them safety on the other side of what they were being asked to do had been made with a woman who was running out of tomorrow. They had served the Mad Queen, and the Mad Queen had burned her own city and lost, and they owed her nothing. They had been afraid of her, which was different. They owed her nothing. One by one, they set down their torches and walked back through the passages toward the light above. None of them spoke to the others. None of them needed to. The remaining caches sat in their chambers beneath the city, untouched and silent, as the fighting above them slowly ceased. Euron Greyjoy did not die above the walls. He had prepared for the loss of the city the same way he had prepared for everything, by having an exit, a private one, that he had never told Cersei about because telling Cersei things was how you lost exits. There were passages in the Red Keep older than the keep itself, passages that the histories mentioned in passing, and that most people assumed had been sealed. Some of them had not been. Euron knew which ones. He had spent days before Daenerys' arrival learning them, quietly, because Euron Greyjoy had always prepared for the version of events where things went badly. He moved through the passages with the controlled urgency of a man who is not panicking, but who is moving quickly because quickly was required. He reached the lower passages and followed them toward the harbor, toward the small boat he had stored in the sea cave below the cliffs. Nothing grand, nothing that would be noticed, just a boat and an oar and the sea, which was his. He reached the cove. The boat was there, tucked against the rock where he had left it, small and unremarkable and everything he needed. He climbed down the last of the cliff path and stepped onto the wet stone of the cove floor and looked at the boat and looked at the open water beyond the cave's mouth, and what he saw stopped him. Out on the harbor, beyond the burning city and the smoke and the sounds of the battle he was escaping, the Greyjoy fleet was engaged. Not his fleet fighting Daenerys' fleet, his fleet fighting another fleet of iron-borne ships, longships with familiar lines, striking from the southwest into the flank of the Silence's escort. Yara's ships. He recognized the configuration immediately, because he had spent his whole life learning to read the sea and what moved on it. As he watched, a fire ship came in on the Silence herself. His ship, his magnificent Silence, the ship he had built as an extension of his will, and struck her amidships, and the fire caught in the rigging and spread with the enthusiasm of fire that has found exactly the right conditions, and the Silence began to burn. She was far enough out that he could not hear the screaming, only see the orange light of her against the dark water. Euron Greyjoy stood in his cave and watched his ship burn for a long moment. His expression was not what most people would have expected, not grief, not rage, but something quieter, something almost like recognition. He had always known, somewhere below conscious thought, that the sea gave and the sea took, and that everything he'd built would eventually be taken back by something. He had just not expected it to be his sister. The Unsullied had found him in the cove. He did not know how, whether someone had talked, whether Grey Worm had simply been thorough in ways that Euron had underestimated. There were 6 of them in the cave and 10 lengths between him and the boat. Euron Greyjoy drew his sword and fought because that was what he did. He was good. He was not good enough. The cave was close quarters, and the Unsullied had been trained for close quarters by people who had made it their profession, and there were 6 of them. He died in the cave with salt water at his feet, and the sound of the sea outside, which was more than he deserved and less than he would have wanted. Chapter 21. The Mountain, the Hound, and the Needle. Arya slipped through the chaos of the city the way she slipped through everything, not unseen but unnoticed, which was different. People in burning streets paid attention to the burning. She paid attention to the path. She had a specific destination and a specific reason for it, and the reason had been on a list she had kept in her head for years. Cersei Lannister was at the top. The city was burning and people were dying, and the woman responsible was in the Red Keep, and Arya Stark had been working toward this for a very long time. She had considered wearing a face. She had the skill for it, had worn Littlefinger's face to manage the veil, and could have worn any number of people to walk straight into the Red Keep without challenge. She had thought about it and decided against it. Cersei Lannister had spent her whole life in rooms where people performed for her, and she knew every performance. And there was another reason, simpler and more honest. She wanted Cersei to know who had come for her, not a faceless servant of the many-faced god. Arya Stark of Winterfell, who had a list and was here to finish it. But first, the mountain. She moved through back alleys and servant passages, through the parts of the Red Keep that the chaos had not yet reached, guided by the maps she had memorized years ago and the specific knowledge of how old castles worked, where the sight lines were, where guards would be positioned, where the sound would carry. She found Cersei in the throne room. Not sitting on the throne, standing near it in the center of the room with the mountain between her and the door. The mountain was in his armor, helmed, sword drawn, the absolute stillness of something that had been reduced to a single purpose. He was not looking at the door. He was looking at everything. Arya moved. She was good. She was very good. Needle was in her right hand and the catspaw dagger in her left, and she moved from 3 separate directions in the span of 2 seconds, using every technique she had, every feint and misdirection, and strike from an unexpected angle. Needle found gaps that a larger blade couldn't have reached. The catspaw dagger drove for joints in the armor where the metal couldn't fully protect. The mountain absorbed each one with the terrible patience of something that had no pain to worry about and no fatigue. He caught her on the 4th pass, not her blade but her arm, and the grip of the mountain was simply mechanical, a machine that had closed around something it had decided to hold. She could not get free. She fought with everything, with Needle, with the catspaw dagger, with every technique that had saved her from things that should have been impossible. He took it and held on, and the grinding pressure of the grip was doing what it was going to do, and she thought, "This is the one I couldn't plan for." The door opened. 2 men came through it at almost the same moment, from different directions, through the main door and through the servants' entrance. Both of them stopped for a half-second when they took in the scene. Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane. The Hound moved first. He moved the way the Hound always moved when he had made his decision, not quickly, not with any particular elegance, but with the specific directness of a man who has stopped caring about what happens to him and is focusing entirely on what happens to the target. He hit the mountain from the side with the full weight of a very large man going very fast, and the mountain let go of Arya in the moment of impact, which was all she needed. She dropped. She rolled. She was on her feet in the space behind the mountain before he had completed the motion of turning. Needle in her right hand, catspaw dagger in her left, both of them ready. Qyburn was retreating. He had been standing near the rear of the throne room, not attending Cersei, but watching the scene with the detached attention of a man who has seen enough unusual things that his threshold for surprise has become very high. He watched Sandor Clegane enter. He watched Jaime Lannister enter behind him. He watched the mountain release the girl. He made his calculations. He reached into his robe and produced a small vial, sealed with wax, a cord wick pushed through the stopper. The glass was pale green. He lit the wick from one of the wall torches with the careful deliberateness of someone who has done this before in controlled conditions and is now doing it in uncontrolled ones. Then he threw the vial against the stone floors, blocking the passage with the godless fire. The vial shattered. Wildfire spread across a section of the floor in a wash of cold green fire, eating into the old stone, and the room filled with the acrid smell of it and a bloom of heat that pushed everyone backward a step. The fire did not consume the room. A single vial was not enough for that, and the stone was old and damp. But it burned with the completeness of wildfire, consuming everything within its reach and painting the walls green in flickering reflection. Qyburn was not found. The rear passages of the Red Keep were old and numerous, and a man who had spent years serving in that castle and attending to its secrets would have known which ones led out. Arya wanted to help the Hound, but the fight that followed was the most brutal thing she had ever witnessed, and she had witnessed considerable brutality. The Hound and the Mountain were brothers in the way of 2 people who had been shaped by the same violence, who understood each other's rhythms, who knew every trick the other had, who had spent their whole lives in the same shadow. The Mountain was not precisely alive, and the Hound had always known it would come to this. He had been carrying this particular reckoning for as long as Arya had known him. The Hound hit the Mountain with everything he had, not elegantly, not strategically, with the total commitment of a man who has been saving this for a very long time and has finally arrived. The impact rocked the Mountain back a step, which was more than most things could manage. The Mountain recovered and struck back with the force of something that was no longer limited by pain or fatigue or the ordinary rules of how much damage a body could absorb. The Hound took the blow and kept moving. "Come on then, you cunt," he said, in the flat conversational tone of a man who has nothing left to lose and finds that freeing. He drove the mountain back again. He drove him back again. He took wounds that would have ended most people. The mountain's armored fists landing with a sound like struck iron, and kept driving, kept pressing, refusing to go down, his whole body an act of refusal. Wildfire burning, Jaime looked at his sister. He had been looking at her for 40 years. He had looked at her across tournament fields and council tables and beds, and the terrible spaces between people who have run out of ways to reach each other. He had looked at her through love and anger and grief, and the exhaustion of someone who has spent his whole life trying to understand a thing that does not want to be understood. She looked at him now. The throne room was burning at its edges, the drapes, the tapestries, and she looked at him with those green Lannister eyes, and in them, past the composure and the calculation, he could see the thing she had always shown him and no one else, the genuine fear, not of dying, the fear of being wrong, the fundamental terror of a woman who had been told from birth that the world would not give her what she wanted and had decided the solution was to take it before anyone could refuse her. "Jaime," she said. "Cersei, you came back." "I always came back," he said. "This time I wish you hadn't," she said. She said it without accusation. She was looking at Widow's wail in his hand, and she was reading his face the way only she could read it, and she understood what was about to happen. Something in her face shifted, grief and pride, and the loneliness of someone who has been alone even in company for their entire life. She looked at him and she said, "Was any of it worth it? Everything we did?" He thought about it honestly, because she deserved his honesty now if she had never had it before. "Some of it," he said. "The children were worth it, the love was worth it." He paused. "The rest of it." "I know," she said. "Cersei." "I know, Jaime." She closed her eyes. When she opened them they were very clear. "Do it then, do what you came to do." A pause. He crossed the room. He thought about the Mad King, whose throat he had cut, whose city he had saved, whose wildfire had not burned the population below. He thought about the choice he had made at 17 years old and had carried for more than 2 decades without anyone believing it was the right one. He thought, some choices do not become the right ones by being understood. They are simply the right ones, and you make them, and you carry them. The melting stone from uncontained wildfire fell around them, and the mountain stumbled into the flames, and the hound went with him, punching, pushing, grabbing, pulling, biting, head-butting, taking them both down into the growing green flames. It was not a victory. It was the only ending available, and the hound had understood that since before he came into this room. Arya stood in the burning room and breathed. Sandor Clegane had been on her list since she was 12 years old. She had put him there the day he killed Micah, the butcher's boy, her friend, the boy who had done nothing except spar with Arya Stark and had paid for it with his life. She had carried that name for 8 years the way she carried all the names, with the flat patience of someone who intends to settle accounts. She stood in the burning throne room and looked at what was left of the place where the mountain and the hound had ended, and she thought about all of it at once. The boy in the road, and the man who had done it, and the same man who had stood between her and the gold cloaks the night her father was taken, not out of kindness, not from principle, just from the complicated arithmetic of someone who had his own reasons for keeping her breathing. The man who had carried her across half the Riverlands and put her down at the gates of the Eyrie and walked away. The man who had stood and killed dead things without complaint. The man who had just died for her in a burning room. She was not going to cross his name off the list. The list had never been about who deserved to die. The list had been about what she had decided to carry and what she would set down and when. She set it down. It did not feel the way she had thought it would. She had thought there would be more to it. But grief, she had learned, rarely looked like what you expected, and sometimes the only thing you felt at the end of a long account was the absence of the weight you had been carrying. She breathed, she straightened. Then she looked at Cersei, and at Jaime, who was standing between Arya and Cersei with Widow's Wail in his left hand, and an expression she had never seen on a Lannister before. The expression of a man who has spent his whole life running from something and has stopped running. Arya said nothing. She looked at him. She looked at the sword in his hand, and she looked at his face, and she read both of them with the full weight of the training she had spent years acquiring. She understood what she was seeing. She understood what he was here to do and what it would cost him, and whether it was the right thing. She stepped back, not away, not out of the room. She stayed. She was the witness. But she stepped back and she let him have the space, and she waited to see what Jaime Lannister would do. Widow's Wail was Valyrian steel. It was quick. Jaime stood alone in the burning room with the woman he had loved his whole life. He had been called the Kingslayer since he was 17, the boy who killed the king he had sworn to protect, the act that had defined everything people thought they knew about him. He had carried that name for decades, sometimes as armor and sometimes as a wound, and he had never fully explained it to anyone who mattered and had eventually stopped trying. The Queenslayer, the man who had killed his own sister, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, in the burning throne room of the Red Keep. He had done both things for the same reason, because the alternative was worse for everyone who wasn't him, Cersei most of all. Arya stood in the burning doorway and watched. She felt the absence of completion she had expected to feel, had expected Cersei's death to close something, to settle the weight on the list. It didn't feel the way she'd thought it would. It felt like the end of a thing rather than the ending of anything. She thought maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what justice actually is. She walked out of the throne room and left Jaime with his sister, and she did not look back. The city was not lost. The city was damaged and burning and full of people who needed help, hundreds of them dead and hundreds more injured and thousands more in the paths of fires that were still spreading. But it was not lost, and the battle which had been a battle became something else in the hour after the bells, a rescue. Jon moved through the streets, pulling people from rubble, directing survivors toward the gates, doing the work that was in front of him. He thought about his father. He thought about Ned Stark, who had taught him that the man who passed the sentence should swing the sword, who had taught him that power meant responsibility rather than permission. He thought, this is what it means, not the battle, this. Chapter 22. What was built? The Iron Throne was uglier than Daenerys had imagined. She stood in front of it in the damaged throne room. She was 24 years old and had been crossing the world toward this moment since before she had the words to name what she wanted, and she looked at it with the clear eye of someone who has arrived at a long-anticipated destination and is finding it smaller than the imagination that preceded it. 1,000 swords melted together by dragonfire, forged to remind whoever sat in it that the power it represented was built on blades. It had done that job very well. It had reminded everyone who sat in it, and the reminding had not made them govern better. It's ugly, she said. Yes, Jon agreed behind her. My ancestor built this to make his descendants uncomfortable. A throne made of the swords of defeated enemies, forged by dragonfire. She looked at it. It's very effective political theater. Effective theater and good governance aren't always the same thing. No, she turned. They're almost never the same thing. She looked at him steadily. I want to build something that actually works, not something that impresses, something that functions. A council, Jon said. An elected one in time, starting with the people in the room who have proven they can be trusted and working outward from there. She paused. The North. Sansa wants what the North has always wanted, the right to govern itself, not an enemy to the South. If what I build is worth belonging to, the North will belong to it. And if it's not worth belonging to, it doesn't deserve the North's loyalty. She looked at him. Is that fair? That's more than fair, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, two things in harmony, that's what we're supposed to build, isn't it? Not fire winning, not ice winning. Both of them present, acknowledged, held in something large enough for both. She looked around the damaged hall. That's hard to do. It requires someone who isn't afraid of either. I know someone like that, Jon said. I know someone like that too, she said. A pause. Stay, please, not as a subject, as a partner. Someone who will tell me when I'm wrong, someone the North trusts because he is the North in ways I will never be, someone I trust, which is not something I say lightly. I'm not a ruler, he said. Neither was I, technically, before I decided to become one. He looked at her for a moment. Yes, he said. She exhaled, a real exhale, full of something that had been held a long time. Good, she said. The first order of business is getting someone to replace this throne with something that doesn't cut you when you sit in it. Jon Snow made a sound that was unmistakably a laugh. I'll find someone, he said. Tyrion Lannister became Hand of the Queen for the second time, which he accepted with the expression of a man who had expected worse and was cautiously adjusting his expectations. He was good at it. He said you're wrong to Daenerys 4 times in the first month. She received it 3 times well and once poorly, and then reconsidered, and received it well retrospectively, which he considered a strong performance. On the day after the city fell, Daenerys found Grey Worm in the courtyard of the Red Keep, standing very still with his back to the wall and his eyes on nothing. She had known him for years. She had never seen him grieve, because the Unsullied were not built for it, had been remade away from it before he ever had the chance to learn it. But Missandei had found something in him that the Masters hadn't taken, and now it was gone, and she could see the shape of it in the quality of his stillness. She crossed the yard and put her arms around him. He stood rigid for a moment, a soldier's reflex, the body that had been trained out of this, and then something in him yielded, and he held on with both hands, and she felt him grieve, finally, the way a person grieved when there was no one left to perform strength for. She wept, for Missandei, who had been her friend and her anchor and the first person in Westeros who had understood her, for Grey Worm who had loved her, for the cost of every step of the road that had led here. They stood in the ash-scented morning and did not speak, because there was nothing to say that was adequate, and neither of them needed adequacy. They just needed this. Grey Worm stayed. He stayed because there was work to do and he was made for work, and because there was a grave in King's Landing that he was not ready to leave yet. He led the Unsullied in the rebuilding with the same precision they brought to everything, and the city rebuilt faster than anyone expected, because grief was sometimes the most efficient fuel. Sam Tarly was offered a Maester's position at the new council's service, which he accepted with the particular happiness of someone who has been waiting for the right job and has finally found it. Gilly was with him. Little Sam had his first tooth. Sam and Jon sat and spoke once a fortnight, long conversations full of the things he was reading and the things he was thinking, and Jon would speak back words that were nonetheless more personal, and this exchange was, in its quiet way, one of the most important ongoing correspondences in the new administration. Jaime Lannister did not take a position. He stayed in King's Landing for a month, and then he left before dawn on a morning when the city was still sleeping. Jon saw him from the window of the council chamber, a single rider crossing the empty square below, a pack behind the saddle, no ceremony. Jaime looked up at exactly the moment Jon was looking down, as though he had known he was being watched. They held each other's gaze for a moment. Jon raised a hand. Jaime gave a single nod, then turned his horse and rode, and the city swallowed him. Brienne, when she heard he had gone, came to find Jon in the yard. She stood beside him for a while, not saying anything, and he stood beside her, not saying anything, and eventually she said, "He was better than he knew how to say." "Yes," Jon agreed. "I wish he had stayed." "So do I." She looked at the gate through which he had ridden. "He'll do something useful with himself," she said. "That's who he is, now." "Yes," Jon said, "I think so too." She nodded once and walked back inside, and her back was very straight, and she said nothing else about it. And that was that. The appointment was announced in the throne room on a clear morning, with the council assembled, and the household guard at attention, and Daenerys standing before the chair that had replaced the Iron Throne, with the composed authority of someone who had been thinking about this for weeks. "Brienne of Tarth," she said, "for service rendered beyond the measure of any reward I can offer, for honor kept when there was every reason to abandon it, and for being exactly the kind of person a Kingsguard should be and almost never is, I name you Lord Commander of the Kingsguard." The hall was quiet for a moment in the way that halls went quiet when something unprecedented happened, and everyone was busy adjusting. Then, from the back of the room, Tormund Giantsbane began to clap. He clapped with the total commitment he brought to everything, a broad grin on his face and his eyes on Brienne, with the expression of a man for whom this was the single best moment of the entire occasion. Brienne did not look at him. Her jaw was very set, and her eyes were very bright, and she was keeping her face absolutely composed, which was the most composed Jon had ever seen anyone work to be. She knelt. She rose. She turned to face the room, and the room looked back at her, and Tormund was still clapping. Beside him, Podrick Payne was clapping with equal and unrestrained enthusiasm, dressed, for the first time anyone could recall, in genuinely fine clothes, his usual squire's scruffiness replaced by a well-fitted doublet that suggested he had put some thought into the occasion. He was grinning broadly. A young woman sat beside him, holding his arm above the elbow, bright-eyed and clearly enjoying herself. And Podrick Payne, who had always been quietly remarkable, had apparently decided that surviving the long night and the sack of King's Landing entitled him to enjoy what came after. Varys became master of whisperers for the third time in his life, which he accepted with the dry observation that some men were suited to a particular kind of work, and there was no use pretending otherwise. He reorganized the intelligence network with the quiet efficiency of someone who had been building and rebuilding it for decades, and within 6 months, he knew more about the stability of the new administration's enemies than any of those enemies knew about themselves. He attended council meetings, said less than Tyrion and more than anyone else, and was entirely indispensable in the way of people who are never quite at the center of things, but without whom the center cannot hold. Davos Seaworth wrote to Sansa once a fortnight. Sansa, who was 24 years old and governing the North with a precision that made lords twice her age struggle to find grounds for objection. She had her father's honor and her mother's intelligence and things of her own that neither parent could have given her. The patience of someone who had survived things that should have unmade her, and the clarity that came from having looked at the worst and decided to do differently. She wrote back to Davos in letters that were long and detailed and occasionally, buried in the administrative observations, unexpectedly warm. He wrote to Sam at King's Landing, whose replies arrived at triple the length, which was exactly what Davos had come to expect and which he found, in its way, a reliable comfort. Bran returned to Winterfell and to the Godswood and to the long memory of the Weirwoods. He thought sometimes about the changed things, the shapes at the edge of the network, moving through the deep north with their own purposes. He held the uncertainty. Some things could not be resolved, only witnessed. He told Jon about them in one of the ravens they exchanged through the long administrative winter. "I still see them sometimes," he wrote, "at the edge of the network. They are not coming south. Whatever they are now, whatever the cold made of them, they are not coming south. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they chose it or if they simply have no purpose left that points in our direction. But I watch and they are there and they are not coming." Jon read it 3 times. Then he stored it in the place where he kept the things that could not be resolved but had to be carried anyway, and he wrote back, "Keep watching." He watched. 6 weeks after the city fell, Daenerys made 2 public confirmations in the same ceremony. She confirmed Gendry Baratheon as Lord of Storm's End, legitimized, confirmed, the ancestral seat of his house returned to his family's line. And in the same breath, before the same assembled witnesses, she confirmed that Jon Snow was the natural son of Robert Baratheon, late King of the 7 Kingdoms, blood right acknowledged, the secret Ned Stark had carried to his grave finally spoken aloud in open court. She did both of these things publicly, with the full weight of ceremony, because she understood that symbols mattered, and that the world she was building had to be built on what was true rather than what was convenient. Jon Baratheon, the king in the north. Gendry received the confirmation with the expression of a man accepting something he is not sure he deserves. He thanked the queen. He rode to Storm's End. He stood in the great hall of his ancestral castle and looked at it for about an hour. He walked through the rooms. He stood at the window of the great drum tower and looked out at the sea. Then he went to the forge, because the forge was the one room in Storm's End that made sense to him, and he set up his tools, and he thought about what came next. After a week, he rode south to find Sir Davos. "I need you to govern this place," he said. Davos looked at him for a long moment, then he said, "Why?" "Because you're better at it than me, and you want to do it, I don't, and I've got somewhere to be." Davos considered this carefully, in the way he considered everything. "And where is it you have to be?" Gendry was already packing. Epilogue: The Dragon and the Wolf. Arya left Winterfell on a morning of thin winter sun, with ghosts somewhere in the fields to the north, and the castle behind her already filling with the purposeful sounds of people who had survived something, and decided to keep living. She had her horse. She had Needle. She had the Catspaw dagger. She had a direction west and then further west to the edge of the maps and past them, to the place where the known world ended and the unknown one began. She had not told many people she was going. She had told Sansa, who had looked at her with the eyes that missed nothing and had said, "Come back." "I'll try," Arya had said. "That's not good enough. It's all I have." Sansa had embraced her. It had taken a long time and neither of them had rushed it. She had told Bran, who already knew. They had sat in the godswood for an hour, which was enough. She had told Jon, who had put his hand on her shoulder and said, "You're the bravest person I know." She had told him that was a terrible standard given the people he knew. He had not argued. He had pulled her into a brief embrace instead, and she had let him. And then she had stepped back and looked at him, at her brother, at the man she had grown up beside, at what he had survived, and what he had become. And she had said nothing because the looking said what needed to be said. She rode through the gate at mid-morning and did not look back, because she was Arya Stark and she had always moved forward, and looking back was a thing she would learn to do when she was ready and not before. She had been riding for perhaps 20 minutes when she heard hoofbeats behind her. She turned. Gendry was there, on a horse, with a pack, with the expression of someone who has made a decision and is presenting it as accomplished rather than proposed, which was the only kind of decision presentation she had ever respected. He was 25 years old, and he had the look of a man who has recently stopped pretending that the life assigned to him is the one he actually wants. She stared at him. "What are you doing?" she said. "Coming with you," he said. "No, you're not. You are the Lord of Storm's End. You have responsibilities, you have." "Davos has it." He looked at her steadily. "I'm a smith. I make things. I'm not a lord. I sat in that castle for a week and I hated every day of it." He paused. "This," he nodded at the road ahead, "seems better. You have no idea where I'm going." "West," he said, "probably further past the maps." He paused. "I've never been past the maps." She looked at him. She looked at his face, at the certainty in it, the unperformed simplicity of a man who had made a straightforward decision for straightforward reasons. She tried to look annoyed. She was not particularly successful. "You'll slow me down," she said. "I'll carry things," he said. "I'm built for it." "You'll have opinions about the route." "I'll have opinions about everything. I'll keep most of them to myself." "Most of them." "I make no promises about all of them." She looked at him for a long moment. She thought about a forge and a barrel and a comfortable silence. She thought about a blade made exactly to her specifications. She thought about a laugh she had not expected and had apparently been unable to stop thinking about since. "Fine," she said. She turned her horse back toward the horizon. "Don't slow me down." "Wouldn't dream of it," he said. He brought his horse alongside hers. They rode in silence for a while. The road opened out ahead of them, wide and long, and going somewhere neither of them had been. "Baratheon and Stark," Gendry said eventually. She glanced at him. "Like Robert and Lyanna," he said, "except nothing killed us," she said. He thought about it. "Except nothing killed us," he agreed. She almost smiled. She did not smile because she was Arya Stark and she had her principles. She almost did. In King's Landing, Daenerys Targaryen sat in a chair, a plain chair, well-made, comfortable, positioned in the center of the throne room where the Iron Throne had been before she had it removed. The throne room had been repaired, and the windows were open to the winter light. Jon Snow sat across from her. He had a report from the north, from Sansa, detailed and precise, and he was reading it aloud because Daenerys is best when she can hear the information and ask questions in real time. Outside, Drogon was on the eastern ramparts, still in the way that very large things were still, with the quality of something that has done what was needed and is resting. And Rhaegar was not in her usual sky loops. She was with Drogon, had been for several days now, the two of them on the ramparts or on the cliffs below the castle, close together in a way that was different from how they had been before, the green dragon and the black one keeping company with a new and particular quality. The castle's ravens had been complaining about it, displaced from their usual perches. The handlers exchanged looks that they kept to themselves. Jon finished the report. He set it down. "I think the grain situation in the neck can be resolved with a combination of—" "Yes," Daenerys said, "that's a good solution." He made a note. He looked up. He looked at her across the distance of an ordinary room, in the ordinary light of an ordinary winter day, and she looked back at him with the expression she had been keeping for moments that didn't require performance. The open one, the full one, the one that was only for him. Outside, Rhaegar made a sound, low, resonant, something between a rumble and a note, and Drogon answered it. And whatever passed between them in that exchange was old and wordless and their own. Then Jon turned back to the next report, and Daenerys leaned forward until her shoulder was warm against his, and she read it with him, not as the queen reviewing matters of state, but as two people who had chosen each other in every room they had ever shared, finding the same quiet warmth in the work they were building together. Her hand found his on the table briefly, and he turned his palm up to hold it, and the work continued. The work always continued. That, in the end, was what it meant to stand between fire and ice and say, "Not today." It meant tomorrow and the work of it, and it was enough.